Keep moving on. Keep moving on. And they say I have a grim sense of humor.
It's just going to be my first split in LCS, like playing full time. I just want to show people that I'm really good.
It's awesome to finally be back in the LCS. I just miss like playing on stage.
This is basically like the next chance for me to prove myself as a player.
We win because I'm a god and I will carry.
Some teams will become, better at best of 3, or some teams will crumble.
I think C9 will be really strong this year with Impact and Bunny.
I think with this new roster, it's a lot better. This split is actually the best split we're going to have.
Impact's a really good top laner, but I think Kunin's even better, so we can easily win.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the 2016 North American LCS Summer Split. Now, last night we kicked off the split with a bang, and today we debut our new dual stream format, show off our new battle theater, and introduce you to the rest of our teams. Our players are getting set up on stage currently, as you can see right now. Of course, we're going to have Cloud9 versus Immortals in our first series of the day. Meteos going to be back in the jungle for Cloud9 today. Our first NALCS MVP there, making his return to the stage. Huni, of course, fan favorite there for Immortals, looking to come back strong after a disappointing finish to their split in the spring. And of course, newcomer Zig here for Phoenix One playing in the top lane. We've seen him in Collegiate as well as Challenger, so he'll be looking to make his stamp on the LCS, and Froggen leading the charge for Echo Fox. That LCS CS record in a single game to his name. Hello, everyone. Thanks for tuning in. I'm James Dash Patterson, and joining me today on the analyst desk, our special guests, Marcus, Dyrus Hill, and Mark Zimmerman. Gentlemen, welcome, first off, to the new studio. And how are we doing today?
I gotta say, I'm not that happy, man.
What? Why not?
They took my chair. I have to stand up now. There's two things I do well. I sit, I talk about League, and you just cut out half my skill set.
All right, well, then you're just going to have to compensate then with you talking about League. You have to step up the analysis today. Dyrus, how are we doing?
This will have to be my exercise for the day. I can't slouch anymore.
We as video gamers are like, what is this? How do I stand up? Anyway, we've got lots of games lined up today as the LCS changes to a new format introducing best of 3 matches. So, gentlemen, my question to you is, how do you think this is going to kind of evolve and affect the competitive landscape as we know it?
I think it's only going to be a benefit. I think, one, you get to see coaches be more important because there was no adaptation between games. You just kind of had your pre-planned pick ban phase, and you went out there and you executed it, and that's pretty much all you did. Now you have to react to what the other team did, and it gets rid of a lot of variability where you kind of see, I think, more upsets in a best of 1, which can be interesting, but at the same time, I think it's a little bit more, genuine to who should win.
So the coaches are going to play a role, but Dyrus, talk to me about from the player side of things, how operating under that best of 3 format is going to either improve or help them grow throughout the split.
I really like the best of 3 format because, first of all, you don't go home salty, just losing one game. Maybe you got cheesed. Maybe you had stage jitters and you didn't play that well. And then you go at them with the second game and you can prove that, oh, we really aren't this bad. We can show them. On the other side, if you're winning, it's like, oh, we didn't win by pure luck. We actually stomped them, like the 2-0 for TSM till CLG. Or you can have the 2-1 with NV and NRG.
Yeah, any and all results are either a little bit more definitive, just in that it's like, hey, over a 3-game series, you had to win at least 2, so it kind of puts a little bit more of a stamp on the victory and or the defeat that you suffer as one team. Of course, we got our first taste of the format last night in the Battle Theater, where Counterlogic Gaming fell to TSM in a clean sweep after returning from a strong showing at MSI. And last night, Dyrus let the Twitterverse know in no uncertain terms how he felt about that TSM 2-0. Dyrus, on a scale of 1 to smug looks, how would you have rated that game last night?
No comment. I wasn't actually expecting this. Can you do that face
again right now?
I gotta prepare myself.
Okay.
Are you? But yeah, I mean, you look at this back here. We got a whole wall of Dyrus.
I can't focus. Can we put that down?
Oh my gosh.
You're blushing. You're blushing.
Jeez.
No one told me about this.
We got to catch you up. We got to keep you on your toes every once in a while, Dyrus. Well, TSM no doubt looked great last night, but they're not without tough competition in this league. So let's run through some of the teams that might challenge them at the top of the table. And I want to start with Immortals, that team that went 17-1 in spring split, had a somewhat disappointing playoff run, only snagging third.
Right. I think the consensus coming in is that that fluke in the playoffs was just that. It was just a fluke. They came in ill-prepared. They weren't, playing the game quite right, if you want to call it that, and they lost as a result. But they showed in that third, fourth place match they're still dominant. And then from what I've heard from the preseason, scrim so far, they're still beasts.
They themselves know the best. I mean, even Pole Belter said they didn't really have a read on the meta with Urgot mid and Lucian top. Very unfortunate, but they're still a really, really strong team, and with their record, they should be strong this split too.
Exactly, and the fact that they haven't made any changes to their roster kind of reinforces the idea that they believe they do have the strongest team. They don't need to make any changes. Moving kind of down the line, let's take a look at Cloud9, a team that did make some changes. They're coming in with a 10-man roster here, the likes of Impact joining the team, Meteos returning to the Rift. What are our thoughts on this squad?
To me, it kind of depends how much they actually use this 10-man roster. Like, I know, Team Liquid, we came in at that point, all like 10-man roster, gung-ho. We made some initial swaps and kind of rode it out the rest of the way. And it's, with the C9 roster, I think it has a lot more room to move people around. And so I'm really looking forward to see if they change anything up.
In my opinion, I think it's just another way of saying if you do bad, we got your replacement right here. So you better try your best. It's going to be a good motivator, in my opinion.
Yeah, gonna light a fire under some asses there, keep people working hard throughout the split. Lastly, though, let's look at Liquid. You mentioned Liquid having come in with that 10-man roster. They kind of, rode it out to the point where they're like, hey, here's the 5 that we want. Dardoch being one of those 5. However, he's going to be out for at least a week or two, given the suspension within the team. Moon in. What's your thoughts on the Liquid situation?
I probably know a little bit more about the situation than I should say, but Moon, from what I've seen in the scrims, I've been watching a decent amount of Team Liquid scrims, both them and TLA, and he is a lot better than he showed with Energy last year. I think there were some, just team synergy issues that he had with that roster, and getting a fresh start in the LCS, I think will do good for him.
All right, well, we'll see how that team develops throughout the day. Last night, we got our first look at Envy in their 3-game battle with Energy, and today we'll see the other 2 freshman LCS teams on stage. So expectations for the likes of Phoenix 1 and Apex. Apex, a team that has a fair amount of LCS veterans on that roster, so a decent amount of experience coming into week 1.
There are no newcomers to experience in terms of LCS. It's just more about how well they work together against other teams. They weren't really ever bad players. It's just more about synergy, and since they have experience, we'll see how they play in game.
I think for me, the big thing for Phoenix 1 that I'm happy about is seeing Zig finally in the LCS. Like, this is a dude who probably has paid more dues than like anyone else in NA. Like, he was started way back in Season 2 on, what was it, Monomaniac or something?
He's been around for a while. He's like the old Balls, where Balls was around in Season 1 and 2, but never got really any recognition until C9 took off.
Yeah, except it's Season 6 from basically Season 2.
Yeah.
Right. And we've seen Zig in the collegiate scene as well as in the challenger scene, so he's finally made it here, going to be looking to make his stamp coming out of that top lane. Of course, there's a fair number of solid top laners across the region, so he'll have his work cut out for him. Another factor, though, that will shape the state of the league this summer is that mid-season patch that we saw come in. We've got Dragon and Rift Herald changes. We've also, of course, got the Mage updates. So with all of this in mind, gentlemen, how do we expect to see, for example, these Drakes changing the way that the game is played?
Well, it just means that early and mid game is more prominent, because if you let that go, it's gonna hit you later on, especially with the Elder Drake timesing all of these dragons by 2. One of the dragons that appealed the most to me is usually Infernal Drake or Ocean Drake, because when you siege, you get the regeneration from Ocean, or Fire Drake, you just hit a lot harder. And when team fights get really, really close to that last bit of health, that little bit is what's going to push you over.
Yeah, I think I'm very interested in how it plays out over the course of the season. We've seen like some weird games where you see like 4 Wind Drakes, and like it's just like, do we really want to even move that fast? Like, am I used to running that quickly? So the RNG factor that it introduces can be interesting. At the same time, it's a little bit of like, I think Wind Drake needs to get buffed necessarily, so like all of them have an equal impact, but are just different.
Okay. Now talk to me about the Rift Herald. I know that general consensus is that most people don't exactly know what to do with it yet, how much value to place on it, where and when to use it, when should we sacrifice maybe picking up a turret in order to pick up the Rift Herald, if ever.
We heard people talking about it a little bit last night where when people do take it, they tend to win a lot, but it's a bit of a question of the chicken or the egg. Like, are they winning and they just grab it? And I think that's kind of the case. Right now, it doesn't seem, even though it's like very strong, but it's not worth trading the long-term team impact of a Dragon for, because it really only influences that individual person for 20 minutes. So you would argue that the Dragons are probably more impactful, and so that's why you kind of see it getting ignored in a lot of games.
Personally, I think it depends heavily on the champion. Like, if you have a Zed middle, you can even give it to him and he'll split push.
Right.
But one of the champions that stood out to me with Rift Herald that people don't really play is Shen. Because with Shen, usually Vladimir was the counter to Shen. But with Rift Herald, Shen beats Vladimir, which is very, very weird. And it's a 20-minute buff, so it lasts for very, very long. It's very undervalued as a team objective, but more of a split objective where you can get the TP off first for your team. It's just a very, very valuable thing to have if you utilize it.
That's some of the theory crafting that I'm really curious to see teams employ as we become more familiar with the way that this Rift Herald buff works. Can we find the champions that do really benefit from that buff?
Right, and you might see it's the kind of thing where you don't even need to change Rift Herald, it's just the top lane meta changes up, and all of a sudden it's Jax, Fiora, Aurelia, and then it's like, okay, this is crazy, we need to get this buff. So.
Right, exactly. Speaking of which, I mean, I know this isn't the top lane, but we had the Mage update come through. So, of course, we're seeing some diversity in the champions being played. Vladimir, as you mentioned, being one of the ones that's played quite a lot recently. Swain, either on the ban table or being played. And, of course, Zyra showing up as well. So, you know, with that Mage update, who are the, you know, big contenders that you see? And then how do you expect these teams to evolve playing around these champions? Because it still seems like there's some uncertainty as to how to deal with the likes of Vladimir and Swain.
Since we don't really see scrims as much, I mean, I don't know if Mark here has, but I haven't. As for champions like Swain, the reason why Swain is so prominent is because he's very good against the current tank meta where it's Echo, Trundle, Maokai. Like, Swain just straight out beats them in lane because of his sustain, and he's just a lot more ridiculous now.
Yeah, just keep going with Swain a little bit. You know, Quas was a huge Swain. He's like probably one of the best Swains in the world, and I watched a lot of his scrims. And before the changes, what he always struggled with was kind of these different team situations where you need more zone control, and now with the Q change, you can throw it into a choke point. People can't walk through it as easily. In a 2v1, you now have a range farming mechanic. You can kind of throw that bird out. And so I think a lot of the changes weren't as much numerical as what he's able to do now with the function changes.
Yeah, banned all 3 games against him yesterday. We'll see if he ever gets the opportunity to spring at that champion. Now, the increase in games also means we'll be implementing a new dual stream format as well, with matches played simultaneously across 2 different channels. You guys at home are welcome to tune into either or both to watch your favorite teams, but be warned, on the analyst desk, anything goes. In this zone, spoilers will exist. Watch at your own risk, and if you want to avoid spoilers, be sure to hit that mute button or check back with the stream when we're in game or at the caster desk. This is your last and final warning. When you see Dash, this face here, there are spoilers ahead. You know, like Tyler Durden isn't real, Soylent Green is people, and Bruce Willis, well, he was dead the whole time. Now, just a reminder that we've changed our system for recognizing standout players here at the NALCS. We're no longer using the OP5 format, and instead, we'll be selecting a player of the game that will weigh into selection of the regular season MVP at the end of the split. We'll tally the players who received honors throughout the weekend and recap the standings at the end of our Sunday broadcast. So we'll get a kind of a macro picture of where all those players are lining up and their impact on the teams. Of course, the standings, though, before we get into the games, we've got to check them out. Pretty much a clean slate for the teams, but following last night's matches, TSM and NV sit on top of the list. We'll see which teams can join them over the course of this weekend, and that brings us to today's docket. Playing in the battle arena on NALCS1, we have Cloud9 versus Immortals, followed by Team Envy going up against Liquid. And in the battle theater, broadcasting on NALCS2, Echo Fox takes on Phoenix 1 with Apex and Energy facing off right after that. Gentlemen, with these 4 matches in mind, which are the ones we're looking forward to the most? Any key elements within the matchups that we're excited for?
For me, like I kind of already said, I want to see Phoenix 1 play. I'm very excited for Zig. I hope he goes out there and performs. Charlie, the coach, someone else I'm pretty good friends with, so a little bit biased. I like a lot of the people on that team and involved with that org, so I hope they do well.
And for most of us, it'll be our first time seeing those players play, so it's going to be a good litmus test for how they stack up against the rest of the LCS. Dyrus?
I'm very neutral for now. I'd like to see how everyone plays, and my opinion will be formulated as time goes on with the bandwagon.
All right, well, we get to start off with C9 versus Immortals, specifically on that matchup, as we mentioned, because C9 is coming in with this remade roster, whereas Immortals is coming in with that kind of solid 5 that they've had. I mean, I would assume that we expect Cloud9 to be fighting an uphill battle here. How do you think they should be approaching this best-of-3 series against Immortals to give themselves the best shot?
They have to be ready for the Huni reign over Pain train. So, like, it's going to be a very big test, day one, of how Impact and Meteos, what their synergy is like, and making sure that they're communicating when these dives are coming, when they need pressure, and I think that's going to be the key thing to watch.
All right, well, we'll keep our eyes on that as we head out to the games. It's time to hand it over to the casters to get the games underway.
Thank you very much, Dash. Hello, everyone. I am Rivington Bizen III, and joining me on the caster desk for this summer match in the Battle Arena is Joshua Jat Leesman. The players are going to have to win more than the crowd here. There is more than that on the line.
Yeah, I mean, it's a great game to start right here. It's going to be my first cast since MSI. I just can't wait to finally cast on this new patch and also in this new split of the LCS.
It's going to be amazing. Coming up, we have a clash of titans with Cloud9 taking on Immortals. Last time we saw Immortals, they swept Team Liquid for a third-place finish, but a disappointing end to a 17-1 regular split.
Exactly. I mean, that loss to TSM in the semifinals really raised some questions about Immortals in general, and these first games will kind of go a long way in showing whether that series was an anomaly or if it was part of a systemic problem for the team. Now, Immortals have had plenty of time to regroup and refocus because they didn't go to MSI as everyone was expecting. And also, tank junglers and carry tops are kind of good right now, which is great for Huni and Reignover. So Immortals are going to look to really start off strong and regain that reputation they had during the split as being the most dominant team in the LCS.
And bring it back. In the end, it seems like they knew what they did wrong, but can they put that into play now? Cloud9 was also busy over the break, as you know, just recently returning from their boot camp in Korea in preparation to debut their new roster.
Yep, new roster, but very familiar faces. Cloud9 picked up Impact, brought back Meteos, and then moved Bunny Fufu back to the starting lineup, while High Balls and Rush will be helming Cloud9's Challenger squad, but still be on Cloud9's bench because they had the option of utilizing those players as substitutes. So it's kind of similar to what Team Liquid and Team Liquid Academy were trying to accomplish last split, even though they solidified a roster very much down the stretch. So we'll see if Cloud9 ends up experimenting with a 10-man roster or just goes with these guys the whole split.
Well, before we see this lineup in action, let's hear what Jensen actually has to say about the new Cloud9.
Our result was not very good last split, and Cloud9 as an organization have high expectations, and we couldn't really fulfill that, so we felt like changes had to happen. And I think with this new roster, it's a lot better. Like, everyone is really motivated, everyone wants to win, and it's showing in scrims as well. I think this split is actually like the best split we're going to have. So I'm really excited for that.
They're excited. I'm sure the fans are excited, but these changes in comparison are the biggest they've really had for the team coming into a split.
Yeah, I know. For one point in time, Cloud9 had this 5-man roster that had the longest run of almost any competitive team. It was over a year of the same 5 players, but now they're in a bit more of a rapid iteration. Competition's getting harder and harder for these guys, and Jensen has been better every split, so he's kind of been here for all the change in Cloud9.
Well, let's see who they put together now on that team. Let's fire up the roster rundown. First up, it's going to be Cloud9. In the top lane is now Impact. Meteos returning to the jungle. Jensen in mid lane. Sneaky at AD carry, and Bunny Fufu back to support with Coach Reaper now.
Yeah, and on the opposite side of the rift, of course, is the team that went 17-1 in the regular season last split, Immortals, with Huni in the top lane. Reignover in the jungle, Pobelter mid lane, Wild Turtle, who was the kills leader in the LCS as AD carry, support of Adrian, and Coach Dylan.
Nobody could quite reach the man cloud level. Reckless got close, then they didn't allow him to get the last kill, trolled him on the Nexus, but...
Here's the interesting thing. So we keep changing the total number of games in the LCS. So 2013 had a 28-game regular season, and then most recently we've had an 18-game regular season. But now they're playing 18 best of 3s. So I think the record that matters and will hold the most weight is the kills per game record, which I think Bjergsen has, but it's going to be close. The overall kills record has a very high chance of getting set this split since they're going to be playing way more games than ever.
So coming into this match, looking at the lanes, how do we feel about these matchups? Because you have Huni versus Impact. Seems a bit mismatched. in that one. Jensen versus Pobelter, actually quite even if what you saw at the end of the split. What are we kind of looking at as we go to pick some bans?
Yeah, it's actually going to be, I think, a big matchup in the jungle as well to impact those lanes, because Reignover took over so many games during the regular season, and it will play into the Huni versus Impact matchup and the Jensen versus Pobelter matchup. But we haven't seen Meteos in competitive play for since he stepped down late into the summer split of 2015. So he's taken nearly a full year off of competitive play. And his first matchup is against the reigning MVP. So we'll be able to make our snap judgments, but I think a lot of it comes down to that jungle matchup.
Nidalee out. Be surprised to see the Victor or Azir stay up. Rise has already been banned. We'll see what the last one is. It's actually Maokai, so both Victor and Azir stay. First pick.
We were talking before the show, actually, that Reignover is going to be very comfortable on Rek'Sai.
Yes.
Or any of the old school junglers, and I don't think Reignover necessarily had that great of an adaptation to the Nidalee Kindred meta. So I was expecting Cloud9 to actually just first pick a jungler or force Immortals to ban 2, but with the late ban of Nidalee, it's actually very surprising, because that could have been an early power pick jungler for Cloud9. But basically that just tells me, because of the small Nidalee nerfs, Meteos just either wasn't comfortable playing Nidalee into Rek'Sai, or was actually scared of Reignover's Nidalee. The last ban is quite questionable to me for Cloud9 because of those reasons.
Hey, we also saw some Zac recently as well, so Meteos coming back. Maybe he'll bring up the Zac as well. The Rek'Sai is taken, like we were saying, for Reignover. That stops a bit of his early aggression, trying to get into that top lane to help Huni, who has a 56% kill participation record, or I'm sorry, first blood record with the team in that top lane for the regular season of spring.
Yeah, over half the games Huni was getting first blood. Goes to show how quickly Immortals was jumping out to leads in a lot of their games. But with the Rek'Sai taken away and 2 junglers banned, the normal fallback that we've seen throughout most of the world, since it's very common to see Kindred and Nidalee banned, is an Elise. But this is also Reignover we're talking about, who's played a ton of Olaf in the past, and I wonder if he's going to think about breaking that out in the jungle a little bit later in the draft.
He may even Graves as well, still left up on the board. Echo Ashe is going to be picked up, giving Turtle even the option to initiate in this competition that says Echo already wants to go in.
Yeah, so, all right, they're picking Echo. Thank goodness. Now, would we go AP or tank Echo? We thought he was going to be doing this in the playoffs. He decided to finally pick up on the tanks, and most likely seeing...
Well, they banned his Lucian, so...
a tank Echo. Yeah, they banned his Lucian. No way. You could have also first picked that if you're Cloud9, but I like their first pick, Rek'Sai. And the Ashe is something that we've seen a lot of over in Korea. The AD carry meta constantly evolving, especially with the Lucian being banned out, and some of the new itemization choices if he wants to go Black Cleaver. We'll see how Immortals use that to initiate.
Looking at the Bard pickup, now for Mu and MSI, we all know the story. We all know the range supports are getting a lot of love right now, and it looks like it may be what gets a little bit of love here for Cloud9, with Meteos picking up the Gragas.
Interesting. A top lane Gragas, maybe?
Yes.
Yeah, he's locked in the Gragas for sure, but that could very well just be for the top lane matchup. It's something we saw a little bit of in the playoffs when the top lane tanks were happening, but then we saw none of it at MSI. It had really kind of fallen off a cliff in terms of popularity with some of the Iceborne Gauntlet and Grasp of the Undying changes, but it looks like Impact's going to want to throw that Gragas in the top lane, unless they got something entirely different planned. I've seen a little bit of mid lane AP Gragas and solo queue, so there's still some flex possibilities there.
Is everything. Cloud9 may try to do it. Jensen actually kind of had trouble switching champions back and forth. Took time to get good on the Azir. Maybe he's been pocket testing something out we don't know of. And there's a Karma, and the Olaf does actually get locked in for Reignover.
Hey, we talked about it.
Yep.
Maybe he gets a chance to run the new and improved Ghost. You can get your cooldown on Ghost incredibly low with the Mastery as well as the cooldown boots. Basically more than half the cooldown of Flash if they don't have anything reducing the cooldown of that.
Yeah.
And also Karma to speed up outside of having that cooldown if he wants to keep the Flash. Karma's been incredibly popular in the North American LCS. Picked in all 5 of the games, or it had been picked in all 4 of the games leading up to the final game yesterday.
Biofos had some pretty crazy initiations with that. See a lot more supports. Less tempered coming in this season. Saw the best of 3s allowing people to do a little more aggressive play. Love seeing it, and this team from Immortals shows that they want to go a bit aggressive. Looking for Cloud9's final 2 picks here. The Azir may just be one of them. And Sneaky left to choose an AD carry for himself, with quite a few left up.
Yeah. Interesting how Caitlyn is seeing more and more play. And that just kind of completes what could be a good poke and siege composition for them, with the Azir and Caitlyn being able to set up shop outside a turret and having Gragas there for the potential disengage. So, I like how that composition came together in the last 2 picks for Cloud9.
Karma's already there. You know you'd love to pick Soraka still.
Just throw Karma mid lane. No harm done, man.
Remember, this could also be Huni's champion coming in for the last pick, if he wants to go against what he thinks is a Gragas in that top lane.
Could be. We did even see Adrian playing the Karma in the playoffs, so it's not super new. Like you said, they still have the chance of putting the Echo in the mid lane as an assassin choice. Echo actually a decent lane matchup against the Azir.
Yep. LeBlanc just try for what would be the counter. It's more of an even match now, the way things have skilled out. But he's going to take the LeBlanc.
Yeah. See if he changes the summoner spells up at all. Currently going with the teleport LeBlanc. You see that a little bit in the LPL, but usually the LeBlanc will bring a Ignite to try and get more lane pressure on the Azir.
Yep.
Otherwise, the Azir can shove in fairly easily without getting kill threat. But there's also the epic power of double TP if they want to try and capitalize off some Ash Arrow ganks in the bottom lane.
Yep.
Summoner choices are actually kind of interesting here. I'm wondering if Reignover is going to keep Flash and if Pop-Up is going to keep Teleport.
Heals well for Jensen so far. I'm really keeping my eyes on if Immortals can find a glaring weakness here between Meteos and Impact in the top lane. 2 different players coming into the lineup. The communication may not be there. We heard it was already been a little difficult with Impact in tight situations, but if Reignover can find that and just kind of plant himself inside that caveat that they would have,
yeah,
it's going to be real tough for Cloud9 to get off their ground running.
Exactly. Communication is the biggest question for Cloud9. Impact was, he's always tried to be a leader on teams, but now when he comes in and he's the only native Korean speaker on this team trying to speak a second language, it's going to be a real battle to see what type of communication they have. Reaper, they've talked about how much he's helped the team communicate, but we're going to need to see that come to fruition on the Rift here.
All right, we are about ready to roll into this 3-game set. Let us know who you think is going to take down the Nexus in Game 1. I love that we can say that now by tweeting at LOL Esports with the hashtag C9win or the hashtag IMTwin. You'll get to vote a whole bunch, 3 times as much possibly as we get into game. The battle arena is on fire and we're ready to get in. Cloud9 versus Immortals, and we are on the Rift.
Oh, baby. Yeah, so we're going to get to see Wild Turtle's Ashe. I wonder how the laning phase is going to swing, if we're going to see standard lanes. So many changes happened in the mid-season Riv. Double jungling has been diminished in effectiveness because there was no experience sharing on jungle camps. So either the top laner gets really far behind in experience, which you don't think Immortals is going to want to do because Immortals always tries to put Huni in favorable matchups, so you're more expected than a normal team to have standard lanes trying to be enforced by Immortals and having Huni in a solo lane directly against Impact's Gragas.
Seems to be the way the statistics are going to play out for Immortals as well. Like we were saying, the first blood kill participation really in favor of Huni, mostly Immortals side in general. Everybody fans out here for the start to get some line of scrimmage wards out. And we'll see how they begin this game. Like we said, we thought that Rek'Sai was taken by Meteos to get it Reignover, but we're still looking to see if Reignover can find a way into that defensive Cloud9. Saw a lot of games yesterday where it was just mid lane pushing, a bit of roam from the mid laners, and then another game where it was just junglers and top laners kind of taking over. So we've seen both styles coming out of the sets on day 1 and Friday.
Exactly, and looking at the very early beginnings, we can actually see Adrian and Wild Turtle looking to stop Sneaky and Bunny from taking the camp, but that's a really dangerous face check by Adrian.
A lot of face checks as well in the past day. Adrian getting hit up on this one. Energy took some damage to just about the same thing yesterday, so teams a little more relaxed during the early game, not taking as much precaution has definitely cost them.
This one definitely not as disastrous as what we saw in the Envy versus Energy series yesterday, because Adrian took about 250 damage, but he did come to lane with 3 potions, so each one of those will heal him for 150. He'll actually only need to chug 1 for now, and as long as he doesn't take harass, the regen and the level ups can bring him right back up. Karma's also one of the few supports who can tango with Bard level 1. that has actually been one of Bard's biggest strengths early, is he can charge up with some meeps and have an incredibly powerful level 1. But Karma has her ultimate at level 1 as well, so it's actually one of the few supports who can trade equally with Bard, and sometimes even favorably.
And we expect this lane to sting for a while for Impact. He may miss a few CS there, but you're so right. Watch, like, getting hit by the meeps, knowing you almost can't take it, but that Karma lane is something that can stand toe-to-toe, and Adrian knows the exact kind of way you can play that ranged situation. Sneaky and Wild Turtle, no worse for the wear there, both farming completely fine as the supports just go at it toe-to-toe. And the mid lane's already pushed here. Jensen's trying to get it pushed fast, and little ring around the rosy, they just miss each other.
This is really huge for Reignover because he's almost certain that he didn't get spotted right there, even though a ward had been gone for. And Meteos tried a cute jungle path on Rek'Sai. This is what a lot of junglers can do nowadays to try and maximize experience early on in the jungle. Pobelter goes in for a little bit of harass on Jensen. But to explain what happened in the jungle there a little bit more and why Reignover outsmarted Meteos here, is the small camps have about the same experience as the blue or the red buff early on, but you can take the small camps faster. So Meteos tried to skip blue buff on Rek'Sai and then go back, and since he kind of recognized he might be getting invaded, he comes back a little bit later. Now Meteos has lost his efficiency, whereas Reignover has still gained his. Reignover now with a level advantage, as well as a longer duration blue buff, which can help his clear speed on Olaf even more.
And that's what we were kind of looking for. Can this weakness be made up now? Meteos, you don't necessarily need that blue buff for the blue buff, but you need the experience. That's where he's really hurt now, and his jungle's empty at this point, so he's just going to be going back for now.
And I think what Meteos' plan was is actually to leave that buff up for a little while and then give it to Jensen really early. So they desync the power spikes of the mid laners and allow Jensen to shove in Pobelter until Jensen could buy a magic resist item. But now that breakpoint has been missed a little bit. Pobelter's already got his magic resist item. Jensen hasn't been back to base yet, and that favors not only Reignover, but also Pobelter.
And we saw it happen. It was all only because of a few seconds off of being able to place that ward when Jensen pushed the lane. Reignover had already made his way into the jungle. See how they continue to build off that. Bot lane has not stopped trying to build off the damage they have. Bunny Fufu, even with a depleted mana bar, tries to get the extra bit in. Sitting low right now, but it's pretty much just farming for Sneaky. No real lead towards the bot lane, but no jungle pressure either.
Yeah, Infernal Dragon will be the first Drake, by the way.
Yep.
Reignover with a decent advantage onto Meteos. I'm going to be interested to watch these guys battle throughout the best of three. Mainly because when Meteos was at his best, his jungling style was very, very efficient, which I think is one of the things that defines Reignover's jungling as well, is just being in the right place. Reignover's a little bit more counter-jungle focused than Meteos was, but Meteos was always very efficient. So they're both, at their core, farm-heavy junglers who can also apply pressure after getting farmed. And now they're kind of set to clash.
There's the Mantra shield. Reignover's getting the tank in. He gets Summoner heal out as well. Huni's going to come in and try to do, but he's got no mana on the entry. Huni goes down, getting way overzealous in the play.
Yeah, I think that was a really poor play by Huni. He actually completes his teleport, whereas Impact wasn't going down to the bottom lane. And then in a straight-up 3v3, he phase dives into the turret. And it was a heady play by Meteos to get the flash knockup while Huni was still in turret range. But Huni should not have been in turret range because he was never going to be able to secure a kill with that play. And they give up first blood to Meteos, which makes up for the blue buff that had been taken away.
Just one more time. Reignover gets hit there. They feel like he's got the tank, so Huni says, I'll take a shot?
Yeah, but Reignover had to drop aggro because one more shot would have killed him, and Meteos very easily picks up the kill. So big mistake early by Huni there.
Trying to go aggressive. See if he can pull it back this time. Sometimes that did get the better of Huni throughout games. He'll fall behind, so he wants it even a little bit more. See if he can temper that aggression. Pobelter making sure he tries to dodge the soldiers, but he's just hanging around the outer rim there and takes each shot. This lane, though, 50-50. Very even across the board pretty much throughout all the lanes here. We've only seen Reignover be able to get something, and really, Immortals wasn't able to work off that.
Yeah, and that ward placement for Jensen, Reignover's walked through a
off
couple
now.
of times. Even a double, looks like a double pink ward accidentally placed in the brush, or just a pink ward and a normal ward. So Immortals over-warding a little bit. Not the crisp, clean play that you wanted Immortals to start out with for the split.
Just a quick push out there. Jensen recognized the aggression, but Pobelter just wants his blue anyways, so a bit of a breathing moment here for both teams as Jensen's just going to push up his lane and try to figure out where else he can go. Probably figuring that top ward is now seen. That's not going to help him too much. They have a good amount of vision to allow them to know where Immortals still is in the darkness. So safe play here from C9 after that first aggression from Immortals.
Man, a little bit of a difference in the itemization choices. Across the board, the main thing I want to point out here for Reignover is that he rushed his cooldown boots. That puts his Ghost on what is now a 135-second cooldown, or 2 minutes and 15 seconds. For comparison, Jensen's Flash is on a 300-second or 5-minute cooldown.
Right.
So if he's able to burn a Flash from a lane, he can do 2 repeat ganks with the Summoner spell before the Flash would be up again if Reignover times it properly. So that's what I like about Ghost, generally. You can see Reignover really valuing that reduced cooldown as well as moving speed early.
Yeah.
Then the other thing I want to point out is just the Catalyst on Huni. Not necessarily going straight for a tank build, but might be going for the AP Echo if that turns into a Rod of Ages.
Trying to get that damage out. Very much a Huni style type of thing. Bot lane's level 6s now. They might be waiting on Adrian. It is a 5 and a 6 as well for C9. It's been pretty volatile bot lane for nobody going down in this area. It was just Huni that gave the assist over to Sneaky, so it didn't catapult him ahead too far either.
Yeah, lots of relatively aggressive trading though.
Yeah. I like it. We saw it pretty much out of all series.
Both supports going with the exact same itemization, early Sightstones. Cloud9's going to hope to outpace the wards on the map a little bit, especially early game. With Reignover doing his Lucidity Boots rush, he has not only not gone for a Tracker's Knife yet, no Sightstone. Meteos has a full Sightstone, so
that's true.
You can already see the wards kind of littering around that Infernal Dragon.
Yeah, definitely putting a lot of focus on that. With no presence really in the bot lane too much, Reignover's going to start doing as much clearing as he can. He should be able to get the second one before it goes down. Scuttle Crab control as well over to Cloud9. Reignover is just return on investment here for that Razorbeak, and then just the path he is taking. Bot lane's starting to back, so it looks like Immortals is going to hold off for a second here and may actually try to tango in the bot lane. Huni's teleport is almost up, so that play is a possibility if something goes for Dragon here. Blue buff over to Jensen, so everything's kind of spelling out. We could get a fight soon.
Yeah, and I'd say the Infernal Drake is definitely perceived to be the strongest one. Very early in the game, it's not, because it's a percentage increase, an 8% increase in your attack damage and your ability power, which will get stronger later in the game. But that doesn't take away from how important it actually is to get, so you get the power in the late game, even if it doesn't give you super immediate payoff.
Everybody's trying to roll the Mountain Drake. We have 500 gold lead. Temper Fate forces the flash. Not necessarily an ultimate they would need for the Dragon, but it sure will help with what kind of initiation Immortals can bring to the table.
Yeah, so in the very short term, ultimate for Flash, if a team fight is to happen, usually favors the team that burned the Flash, but obviously the ultimate will come back up much sooner. So Cloud9 wants to wait for Temper Fate to come back up again. Then would be a time.
It's all about the long con.
Dragon fights. But Reignover and Huni looking to make a move. So is Jensen.
Jensen holds on the trigger. He does not Emperor's Divide, but it may be pulled here in the top lane. Impact already backs off. They don't get a chance there, but now seeing two top. Great move by Impact, pulling back, feeling the pressure. Dragon is going to be going over to Cloud9 here. With the warding they've been putting on the bottom side, they almost deserve it at this point.
Yeah.
They've been keeping that up quite well.
And a very classic type trade here where Cloud9 takes bottom because Reignover is top. Cloud9 takes the Dragon because Immortals is top taking a turret. It helps Huni a little bit, but add that to the fact that Pobelth has been getting pushed in by Jensen, and Cloud9 is going to be keeping the gold even, as well as getting the Infernal Dragon. So great job by Jensen shoving in Pobelth so heavily.
That's what it's been. Like we said, some series with just the zillion pushes from Bjergsen against the Victor, and now the Exir against the LeBlanc, who can't exactly trade back the push as well. Results in mid-turret. Where are they going to go from here? Cloud9 looks like they want even more vision. Third one's just going to drop, or second one, I should say. First one was Immortals top lane, but they're going to ring around the rosy here, try and get all these outer turrets down.
Yeah, and I mean, Jensen getting that turret early is just so huge. I think that was for a couple of different reasons. One of them was the recall timings of the champions, because obviously Reignover actually denied the blue buff from Jensen early, so you would have expected Pobelth to do a little bit better.
That's true.
But when Jensen backed very early on, he had 2 Doran's rings and a cloak versus just 1 Doran's ring and a cloak, which gives him a little bit more pushing power. Add that to the summoner spell choice we talked about early in the game, where Pobelter brings teleport, and he doesn't have kill pressure on Jensen. So when Jensen was able to itemize early defense, as well as 2 Dorans to push, he consistently stayed pushed up in that lane, shipped the turret down time and time again, and eventually was able to push it down from Pobelter. So really well played by Jensen to get enough chip damage and keep the lane in a position so that when Meteos was arriving, they could take the turret.
I thought that would be one of the bans as well, the Azir on the side of Jensen. Something I just said he had to build up to, but definitely showed very, very well on it towards the end of the season and has held that pretty strong throughout the wait, if you will, here in their boot camp over to Korea. Right now, still pushing up quite actually heavily here on mid lane against Pobelter. Not too much warding around him. Echo, or Huni rather, on the top lane, pushing in Impact still, waiting to see what he can provide for the team in these fights, but he's not really that far behind if you look at it. It seems like Huni has been taking it to him all lane, but Impact's holding.
Yeah, Impact is even in CS. I would still say Huni's had the pressure advantage. That's
for sure.
Because Reignover has been ganking, and Huni also has to come back from that really bad play he made in the bottom lane when he gave up first blood.
That's true. That's true.
And he's still up in CS. So the Rod of Ages Echo giving a little bit of pain to Impact. But like you said, Impact keeping up in CS and will just be a tank in teamfights.
We'll be seeing soon. Nobody's really grouped up just yet. It's all been the cross-map plays as these outer turrets are still up and slowing things down. Back lane, or bot lane is already back. Sneaky 127 to Wild Turtles 131. Those two actually consistently either plus or minus 3 on their opponent throughout the spring split, so keeping true to that as well.
See Daisy. The Wolves reset on Meteos. Going back for more. Gets some counter jungling in of his own.
Trying to deny as much as possible. Get in the hair of Reignover a little bit as well after that early game pressure.
Well, Reignover's been really good about finding multiple wards with his Raptor buff. Can't quite get the duration. Oh, they get Sneaky with the teleport.
Oh, the net. He tried to dodge it for a bit of movement. Can he make it to the portal? He could not. The magical journey is taken by Huni. Parallel Convergence is in, and the Tempered Fate is going to be flashed away by Huni. He's looking for the kill. They put it down with Pobelter, and now the tank is on to Reignover. He is gigantic, and they have all day to hang out under this turret. Reignover throws an undertow backwards to pick up a kill for himself, and the next one goes to Huni, as it is a 5-man Immortal Swarm in the bot lane.
Whoa, and they get 4 kills for it, so everything we had talked about from Pobelter having teleport and how it was hurting them from the laning phase is corrected right there with the Ash Arrow into double teleport. That is actually Immortals' whole strategy coming into this game, was Ash Arrow and just mob bottom lane. They double teleport at close to exactly the right time. They both pop out. They prioritize the targets with Pobelter going for one and Huni going for the other. And then you're wondering if this is going to be a repeat of Huni over diving, but they had already killed the Caitlyn, so the majority of the DPS was gone. Azir was not there because Jensen had been pushing out the mid lane, and they just get to sit under this turret. This time they properly managed turret aggro. Meteos is trapped, and 4 kills come out from a nice double TP and a successful Ash Arrow. Great execution of their composition right there from Immortal.
A lot of love for Huni here in the top. He gets a good stun on Parallel Convergence, but gets trapped into the fight as he goes for the dive onto Bunny Fufu. Great placement by Sneaky and the team to get that down.
Yeah, and Jensen catches Turtle as well, so Cloud9's trying to strike back a little bit. Jensen is by his lonesome, but the rest of his team is helping him out.
The plethora of wards are paying off for Cloud9. Throwing the far sights forward and keeping the sight stones coming. They're getting a few here and there.
Yeah, and Azir turret ends up going down at the end of that one. But basically, as Immortals used all of their resources to go down and gank bottom lane, Jensen wasn't even involved in that fight, so he's able to find Wild Turtle in the jungle and punish. And a big roam up top punishes Huni for being a little bit overzealous. And the game actually stays quite close after Immortals seem to just kind of have that switch that they pulled to get 4 kills in the bottom lane. They end up getting 2 back.
Jensen being alive picked up quite a bit of CS on that one, and now a kill for himself will catapult forward. Quick Sork boots by for him, and here's how it happened.
Yeah, with the gank already happening in the top lane, Wild Turtle did not expect Jensen to just be chilling there. Azir ult into the wall, Ash Arrow to the face.
He got his flash. He got his flash.
There we go. They did it. 100% blame Wild Turtle for that one because he would have expected Azir to be coming up with the dive. You usually expect all hands on deck when someone's going for a dive, but really smart of Jensen to wait for the Immortals response there. And he kept with Wild Turtle.
Blue over to Jensen. Top lane is going to be pushing in Cloud9's favor. They don't really have to worry about that right now. They're worried about a mid lane fight. Seeing Rainover peek out from the side, though. They still want it. Turtle goes down immediately. Bunny Fufu's going to be the next as Emperor's Divide is actually keeping Impact from going around here. Fight's pretty broken up now. Kuni back in with his Chrono Break. And that resets everything just a little bit as it's now 4 members on the side of Immortals facing 3 of Cloud9.
And Immortals actually come out on top there. Wild Turtle got the small stun because his Ash Arrow came out, and Jensen had shifted all the way in, so they found themselves staring right at an angry Olaf who ended up picking up a double kill.
Yeah.
So now Immortals has to counter push off this.
Kind of seemed like they were in, let's keep going for it when they could have pulled out, but it could cost them more here. Impact trying to hold the turret as much as possible, but it's a 4v2 right now. And Impact's going to get tethered in by Adrian. The kill to be finished. Huni makes it over finally, but it is going to cost him his life in the end. That Z-Drive convergence almost getting him out.
Yep, really low mana on Adrian as well,
Resonance,
so he couldn't help speed him out.
Yep.
So it ends up being a 1-for-1. Not a great turret defense there by Impact. It was 2v4. They should have just given the turret up. But he tries to stay a little bit too long. So definitely some early season mishaps, you would say, coming from both teams. Huni not super clean on some of his dives, and Cloud9 a little bit of miscommunication, but being able to pick up his second Drake is very fortunate.
Ocean Drake going over. That will be for Cloud9. So they have 2 now for themselves. Ocean and Infernal will help even more as they get towards the late game here. We'll see how they continue to use those. More or less just help them hang out in lane.
Yeah, I think Ocean Drake is really, really good, especially for Cloud9, who's going to be trying to set up siege situations. So if they take any poke from LeBlanc trying to dash in and land a few spells, or a Karma Q that goes and connects, or a volley, they can just back up, get out of champion combat, they get that extra percentage regen, and they'll be able to stay on the map for longer in the mid game, which is really, really potent.
Essence Reaver finished up for Turtle. Hurricane finished up for Sneaky. So a few core items are on the board. Both junglers are Cinder Hulk, as we would expect. The Righteous Glory for Rainover. We haven't seen in a while.
Yeah, he wants to go fast. He's
gotta go fast.
You know, he's the only guy that plays a lot of Olaf in competitive, so he's still going to have his own way of building it, and he kind of dictates what is good on this champion. He knows it better than anyone. Definitely some efficiency questions with that item. 500 health, 300 mana. And they changed a little bit in the off-season, or in the mid-season. Gives him 75% move speed when going towards enemies, but it doesn't haste the whole team. So he's going to be kind of going on solo missions.
That'll work. That sounds like Rainover. Huni will probably join just a little bit after, or Huni.
Yeah, well, they can double teleport in as Rainover's flying in. Ghost in his Righteous Glory.
Sneaky can't really aggress with the team he was just taken out, so Meteos and Bunny Fufu forced to fight by themselves here. Not enough minions to take the top turret. Immortals is kind of fizzling out this push here as they looked for a pick, but they're not in a rush to really get anything here. 3,000 gold lead for themselves. They're working it quite nicely after a little bit of a mishap in the early game.
Yeah, and now Immortals trying to push all 3 waves. One of their trademarks during the regular season was the fact that they just always had the waves in the right position. So even if the kills were close, even if it looked like they were dying, their gold lead was always huge. And then every once in a while they get a few kills and just take down like 3 or 4 turrets directly after, and suddenly the gold lead was 10 to 15,000. This game though, C9 is still hanging pretty tight. They also have the incredibly potent team fight potential of Azir and Caitlyn in the very late game if it gets there. But I think for Cloud9, the challenge is going to be staying controlled against all of the initiation potential of the Ash Arrow as well as the double TP from Immortals.
It's going to be so difficult, as you were talking about the lanes. Top, bottom still haven't dropped, so those are pushing in even faster each time. So Immortals is just kind of have a lot of time to play with in those side lanes. Cobalt are already back to the top to get that push, and Huni hovering bottom.
Yeah, the only turret Cloud9 has taken was the one that Jensen grabbed really early on.
Yeah.
So the rest of the lanes haven't had much pressure, and there's another Ash Arrow.
Oh, Sneaky gets found again with the initiation from Turtle. They're able to do it from so far away. And Cloud9 is not expecting it. Rainover looking for that quick 1v1, but they're actually getting a lot of pressure on this and may turn around, find themselves Baron.
The accuracy on Wild Turtle's Ash Arrows are super key right here because as soon as a McHale's gets pulled for Bunny Fufu or Sneaky has time to go for QSS, it's going to lose its effectiveness, but they've been able to get big rewards out of the last few, and now they go straight for Baron. It's going to be tricky, though. Bardalt can stall it if Cloud9 wants to fight.
Uni very low. Chrono Break to start the fight. Looks like they're going to Tempered Fate it. They pull back for now. Adrian gets killed by Baron. Great damage as he was held back by Jensen. Rainover very low to go down. C9 fighting this one well. Impact flashes away, and Jensen's doing what he can. A triple, looking for a quadra from Jensen. Pobelter's on the left, and they almost know it immediately as he phases away with his distortion. That's the quadra kill for Jensen in the Baron attempt by Immortals.
Jensen does an insane amount of work in that fight. You knew Immortals was getting a little bit dicey by going for that with just a 5v4 in a pretty close game. And we're not even in the late game yet, and the teamfight potential of Jensen is already there. So he played that fight spectacularly.
Yeah.
The Baron that did kill Adrian was also because there was a very tricky-to-see Sand Soldier that Jensen had snuck in there from over the wall. So you can see the very start of this fight, Huni ults back, and then you can see Jensen gets pretty close, and he throws a Sand Soldier in there and gets 2 hits full onto Adrian. So he actually procs Thunderlords as well as when Baron was hitting him. And then it's really just all Jensen in this fight as he's able to also take down Wild Turtle while Pobelter was trying to threaten him off with damage. Doesn't get fooled by the clone. Able to finish off the kill with yet another hit.
Cooney was in penta health range as well. He just got the better of Impact and was able to make it out. But 6-1-0 now. It's like Jensen has been going back and basically buying full items each time. Finally able to make an impact with one of them. His Immortals bit off way more than they could shoot.
Yeah, last year the all LCS first team was Huni, Rainover, Wild Turtle, Adrian. 4/5 of the Immortal starting roster, although many people thought Aphromoo and Piglet should have been there, but it was 4/5. And then Jensen in the mid lane, right over for Pobelter. And you're kind of seeing why right here, because Jensen can be such a high performer in critical situations. Really, the main reason they're winning this game, from his lane pressure onto Pobelter, being the only turret Cloud9 has taken even still to that quadra kill. But now, TP from Huni. They're trying to lock down Jensen.
Oh, as would I. Jensen goes right down. That kill, much needed to Wild Turtle. Put some cash in his pocket. And now they're on to Meteos, really looking to do some damage here. Possibly finalize another kill. He is a tanky target, and they're going to have to give up on that. Impact is in. The team tries to get away. Rainover right into a cupcake. Goes down. The ultimate already quartered down. Don't know why he tried to dive so hard. The eyes onto Huni, but the eyes could also be on the rest of the map as a big wave is mid, and they're pushing Immortals back.
Oh,
Meteos rushes out with the Void Rush, and now they are onto the map for another Ocean Drake.
Oh, that is so huge. The fact that Cloud9 have now controlled the first 3 Drakes, and the fact that they get double Ocean, which really means if they don't die immediately in fights, I feel like they can just back up, but now be getting 8% of their missing health and mana every 8 seconds out of combat from this Ocean Drake.
So nice for Meteos. He just goes into the ground. He's like, oh.
Yeah, already healing from Rek'Sai, and now just going to be able to heal the full. And a turnaround there from Impact, so the best play he's made all game for sure. Being able to hit Rainover onto a cupcake just to ensure the doom. And we got ourselves a game here. Immortals with the gold lead and some of the aggression, but Cloud9 with the scaling with 3 Dragons as well as here. Here Jensen gets trapped in the Echo Stun. Huni then ults back a little bit prematurely. I don't think he necessarily needed to do that because he needed it as a backup plan for this dive. Impact biding his time. Goes in and just flops Rainover right over that trap. Bloop. The Immortals have to back away.
Rainover ult up, Huni ult up, teleports halfway down for Huni and almost up for Pobelter, so no place to really be had there. They kind of lost control over the map. Still having Pobelter go to the top lane though. Farm out the top lane every time he can. He's got quick movement to come back to the mid lane if possible, but Huni as well trying to do janitorial duty on those bot lane waves.
Yeah, and it's actually really tricky for Immortals to set up teleport plays because their wards in this game are really poor. They only have the 1 Sightstone, which is normal, but then they've also gone Chilling Smite on Rainover, and up until Huni completing these items and buying a peak ward, there were 3 people on Immortals that had full inventories with no room for pink ward. So not only did they not have Sightstone coverage, they couldn't even get pink ward coverage on the map. And you need sight wards or pink wards in order to channel teleports on for flank opportunities. So really their only way of finding fights is that Wild Turtle somehow sees them with Hawkshot and then sees them to get the ultimate off. So we can kind of see some of the things that are stalling Immortals in this game, from taking that gold lead to more prominence.
Well, here you go. If they always have the minion waves pushed, then you can teleport to the minion.
Then you can teleport to the minion. I mean, you can see right now, they're going for a flank, maybe, but they're so far away in Cloud9, they have to respect it. Echo and LeBlanc can sneak up on them.
They have such good wards behind them as well. They're able to deter this hit from Echo here. That pink ward he just walked over, no time to even clear it. And they're ready to set back up again and assess the situation. Fullbelter's now to the bot lane, so aggression is definitely a possibility, but there still is the disengage arrow on the side of Immortals.
Yeah. Fullbelter knows he's got teleport, so he's just going to try and get some easy damage on this turret in the bottom lane. Prompt response from Impact, who also has teleport. And actually, Fullbelter's got to do a lot of juking because he cannot kill Impact. Oh, Impact misses ultimate. That's unfortunate.
About that juking.
Crazy. Impact, Wisp, Body Slam, and then ultimate.
Well played, though. You gotta give credit to Fullbelter as well. Making his moves unknown to his opponent. Actually, not too unknown. Down to half health now as he still tries to tango with Impact. The teleport's there. It doesn't look like C9 wants to fight off more than they can chew, knowing that those teleports may be available. 230, 220. The CS is being cleaned up pretty much everywhere around the map accordingly. Jensen still kept that lead from not being in the bottom fight, and it's extended a little bit. But since that fight, Immortals have said, hey, Jensen's pretty strong. We probably shouldn't fight him right now when he's 6-1. So they killed him once, and they're waiting for that next chance.
Yeah, but now he's completed Rylai's, Void Staff.
Yeah,
and
it'll be a little bit harder.
Meanwhile, Sneaky's approaching the really powerful point in the game for Caitlyn. Once he completes that second Zeal item, he'll be hitting the 70 to 80% crit thresholds on Caitlyn.
Yeah.
Crit headshots with the Hurricane, very frequent and very painful. So really liking Cloud9's chances as this game moves on. Impact is going to have to make sure to place his spells properly. I've never liked the way Gragas scales in the late game, especially when you compare him to what Echo will be able to bring. But if Impact can land the right type of ultimate onto Wild Turtle, none of those scaling problems will matter because they'll instantly be able to kill Wild Turtle. Definitely, Cloud9 has definitely been able to weather the storm from those 4 kills Immortals got in the bottom lane.
Back and forth for Huni and Impact. Doesn't look like much is going to come out of this tank fight. A lot of pings towards the top side. Both teleports are up. Who could be faster? Rek'Sai turret, their tunnel's getting taken down, so they can't Void Rush into a spot behind. Immortals looks like they actually want to pressure for a fight again. They kind of want to test the waters and see what Cloud9 can bring to the table. Bot lane should be taken down slowly by Impact as all this is being set up. If he decides to back.
Impact, still just the one turret taken down for Cloud9.
Yeah.
So if they're going to win this game, it's going to have to be off of a big team fight win, and then probably a push. Could also be a sign of another shot calling not necessarily being as clean. They're just kind of reacting to what Immortals is doing to pull off some of these plays, but still a lot of the talent there for Cloud9 to make these plays happen. There's the second turret. Here we go.
This is money on this outside that could finish these Frozen Hearts, these other items that these guys are trying to build up here and get themselves into a position where they can take these fights without feeling too scared. Already pushing down mid lane, trying to dictate this one. Huni's brought to the bottom. And it looks like Impact may try to just waltz over here. He's going to try to play the Fog of War game and mess with Huni as the team tries to take mid now.
Yeah, definitely been fightless for a while, given enough time for everyone to have all of their summoner spells up. Next fight could definitely be very explosive. 31 minutes in, death timers are getting longer. The 4th dragon is spawned. It's the Cloud Dragon. So Cloud9 would be able to just kind of back up and take that if they choose to. But Fullbelter looking for a flank.
Ooh. Jensen quickly back and forth. They dodge. Meteos gets hit by the arrow. Reignover's trying to go right for the back line, and he is going to get obliterated in his attempt. They put the turret up, and they cannot get past the Cloud9 defense. Huni's on the outside trying to poke in from the wing now. and it was just an instant wall that Immortals hit when they attempted that.
Rainover just not enough power to go through. It looked like they were getting a lot of damage on a Jensen. All attempts were to make it there. Cloud9 actually used both Jensen's and Sneaky's heal to try and keep him alive right there, even with the diminishing returns on heal. But it does keep him up. That means they kill Pobelt and Rainover, and now they might look to turn for Baron. They're pretty low, though. Maybe just a recall.
It would be scary. Even though it's not a 50-50, you have to wonder how much damage you can get from the outside of.
Oh, boy. That's Immortals
Or do they
behind
still
them.
want
All
it?
the ruse.
Drag Assault is not up, but they may have the control. Hooney's going to be hit here. Chrono Break goes back. It's enough damage to not deter, rather, Cloud9. They stay in the fight knowing they're going to capitalize on 2 more kills. It's Wild Turtle and Hooney, but now Rainover's up. Does he go face first into the Baron pit for the 50-50?
And look at the regen that Cloud9's been able to get because of those 2 Ocean Drakes as well. When they fall back to return that fight, they all come back at full health by the time Meteor Assault's back in. Now, Rainover going for a steal. They're just going to try and kill him.
Oh, he's like, I can hit it, I can do this. Oh, he stole it. Pobelter came in and added the extra damage necessary. Immortals working together.
They'd taken it to 1500 and they chose to stop damage on it, but Rainover just popped his ultimate and his ghost, and then Pobelter and Rainover combined just bursted it down into smite range and took it. Oh, what a clutch Baron steal there for Immortals. Like, I actually think Cloud9 did the correct thing of like, oh yeah, by the way, stop damage on Baron, turn and kill the jungler. But Immortals, I guess Cloud9 didn't stop damage early enough. They
Damned
had
if you do,
around
damned
3,000.
if you don't.
Yeah, but that'll be
Either
4th
way.
Dragon for Cloud9 as well. Now they move fast.
Oh, do they get this one as well? Pobelter will tank it up, get that for himself. So, cash money around the board. And a Cloud Drake being picked up. Gotta go fast.
Yeah.
See what happens. So Adrian's here toying with them, pulling a few off. So the shield
So we need to pay attention to the Baron health right there. He speeds them up. Like they peeled off at 1500, and they just burst it. Pobelter uses a spell combo, and Rainover smites from 650, and Meteos was already peeled out to try and stop Rainover, so he may not have even been looking at the Baron at the time.
Yep. It was Impact was the closest one pretty much to it.
Yeah, really clutch steal because Cloud9 with the double Ocean Drake and the Infernal Drake, once they added the Baron buff right there, they would have been able to set up very prolonged and dangerous sieges since Caitlyn and Azir have been getting so powerful that it would have really forced Immortals into like really, really difficult initiation attempts that have to be completely all in, because if they just poke him, it's not going to be enough. But now with the Baron, it makes it so Cloud9's siege isn't nearly as powerful. And Immortals can even get some split lane pressure because they have Baron-empowered minions on multiple people.
Looking good all around. Adrian picking up his Ardent sensor. Give the team some assistance in those shields. There's one for himself and a teammate there as he mantras out as they poke back. Meteor so tanky right now as well. Dead Man's Play, Spirit Visage, and another Chain Vest on top of it. But Cloud9 respecting Immortals here, but it's really giving them a lot of map control. Hooney to the top side, and Pobelter really not leaving a side lane either.
Yeah, the 4 Drakes are definitely the defining factor in this game. Immortal's going to have to pull up some magic or just a really clean initiation.
Yeah, we got Elder now.
To get anything done, but the windows that Immortals was capitalizing on to get their early lead that they kind of lost when they went for that Baron that resulted in the Jensen Quadra kill. Oh, Impact is looking to kill Pobelter. Go for the one with the blue buff. They both have blue buff. Oh no, what do you do? Pobelter gets away.
That's right.
But anyway, the Ash Arrow is not nearly as effective anymore because there's a QSS on Sneaky and a McHale's onto Bunny Fufu. So even if they can land an Ash Arrow onto Jensen, Bunny can McHale's him to allow him to shift out. And his flash is almost back off of cooldown. So much more difficult for Immortals to get any type of lockdown in these fights.
There's a lot of safety as well in the Zanyas for a Azir as well. An Azir, I should say. Just after these Zanyas, Emperor's Divide. My team's around me. Usually Zanyas is kind of like, well, now I just look gold before I die.
Well, they hit him, and Bunny's actually not there, but neither is Immortals.
Gets to hold the Zanyas. Meteos already used his tunnel, so he's forced to flash on that one, and Bunny Fufu throws out a quick relic for him to speed away with some health on. So Immortals not shy at all at this point in the game. They want to be able to pressure what lead they have, be it only 2,000 gold. The pressure is on. Reignover down mid. Emperor's Divide does not push away the Ragnarok. And now they're going to be going for the fight. Impact throws down the cask and it separates them. Reignover in a 5v1, and the team cannot enter the ring with him.
And Huni ends up well away from the fight. Watch that again. He does finish off Jensen on the backside. So it ends up being 1-4, and I think Jensen going for the game.
Look at this one-man turret here.
Oh,
the
that damage on
pressure.
Sneaky.
Sneaky's gonna go down as well. Pobelter reroutes from the bottom side. Now they're on to Meteos as he takes the arrow to the face, or rather a knee, if you will. 37-47 on the clock, and Immortals have the map to themselves.
Oh my goodness, that Huni play. I have to see like where he went in that fight to reappear and just crush. Cloud9 essentially finishes off Jensen and does all the relevant damage to Sneaky when Hope was seemingly lost as well for Immortals. They're going to be able to pick up a lot of turrets. They have really substantial death time as just a tank and a support up. They could get an inhibitor, maybe more.
Oh, the damage coming in. Impact wasn't even ready. He has been one of the last men standing.
And then Huni dies to Impact.
Goes
Huni! Huni giveth, Huni taketh away. We'll see this fight one more time. Yeah, so Huni's in top lane. Obviously, Jensen had gone. This is the really early version of the fight where Meteos gets caught out. And then in a little bit, Jensen's going to go for a big play by shifting really far forward. But remember, Gragas is gone and Meteos is recalling. So Jensen must have just felt incredibly powerful and saw Adrian. But Adrian flashed away. Like, that's just a poor play by Jensen. And meanwhile, Huni's like way over on the side. You can see. And he teleports in, and then he must ult back out. Yeah, and he flies right back to his teleport location. So Huni actually misplays the early portion of this fight hugely. Echo ulting back to the start of his teleport location. But then he just kind of waits in the wings to finish off Jensen, gets the stun, nothing he can do.
Jensen just watching the fight as he backs.
And then later on, he's also able to take down Wild Turtle, which I think was the more impressive part of the fight. So Huni like making misplays and then making up for the misplay and then making another mistake. He's just, he wants to be the defining factor in this game, right? One way or the other.
He is Huni.
Yeah, that's a huge amount of gold for Immortals. They pick up a bunch of shutdown kills as well as multiple turrets.
Yep.
So gold is back on them, but the Elder Drake is coming up in 15 seconds.
Huni making mistakes look good sometimes as Immortals continue to pressure in 17-14 though. Cloud9's definitely still fighting back, and one of the main reasons the whole base has not fallen yet. They still get a few members of Immortals down and are able to hold the defense after a fight that they did lose.
Yeah.
And it's the pressure into the chase. No Sivir action coming from Immortals, so they can't get in, but Impact actually gives them the range that they need.
Damage.
They had just tried to initiate, said no, but said, hey, we'll send one in, and then Ali Oxenfree, everybody come over from Immortals, and they're on to Cloud9. C9 Meteos looks like he could go down in the same fashion as last time, just against the wall in mid. And Jensen,
gonna win.
one last shot. He gets over the wall, but now they're even onto his teammate. That's Sneaky that goes down. Pobelter, he's just walking along. Boom, there it is. Distorts right into the face of Jensen, and that's the ace.
Even if Immortals doesn't have minions, the death timers are so substantial, 49 minutes in here, that Immortals can just take the inhibitor and maybe even just face tank the Nexus turret. It's going to be a little tricky.
None of their tanky dude. I guess it's just Reignover that would be able to get in there. Huni probably for a few
Karma
now.
shields. Huni can get his shield from his parallel converters. They're just going to go
That's
for
true.
it.
The Karma shield is big. Then the mantra is the repeat. They're going to be able to keep going with that for a while. That's one Nexus turret. Immortals looking for the first game of the series here against Cloud9, who had dominated the Dragons, dominated a bit of the early game, but Immortals able to come back and 41-19 control a solid game and take game one.
Wow, and definitely not in convincing fashion, but still the very final fight just felt like it all fell apart for Cloud9. They had these tremendously fed damage dealers in Jensen and Sneaky, but Cloud9's front line just evaporated without really providing any presence. And Immortals was just using the Karma speed-ups as well as the Ghost and Righteous Glory of Reignover as well as Huni, and just ran through Cloud9, which, when you consider the fact that they'd already accumulated 4 dragons, now mind you, only 1 Infernal Drake, And late in the game, the Ocean Drake, when everyone is full health, also isn't helping you. And the out-of-combat move speed was only going to help. So really, they're just fighting against that 8% attack damage and ability power at the very end. Immortals recognized that, went straight for it, knew they had pretty close items, outplayed Cloud9 in the final team fight, and took it for the victory.
I think it would have been like the bee's knees if a few Earth or Mountain Drakes would have been in there. They probably would have meant the Outer Dragons for Cloud9, which stalled so much of their strategy. Once you have the mid down, we actually saw they got at least 1 or 2 kills. Jensen was in there getting a kill by Raptors. Then there was another one. But those 2 side lane turrets up don't allow you to do that safely at all.
Yeah, despite getting 17 kills and 4 Drakes, Cloud9 only killed 3 turrets the whole game. The top lane turret still standing at the end of the game for Immortals. It really was all about getting the right control for that Elder Drake, because the number of Drakes you have when you get Elder Dragon is just massive for the multiplicative damage. If they could have gotten the true damage burn from the 4 dragons, which would have been 235 true damage burn for every spell or auto over 3 seconds, for everyone, would have just won the fight for them clean off. But Immortals, stronger teamwork, I think, made a lot of mistakes that game, didn't tilt, stayed on it, and they were able to get first game of the series.
Good way to push it in. Cloud9 having also a little bit of trouble clearing on that. Gragas can, you can with soldiers, but once those are out, the team knows those abilities are down. Very easy to come back and just siege on that.
Yeah, also we did talk about the fall off that Gragas has in the late game. You compare the damage Huni was doing in the final fights versus how much Impact was doing. And when Impact also melts at the start of the fight, he's not tanking either. So really a non-factor in most of the game was Impact aside from one good ultimate.
All right, now for more on that Immortals victory, let's head over to the analyst desk.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Immortals picking up the first win of the day here against Cloud9. What a crazy game, though.
Yeah.
I mean, that one was very close, back and forth. We saw it multiple times, the lead kind of shifting and changing, Cloud9 having control of the Dragons, but Immortals still keeping that gold lead throughout the game. And on top of all that, before we got into the game, we saw a number of champion select, intricacies that we hadn't seen prior. In the Olaf making a reappearance for Reignover, as that's one of his favorite champions, as well as the Ashe coming in for Engage, and then the likes of the Gragas top lane against the Echo. So first, what do you make of the champion select that we saw come out of Cloud9 and Immortals here?
I think for Immortals, it seemed more standard for them because it's a Reignover thing where he picks Olaf. It's one of the strongest early game junglers, and you just turn it into a tank and run past everything, run past the Bard ult. I think you can run past the Zero ult too if you
get it before.
Yeah. And just crazy.
Yeah, I think it was a little interesting. I think like the Rek'Sai Gragas right away, it's like not much of a surprise factor. You figured out where like normally you might be able to like flex some of those. I understand first picking the Rek'Sai, keep it off of Reignover, which is also one of his best champs, but I think it might have been the case where C9 was playing a little bit around C9 or Immortals too much as opposed to their own game.
All right, well, and then of course, as we saw the game kind of play out, we saw a pretty early double TP into the bot lane by Immortals, picking up a 4-for-0 plus the turret. And we had some questions around the TP picked up on LeBlanc, and here it pays dividends as opposed to an Ignite in the mid lane.
Yeah, I think this is one of those situations where you see, Pobelter not performing that well in mid lane during the laning phase, but as soon as it's over, he's able to make a huge play in this bot lane. They pick everyone up, and they're able to take this turret. And he actually played the fight really well by splitting his target. While his team cleaned up 1 kill, he made sure the next couple were secured as well.
Yeah, so plenty of gold influx here. Darius, you got something?
The bottom line here was that the synergy of both the TPs were so well, you just don't expect it. So all of a sudden, whoa, 5 people bot. Jensen's still middle, like pushing the wave and walking down. It's like by the time it gets down there, the fight is already over. So I was like, oh man, I wasn't prepared for this,
Right, yeah, Azir not being able to keep up with that move there with the double TP, but a huge influx of gold there for Immortals. That was what was kind of keeping them in it against the likes of 4 dragons picked up for Cloud9 throughout the series. Infernal to start things off, follow that up with 2 Cloud Drakes. A lot of us were, we're sitting here saying this seems pretty, they're sitting pretty, as they move through. Of course, now we're going to welcome our Echo Fox and P1 viewers as they come in. We're talking right to them.
Wave, like, hello.
Hello, guys. As we're talking about Immortals' first victory over Cloud9 on the initial victory of the day. continuing to work through it. Cloud9 with those 4 dragons, as well as very quickly into the series, it pretty well looked like might be a game-breaking moment. Jensen picking up a quadra kill 23 minutes into the game. That's when you say all the gold just went onto the right person if I'm Cloud9.
Yeah, I think this is one of the defining moments in the game. It was a very early Baron call. They had really only killed the Caitlyn, and they're not that tanky. And C9 is able to collapse on this Baron attempt, and Jensen plays this fight just immaculately. Everyone else is always the focus until right about now, and he's still able to clean up all the kills, push the LeBlanc off him. He just played this fight super well.
And when all the gold goes onto Azir, one of your main damage carries after Sneaky, it's just really, really good as long as you don't get caught and as long as you don't get screwed over by the tank line.
But
right,
he got caught.
But he got caught. I mean, it's a good. I mean, it's a valid point to bring up, right? Which is because again, you would look at that and you'd say, if Cloud9 at this point plays it out properly, they should pretty much walk away with this game. They've got the gold on the right person in that Azir. Caitlyn is still powering up, sure, but if we can get our tank line and Gragas and Rek'Sai out in front of them, we should be able to kind of push through and take the objectives one by one. Immortals, though, finding their windows of opportunity to get those Ashe ults out and kind of capitalize on small picks here and there and snowball the game to victory from that.
That was pretty much the story of the game after the double TPs. After they finished pushing bottom, C9 was already in position in the enemy jungle where Turtle got caught, and then they kind of took turns where Sneaky got caught, Turtle got caught. Like, the tanks and the people who are catching are, like, not giving up any space, and it's just back and forth, and if you skip steps, you're going to get caught.
One of the things that Dyrus and I were talking about was the Echo build. Huni went AP, and so, like, our thoughts were that, like, if he just went tank, those team fights would have been a lot easier, because half the time it was rain over, like, solo diving, and if he just had one buddy, he could have got a kill or two.
Right.
But then it just still doesn't matter because Huni comes in at the end of the fight and cleans a couple people up. So it was this kind of like weird, I think we both preferred tank for the team comp, but he played it well and, got a lot of kills for his team.
Yeah, that brings us to about that 40-minute mark in the game where Immortals picks up an ace plus the base to close it out. So as we watch it play out here on this screen, we will see kind of the overwhelming amount of damage that comes out of the Immortals team comp, given the fact that they do have that full AP Echo.
Yeah, I mean, it's crazy. You just see the Olaf go flying in to finish off the Gragas there, and he's still just going in nonstop. And this is a time where once the front line is down and on the retreat, there's really not much you can do to stop that Olaf. He's just going to be a freight train running right at the rest of the team.
And one of the benefits of AP Echo right here, you just see Sneaky get one shot from 80% HP. It's pretty crazy for late game.
Yeah, it was one of those moments where you're looking at Jensen Sneaky and just saying, man, I feel so bad. They didn't even have a single moment to kind of turn and unleash the damage potential that they have, from their 2 champions. But well played by Immortals picking that up. That is going to, of course, take us to our player of the game. That's going to be awarded to Wild Turtle in this series. Again, Wild Turtle, I mean, we've spoken about him throughout the previous split, really stepping up within this Immortals roster, operating smoothly behind those frontliners that he has and putting out consistent damage for his team throughout the split.
Yeah, I think a lot of those fights all started with pretty critical Ashe arrows. He wasn't like airballing too many of them, so the team fights would have gone a lot worse if he just kept missing them and they had to try and pick it up from there.
So that'll conclude our coverage here of the Immortals and C9 first game of the series. We're going to kind of swap gears now over to Echo Fox and Phoenix 1, where Echo Fox picked up their first win after, again, another decently long, decently back and forth game. Initially when we were looking at it, the lane swap comes through at the very beginning of the game. Echo Fox coming out ahead of that, 2 turrets to 1. There were some immediate reservations around Phoenix and their inexperience having given up an extra turret in that lane swap, not being able to keep pace necessarily, but they made a number of good moves throughout the mid game to kind of keep themselves within striking distance of Fox.
Yeah, and I think this is one of the areas where like the best of 3 really shows its strengths. I think Phoenix 1 actually played pretty well, given how bad of a situation they put themselves in, off just like a small brain fart by like not finishing that turret off. So I think that's where you get to see, hopefully in game 2, they get to show that if they're on equal footing, they're going to outperform them.
Yeah, it's just one of those beginner or rookie mistakes that could be really big, but since the game was so drawn out, it didn't really matter too much.
Yeah, we did see a tremendous amount of dragon control from the side of Echo Fox. Again, kind of gifted that first dragon because of that lane swap stuff, but we saw 20 minutes into the game, still a lot of focus around this dragon area. Ultimately, 4 dragons going to go in the way of Echo Fox, and three of which being the Infernal Drake. So a lot of damage coming out of from this composition.
Yeah, and so up until now, even though Phoenix 1 was down dragons, they were actually up gold, and this was the first time that they really tried to make a move on the dragon. But because Echo Fox was already so far ahead with that dragons and the speed of their comp, they just charged in there and finished them off.
On top of that, it wasn't only just being ahead in gold, but positioning. There you could see Froggen coming in from the top, and P1 just wasn't grouped in time.
And let's talk about Froggen briefly, just because we did finally have an opportunity here in NA to see that Swain get played, and even through the lane phase, being a bit of a bully, massive CS, and then we saw multiple times just basically 1v5ing the team, at least for a period of time, when he would get caught out until his team shows up to save the day.
It's just one of those team comps where you have Maokai, Swain, Sivir, like there's just so much like tankiness between Maokai and Swain that either one of them could get caught and the fight will still go well for them because they just run at you, they have CC, and they do a ton of damage. So it's like, what am I doing against this comp? I can't kill them, and they're just really fast.
Yeah, I mean, you catch someone out of position, it doesn't matter. Sivir's going to get the rest of the team there in 5 seconds. So with those people in the side lanes being so tanky, they're not going to die during that time.
Well, so it'll come as no surprise then that our player of the game for our second series here is going to be Keith in that ADC position. Again, as that ADC, that Sivir, kind of being that crucial utilitarian of the team, right? Supplying that speed as well as the consistent damage to be behind those two frontliners in Swain and Maokai. Really just throwing it out there. 4-0-4 on Sivir, as you can see on your screen there.
Oddly enough, the AD carries being more of the utility for the team while the tanks do all the damage. It's really nice to see them get the MVP.
Yeah, absolutely. A little bit of MVP honors coming their way as they do what they need to do to get their teams their first victories of the series. We've already had 2 crazy games today, but we're just getting started with our best-of-3 format. Stay tuned for more action-packed games right after the break.
you beautiful people, to the Battle Arena. We're about to get into Game 2 between C9 and Immortals, where Cloud9 will look to rebound after that Game 1 loss. And notable players coming out. Obviously, they talked about it on the desk, but Wild Turtle, starting with the Ash Arrows to initiate a lot of those fights, was huge for that game.
Yeah, definitely a spread for Immortals as far as how they won that game, but Wild Turtle did get the Player of the Game honors. It's not necessarily his KDA, but it's more so because he was nearly perfectly accurate with those Ash Arrows, and it's what allowed them to stay in the game despite all of the fumbles they made. We also have Huni, who had great performances in the late game once he got to the high AP Echo, 7, 5, and 10 with nearly 90% kill participation on that champion.
And he almost kind of got the first blood thing, but it was him getting first blooded, so he'll look to stop that this time. Jensen, 7, 4, and 5, 33.9% of his team's damage is Azir. I think we saw most of it gathered in that fight, but he had a great early game as well.
This was a game where it looked like Jensen was going to be able to carry after that quadra kill that brought them back into the game at the Baron Pit. He did a lot of work in that game. He did make the one mistake in the mid lane that turned really bad for Cloud9 and gave Immortals that gold advantage for the late game team fight, but definitely not the reason they lost or anything. He was a huge performer in that game.
And one thing we have to mention going into the next game, it's the reason they brought a big roster, is Smoothie is going to be in for Bunny Fufu to switch things up.
Man, I almost got a feel for Bunny Fufu all this time, but it is the way they're going to be running this roster. Just like last split, he comes in, he plays Immortals, he loses, he gets benched. But this time it's not High that's coming in. It's actually going to be Smoothie who's going to be trying a game. Cloud9 has also gone out and said this isn't like a benching type of thing. They want to share time between Smoothie and Bunny Fufu because they're not sure which dynamic they like the most on the LCS stage, or whether they just want to kind of mix it up to give different voices and different players for the enemy team to also have to respond to.
I think that's smart at the beginning of the split as well. Find that synergy, and it may be against different teams that you find a better synergy with a player in their aggression or play style of defense.
Right, exactly, because even though dynamic seeding is important for the regular season, like last split, Cloud9 went with High the majority of the games, finished third in the regular season, and then lost to the 6th seed. So Cloud9 can experiment as long as they continue to finish the split in the top 6. If they find the right recipe before playoffs, they can still have success.
Oh, the Akali band coming through Cloud9 on Red's side. Lucian and Azir as well to start things off.
Can't say I've seen that recently. But I imagine maybe there's a matchup that Huni's really good with Akali. Or it was a misclick, one of the two.
I mean, we might have heard about the misclick by now.
Because if you do misclick a ban, if you notify the referees immediately, they can remake the champion select for you. So they're coming back to us for this one. They're going to discuss whether or not they informed the referee in time for the misclick, I would imagine, and whether or not they're going to be allowed to remake champion select for that choice. So probably not a pocket pick they're banning for, probably a mistake of some kind.
It was an Immortals misclick going into the ban phase, or Cloud9, I should say, misclick going into the ban phase. Looking at that, you could say maybe like a few months ago, you would have banned that Akali.
Yeah, the real mind game is now when Immortals locks in Akali as the first pick.
Oh, man. The longest con ever.
Yeah, so Champ Select has been remade. They are, now they're remaking Champ Select. Boop, here we
are
go.
out. So Cloud9 had a good early game. I feel like Jensen was getting the lane that he wanted, even though they weren't able to find Rainover in the beginning. Rainover gave Meteos a hard time. But they still held their own throughout all of that, thinking that Rainover would just kind of dominate Meteos, go to the top lane, and take down Impact. Not all of those kind of premonitions happen, or not premonitions, but expectations happen.
Yeah, exactly. Impact was able to not allow Immortals to snowball the game through the top lane, even though he wasn't a huge factor on Gragas. Also, Huni wasn't a big factor for a large portion of the game.
Yeah.
The Meteos versus Rainover matchup wasn't completely tilting. Meteos did get the first blood onto Huni, and even though there was some nice counter jungling by Rainover early, Meteos didn't really let it affect him very much. The biggest thing that is troubling for Cloud9 is the fact that they did have all those Drakes, and they had such a low turret kill number that game. They couldn't quite seem to keep pace with what Immortals was doing, which is what they'll need to do if they want to be able to win this series.
That's basically what their team wanted to do. Cloud9, I'm speaking of. Caitlyn, Azir, you are a turret-taking team. Like, you walk up and you take those things down. So to get one for as long as they did really put things in stall mode for their composition.
Yeah, I think that's a huge point to point out, is the fact that they had the turret-killing composition, and Immortals wouldn't have even had the most spectacular wave clear with just LeBlanc in there as well as the Ashe, but time and time again, Immortals was either able to get a flank teleport in as soon as Cloud9 would go to Siege, or they just wouldn't have the lane pressure to begin with.
So I wonder if Sneaky's sitting there now like, guys, let me play Ashe. Let me show you how it's done.
Let me play a Kali.
Let me play a Kali.
We got this. Yeah, still discussing.
Oh, that could happen, though. Cloud9 can bring back the Ashe Zyra lane.
They could actually. We saw Kiwi Kid play Zyra the other day. No Lemon Nation to pull out the Zyra support.
This is true.
Anymore. You know, there's now been 3 supports that have started for Cloud9 if we count Smoothie for this game since Lemon Nation started the game as support.
Yeah.
And he was the coach for the LCS team. Now he's going to be working with the Challenger squad, whether it's as a player or a coach. Kind of fluid situation they have over there.
This Sneaky gets this rotating door of supports that he has to continuously gain synergy with.
Yeah, I mean, that's potentially one of the downsides of swapping back and forth with support so often. I will say Sneaky did not allow it to affect him last split, whether he was with Bunny or with High. He was still an incredibly great performer for Cloud9. He's going to look to continue that. But it is definitely tough going up against all these guys that are always with the same support partner, the same duo over and over again.
We brought it up a little bit before the first game, but looking at the difference surrounding Cloud9 and how big the changes were compared to previous seasons, one change here, one change here, but kind of almost trying to revamp the entire team. When Cloud9 was at their max with the original, they showed you just what you could do being a little bit ahead of the curve. They were a lot, but even that little bit ahead of the curve, they kind of took the game by storm. I don't know if that form can ever be found again.
Yeah.
It was a crazy time for them.
Cloud9's first split in the LCS was 25-3. Immortals' first split in the LCS was 17-1. So in a sense, it was found by Immortals as far as their ability to outpace the competition. The big difference between those splits, though, Immortals finished 3rd. Cloud9 actually won. And continued on to the World Championship.
But that's the thing we expect that Immortals kind of has looming in the back of their head. They know of that situation. They're kicking themselves for it. And a lot of people think that it just won't happen again. They still have the same strength. They still bring the same thing to the table. And they're still going to be Spring Split Immortals.
Yeah, that's what they're hoping
without 3rd place in the end.
Yeah, apologies for the delay. Apparently there's a discussion ongoing about the Champion Select issue. Not entirely sure why we're a little bit delayed going back into Champion Select. The reason that we're here is Cloud9 banned Akali. We were questioning whether it was a valid ban. And they've been discussing with the referees and trying to remake the Champ Select. So here we go. If they ban Akali again, I am going to go crazy.
I mean, eat my hat.
Yeah,
I'm not even wearing a hat.
Different bans.
All right, so it's an Kanidali first ban for Cloud9. Azir, as it were, on the side for Immortals. And we are into picks and bans for Game 2 of the series here, as Cloud9 and Immortals till the soil of the battle arena as we get back into it.
Yeah, the Kindred ban is a double jungler ban again. Last game, we saw Cloud9 first pick the Rek'Sai with Nidalee and Kindred off the board, but Rainover was still very effective on the Olaf. Although I wouldn't be surprised to see a first pick Rek'Sai depending on the rest of these bans. Ryze ban is a given. Lucian and Azir bans are very, very strong champions to deny from Cloud9.
And Akali.
You...
Who do we have? Maokai was last one for Immortals as we went around in Game 1. Still could be pretty big for the initiation.
Yeah.
He'll have his Echo. Rainover will probably get his Rek'Sai here if he wishes to choose it and just keep things pretty even, not showing Cloud9 too much. Where is it?
Swain.
Swain Payne gets taken out. It is going to be the Echo.
Yeah, and here's the interesting thing. If they decide to go for the Echo eventually,
That's true, they didn't lock it in.
Impact has always really loved playing Maokai. He likes being on a tank that he can initiate on because he feels like he can control the game, and he likes to lead the game in that sense. He was even playing it before the buffs were last split. However, a damage Echo actually has great split pushing options against a tank Maokai because he can consistently proc the damage, get such a big shield from his parallel convergence, and actually win that duel in the mid to late game, which does make Maokai a much more dangerous pick against Echo, considering Huni's going to be going damage rather than tank.
Right. Also, I think it was Seraph yesterday who went the Fervor Echo as well. Tried to take that into the Maokai matchup.
Yeah, we did see that. He did Fervor Tank Echo.
Fervor Tank Echo.
Although Huni
likes to just
goes Thunderlords.
Yep. Trying to get Zeus to help him out. Karma and Rek'Sai locked in. The ladies of the league will start off Cloud9's team here. We'll see what they decide to do with that. Loving the Karma, though.
Yeah.
A lot of play in the summer split so far.
Yeah, the team-wide move speed the Karma can grant, as well as the really early laning power, is becoming a higher priority. It was sneaking up in priority even before the Dragon changes, but I can see it maintaining that, especially if we're seeing more standard lanes. But a poke champion going straight up against a heal champion, Agent's going to be pretty happy with that Soraka choice, I think.
Rained over Pick and Wild Turtle the Ezreal, something we've seen a lot more of, as pretty much Caitlyn, Sivir, Ez are kind of filtering in to be the AD carries after that Lucian ban.
Yeah, Cloud9's going big, though. They do the Maokai, they pick the Sivir, they want to just run at Immortals, get straight onto the Soraka, because currently Immortals doesn't have any hastes of their own to try and run away with. So if Cloud9 catches them in the open, maybe they'd have the move speed advantage.
They also have next to zero crowd control. It's very conditional right now to stop any of Cloud9 from getting inside that team.
Yeah,
and
pretty
just
much.
Rushing the back line.
Pretty much just going to be the Iceborne Gauntlet that Wild Turtle will build on Ezreal as of now, or parallel convergence from the Echo. So will they build in crowd control from the mid lane position? They almost have to.
Seen a few with Sandra's as well. Could lock down a good AoE area. But what do they want?
They go more for the poke composition. Varus has been a huge pick over in Korea, and it does give them some initiation. They can still land the Varus ultimate clean onto someone and basically kill him with poke afterwards.
Much more conditional arrow.
Pretty hard to land too, yeah.
Arrow ultimate. You do have that initiation, but Varus is all pretty tricky to hit, especially on a team that can spell shield, tend to twist it, advance out, or duck under your attacks. Smoothie, repping the love for remade Taric.
Throw Karma mid lane.
Yeah.
There was a really nasty Taric Rek'Sai combo that KT pulled out in week 1 of the LCK in Korea, where Taric would just roam extremely early and give the stun to the Rek'Sai as he goes in. But it's a Karma support, Fizz mid. Just wanted to mention that cool synergy.
Or Maokai mid Fizz top.
You never know.
Dun dun dun. So Jensen goes for the assassin this game in. Known back of the day for his Zed. He knows how to get in and out and get his hands dirty, so we'll see what he can provide on this Fizz. And the team's ready to follow him up as well with that composition.
Yeah, Immortals picked a lot of compositions last split that were fairly low in initiation and got away with it most of the time.
Yeah,
but this is Cloud9 picking a tremendously potent initiation team composition with the speed from Karma and Sivir, as well as just all other champions having their own ways to initiate that will only be augmented from their dual lane. It's going to make it very difficult for Immortals to pick their fights properly. So I do like this draft from now for Cloud9. Very straightforward in the way they want to play it.
Immortals is just saying, few Cloud Drakes and we'll be all right. They'll never catch us. It's going to be tough, though. We see him falling behind on the side of Immortals, and it could hurt quite bad. Lack of CC, more conditionally on Parallel Convergence, and Chain of Corruption from Varus can make it very difficult to lock down that Sivir ultimate from Cloud9. After that, Immortals win in Game 1. Let's see how things change for the rest of the series. Tweet hashtag IMTWin or hashtag C9Win, and let us know your predictions as always. I promise they will go up on the screen. And if you are participating, you will see how you are affecting the vote. Looks like Cloud9 is going to want to affect this early game a little bit more. As we get into this one, we are going to have a quick pause before we start the matchup.
Yeah, I'm wondering again if Pobelt is going to be able to hang against Jensen right here, because that's a matchup that can be incredibly swingy. Talking about the Fizz against the Varus specifically. Jungle pressure will obviously factor into it, but like an Olaf trying to gank a Fizz is a really sad sight. He throws an axe, even if it's going to land, Fizz just tops up on his pole and flies away. Yep. So if Jensen can get the upper hand on that lane, it will also cripple Immortals' chance at initiation, because if Varus falls behind and constantly has to fear getting one shot, he's not ever really going to be in position to even land his ultimate, to get the initiations, to let Immortals pick their fights. So really important matchup in the mid lane this match.
One thing we really haven't seen change is that focus that they give to Huni, allowing him that first champion all the time, allowing him to go for that Echo again. Definitely controls it enough from the top lane consistently that they can keep going back to him. And I think it actually helps them feel more comfortable in these type of various picks in the middle if things like that happen.
Yep, a lot of players are typing R in the chat, so many of them are ready. It's just I think the refs need to give the go-ahead, or maybe the player who's actually having the problem isn't typing R, and Cloud9 is trolling us, but I'm not entirely sure on how that would work.
Pretty Cloud9.
Sounds like what something Cloud9 would do. They're one of the most talkative teams in the pregame lobby before the game, always trying to communicate with as many people as they can before the match.
Hooney's actually pretty talkative as well.
Yeah.
He types it out.
In fact, Meteos was trying to tell me that Sneaky is the most potent shot caller of all time. He's going to be the first one to master shot calling as well as being a master of the AD carry position. I told him I would mention it on broadcast, so I'm fulfilling that promise right now.
There's one I'll always wonder is when Skara said
don't
that
believe him.
Cutie Pie was one of the smartest players he's ever played with.
So that is something that Skara absolutely believes. And in some ways it was true, because back when Cutie Pie played, like, he played more games than pretty much anyone else, and he played every position. So as far as like back then, when not many people knew that much about the game, Cutie Pie knew like almost every matchup at the time. There were some things that I don't think I'm a Cutie Pie was smart with. Like, I had to fight with him for an hour to stop running attack damage yellows and instead run armor, because I told him he would actually win 1v1s. Eventually he conceded, so it was a push and pull with I'm a Cutie Pie.
There you go. Getting back out of the rift. Everything is solved, resolved, and ready to go. And it is going to be even goal, 25 seconds in, but Immortals have one game. Now, let's get back into this. It's going to be a tough one here, I feel, for Immortals if they don't come out early. Cloud9 looking to really go aggressive on this matchup, and it's what I like to see this season. We've had a few long games, but we've also had a few games where players just keep at each other's necks. 5-minute flash of Rooney.
Oh boy, that's not the greatest start for Meteos, and considering he was able to secure first blood last game by using his flash. But, see, that's that trade, right? Reignover uses Ghost, burns flash for Meteos. Base cooldown for Reignover, because of the mastery he has, is 153 seconds, whereas Meteos' flash is 155 seconds. So it's essentially a 2-minute window now where Reignover will have a movement summoner spell and Meteos will not. So a worthwhile trade for Immortals.
Seeing the starts. Longsword Pots coming in. No biscuits there for Pole Belter. He's looking to keep his health up. Knows that Jensen's going to be going in and out. We've seen a lot more of these mid laners just want to stay back, stay safe, and clear. He actually, notably, we saw at MSI playing a lot of that, even on his Rise or Aurelion Soul. Just keep the lane pushed up, safe. Allow the junglers to really do a lot of work here. And we're going to start off camps on separate sides.
Yeah, and Cloud9's actually going to be able to get both Krugs over to what looks like they'll be giving the experience to Sneaky. So they're clearly going to give the big one too.
Smooth.
This is important. No, they gave it to Sneaky. So Sneaky will have level 2 very early on in the lane. Gets it right there.
Wild Turtle as well has basically the same thing. They're going to keep themselves safe just on 6 CS, which means they both took the bottom side. Smoothie going in. Fuki, excited to find him, but doesn't have too much damage or a dive to deliver anything over to the side of Smoothie. It looks like we're going to get the same on both sides. Mirrored play. So close. That undertow was nice.
Yeah, that was part skill, part luck from Reignover. Having that monster Q from Smoothie. That could have taken the entire camp. This is also a little bit interesting. I didn't think... So Immortals doesn't want to lane swap normally, I don't think. This is just a theory. I haven't necessarily gotten the word from their coach or anything. But they need Huni to be ahead, and they also want him to be a split-pushing force against Impact's Maokai. So especially in the new lane-swapping world, where you can't share jungle experience, almost all of it will go to the jungler. So the only experience the top laner is going to get is when he makes it to the lane. Huni now all the way down at bottom lane, but he's still just got 2 CS from the early laning phase in the top, and now he's sharing down in the bottom. Wonder if they're going to be giving him the solo turret gold, because that's almost required, in my opinion, to keep Huni in the game, and then Impact will have to do the same thing on the top side. If they don't, it'll show a very stark prioritization towards Sneaky's farm instead of Impact's.
See what their movement is. Reignover using that pressure to his advantage on that side, as Meteos already has, and it doesn't look like they're leaving just yet on either top or bottom. You do see Smoothie start to walk away. It looks like they are going to go ahead and give that top side to Impact.
Full share.
Yeah.
So
share it in the bot.
Yeah, full share for Immortals on all the gold, and then Impact gets solo experience, so that'll actually put Impact about 200 gold ahead of Huni in the early game. But Huni's going to stick around and farm the wave. He should shove it up because they should expect a swap back. This is basically the same lane swapping we would have seen pre-mid-season. So I'll mention how quickly Rainover is farming the jungle. He got 2 blue buffs once again because Minos decided not to take it early on Rek'Sai. And he's able to stay on the map very long.
It's like he's almost okay with it to avoid Rainover in the early part of the game. Make sure he can do what he needs to in any of the side lanes. Huni, getting every last CS that he can try to squeak out in that bottom lane.
It looked like he just missed the cannon minion there. Got the experience for it, which will be crucial, but that close to 50 gold will not be there.
Adrian just toying with Impact, making sure he doesn't CS evenly. He's actually denying quite a few.
And this is a difference between the two teams. Immortals is actually going to freeze a wave for Huni to pick up experience, whereas Cloud9 is shoving. So freezing feels a little antiquated for some teams. They want to just keep the map pressure up, and especially for Immortals, who usually just try and push. But now they're going to set up a freeze for Huni. So this is their way of getting him an advantage over Impact. Impact will have nowhere to farm while Huni keeps this frozen. But he will have his teleport up, and Cloud9 could look to make a play somewhere, like a 4-man dive bottom. Very interesting move there by Immortals.
Turtle's going to get safety from Adrian here, so that may be a little difficult, but they're also, as they're holding it off, kind of now allowing Cloud9 to work these waves, get up with their composition and siege any of these turrets. It's all too early, really, for much of that to happen, but the way that Immortals positions their waves kind of saves them from dives, their turrets going down, and this time they're stopping a lot more vision from coming into the jungle. Meteos close to that sight stone. So we'll see how fast he actually starts to get himself back in. That's one way Cloud9 really was able to hold the early game, is all the warding that went towards what was the dragon side of Immortals jungle.
Yeah, and as of now, I'm not a fan of the way Cloud9 is playing this. They sent Impact back up in the top lane to maybe Leech, but he's in such a dangerous spot. They'd have to go for a teleport play to break this down, but they actually catch Wild Turtle.
That's going to hit on the tether. Smoothie flashes forward. Both teleports come in. Meteos still wants to go for Turtle, and it looks like they may be able to finish it off as Impact comes in as well. The teleports were a little hesitated, but both top laners knew they wanted to complete and come in for the fight.
Yeah, so I think Impact could have been down there from the very beginning, and then you could teleport up to get the wave experience, since Huni would have to teleport down when Cloud9 does an aggressive play bottom, because that's how you break a freeze. You force a fight on the other side of the map, and you force a teleport to come through. They still get the end result. I think that's because Wild Turtle poked his head a little bit too far forward, and now Rainover's ghosting to try and make more happen.
Rainover basically solos Smoothie, who goes to ward the Dark Tri-Brush. This is going to cost Sneaky his life as well, and just like that, 0-1-0 becomes 2-1.
Yep, a little bit of an overstay there by Cloud9. They had sent all 5 people bottom for that initial play, allowing Pobelter to extend his CS lead on Jensen, who's now back in the lane with about a 25 deficit and a big wave about to crash into his turret. But really, that's just Rainover knowing when he can pick up the kills.
Very interesting as well. Cloud9 kind of like snap judgment maybe. They're farming a call in the bot lane. They still have damage, easy for me to say, with the 2 long swords that Sneaky picked up. But
they get in here without wards.
Backfired real quick. Now looking for something in the top lane. I like the hold on Impact. He stayed a little bit behind Meteos for the twisted advance, ensuring that Wild Turtle could not use Arcane Shift and a Summoner spell to get out. Now to the mid lane, and it's almost like Immortals just doesn't feel like Cloud9 is roaming, but they very much are.
Yeah, 2 big positioning mistakes right there for Immortals. Pobelter and Wild Turtle both just lining up for straightforward ganks from Cloud9. Props to the roam of Smoothie and Sneaky right there, because Huni was shoving up the wave and they were kind of giving away some creeps for that. But I mean, Wild Turtle, he has 1 pink ward deep in his jungle, but no coverage in the brush behind him. So Meteos and Impact just walk up. Adrian wasn't in range to heal either. And then Smoothie had passed through the jungle, through where their pink ward was to get there, so he avoided the wards from Pobelter. Pobelter did technically have wards in both sides of the river, so he felt safe. There's just 1 small gap in the vision that allowed him to get caught out there.
Seems like the mistakes of very small, I can just get this last minion, or Soraka's just behind me, she'll be able to help me, and they're really not paying respect to Cloud9's power right now.
They're like slight gambles. Those are the types of risks you don't want to take, right? They're low reward, medium risk. Whereas the way SKT often plays is like everything is low risk, and then it's a low to medium reward, and they just stack those up throughout the game. Not saying that's like the optimal way to play League of Legends, but if you're going to take a risk, the reward needs to be comparable in a theoretical sense. And getting the last few minions in lane for the fear of death is not a good equation.
Not worth. No matter what. 77 to 54, so there is a lead for Pobelter there, but giving up that kill means Jensen is going to be sitting quite nice. Sneaky clears a huge wave top lane, which basically would be evened out once we see Wild Turtle get back to lane and farm for himself. So the kills are back and forth. Nobody's really gained too much ground yet with those turrets going down together.
Yeah.
Tears stacking right now. Immortals just kind of hanging out.
Yeah, trying to compare this game to the last one a little bit.
Yeah.
As well. Pobelter would have had the pressure advantage in mid lane, but he's given up that kill, so Jensen can slide right back in there. And Wild Turtle on Ezreal already going to have to take a little bit of time to power up, since he's at the tier and sheen portion of his build. Sneaky's gone with the cull as well, so he'll be taking the time. They'll have plenty of it. It's just the 2 deaths are going to slow it down even more for Turtle. Jensen is pretty slippery.
Mooney says, what turrets? I'll go back. Chrono Break on to chum the waters so they don't get too much damage from that, if any. And the Chain of Corruptions hold Meteos in place. This all allows them to take mid turret, but do they give up Dragon for this? Or all those ultimates to say mid for us? Maybe they can still pressure for Dragon. Cloud9 doesn't actually have much room after that.
Yeah, Huni and Pobelter both had to burn theirs, whereas it was just Jensen who popped his. Loved watching the duel between Huni and Jensen behind the turret, though, where Huni used his ultimate to dodge the fish and also attempt to kill onto Jensen, and then Jensen dodged it with the Playful Trickster. So they're on top of each other, but Pobelter still has flash.
Sounds like they're on the hunt. Here comes Sneaky. The speed up is there, but it's going to wear off as players meet. And one last hit. Smoothie's going to pick it up with an auto attack as the team, they're kind of reaching on that one. Not sure if it was going to come in.
Yeah, and a bad death for Pobelter. Uses both summoner spells, still falls, and it just cost the ultimate from Sneaky. So really, Cloud9 got a few sneaky ganks off, and now that was just a brute force right there, where Pobelter wasn't respecting the initiation potential of the Sivir Karma. Maybe he thought they were sneaking Rift Herald, so he threw the ultimate down that way.
Possibly.
But
something we haven't seen really much pressure on in either game.
Yeah, and if anyone's going to put a priority on it, you would think it would be Immortals, because typically it's best on split pushers. It lasts for 20 minutes, and the damage won't actually stack up if you're near teammates. So it's specifically for soloists who are trying to get the advantages, and they last for a very, very long time.
Trying to counter these new beasts. The Infernal Drake goes down in favor of Immortals. They will walk away with that one quite happily in this early game. Buff up their poke a little bit, but not too much just yet. 18.8 across the board, 2 to 4 in kills, and Immortals again start to get a bit of a turret lead here. It's just that Cloud9 can keep up with that. It really hurt them last game, only getting that 1 turret so far into the early game. Or so late into the early game, I should say.
This time Jensen already in side lanes. Fizz has a little bit more freedom down there. It's been kind of hard for him to farm against Pobelter, so they just put Sneaky down in the mid lane. Easy for Sivir to just push out the wave incredibly quickly. And yeah, I do have to commend Immortals for their overall wave control in these games and their turret control. This time, though, they're also able to pick up the first Drake, so despite some poor positioning in lanes to leave themselves open to ganks, they've been playing the rest of the map quite well.
Huni getting a little love in the bot lane here. They're going to see how much pressure they can put on one of the final outer lane turrets. I should say side lane. And it looks like they'll be able to get this one quite easily. A few hits on, one more wave. Decide to stay or not. Looks like they actually decide to leave. Pressure is going from Pobelter towards the top, so Immortals, they're trying to flex the same thing here on the other side of the map. TP is up for Jensen.
Yeah, but once again, you can see just a huge number of Immortals people around an objective.
They're there so much earlier.
Then when you look where Cloud9 is, they're just kind of scattered around. Now, after Immortals is shown, they decide to group and get a push in, and they've cut off Pobelter, so they should be able to trade this objective. But let's see how Immortals tries to stop them.
Ooh.
That does not help at all.
Just in front of the wave. But it looks like enough from Pobelter being there in time stops them. So turret stopped in the top, turret stopped in mid. Both teams kind of running on empty on those plays. We'll see what else they can set up next time. Gold continues to stay even with the farming. Sightstone finally finished for Meteos here. And it looks like, again, sight won't, or vision, I should say, won't be that much of a priority once again on the side of Immortals just yet.
Yeah, so their vision right now...
It is pretty good still.
Yeah.
With what they've been putting out in.
They're kind of using human wards a little bit because they're so heavily invaded into the jungle of Cloud9 that they're kind of, since they're making Cloud9 react to them, they're hoping that they can keep vision on everyone. But definitely some holes open up. I mean, if you look at the Dragon area, it's completely black for Immortals. Next Dragon is Cloud Drake, so as far as the roaming game goes, that's actually very potent in the mid game. Late game, it becomes a little bit less so.
The ward life is a little bit stronger this time. Doesn't seem like Reignover has the same sonar he did last game. Cloud9's able to keep their security system up a little bit longer. And even for Jensen right now, he has a ton of wards on that bot lane. 5 that are protecting him, 2 for the early indication here. So he's just hanging out right now, easily farming that.
Yeah, and that's quite important because he's really critical in the way they initiate. Sneaky will be able to do a lot of damage, but as far as the Rek'Sai and the Maokai, they're just kind of there for lockdown.
Oh, that's what he was looking for.
He wants the stun.
Oh, Hugh's out of it, but still, Hooney's trying to get that Time Winder right into place. Jensen in a bad spot. There's the ultimate still from Hooney. It's going to be the playful Trickster over the Chrono Break. The final hit comes in. It actually draws down Meteos and Reignover as the junglers go toe-to-toe there. I said he was doing that easy, Jensen.
Yeah.
Actually not having too easy of a time.
Said it before, but watching those duels are actually really fun.
Yep.
Between Jensen and Hooney. Hooney got the big jump on Jensen because he caught him in a wave clear pattern. So Jensen had to fight back from behind. Wasn't quite able to do it. And a well-earned kill there for Hooney.
Got him close, though. See TP to the top lane. Impact a little deeper on his own turret than he wants to be, and Immortals are continuing to go. Very low mana bars here for Immortals, really relying on auto attacks to get themselves through this fight, and that may hurt just a little too much. There's 2 kills going over to Cloud9, and they're going to pick up Wild Turtle in the end. Meteos is going to bite down on Rek'Sai, and Reignover, the Ragnarok wears off, so the crowd control is going to be there if Cloud9 can put it down, and they may find Pobelter as well. His flash and barrier are up. He's forced to use one of them. But Immortals overstay their welcome a little too much.
Yeah, the triple kill comes in from Meteos on the collapse, and also the teleport comes in from Jensen, which allows them to all arrive as Immortals gets overzealous on the top lane turret dive. You know, Reignover and Hooney are making their fair share of plays, but making their fair share of mistakes as well. Immortals not starting this split the way they started last split, which was completely dominant.
Yeah.
Definitely a little bit of sloppiness mixed in there, and Cloud9's going to look to take this series to 3 if they can keep capitalizing on mistakes.
These plays would kind of fizzle out into maybe they lose a few, but they'll take this turret and then the next one. Now it's none of that, and they're seen running away from most of these.
And I think the very start of this fight was encouraging as they were able to have the Soraka there to stop any damage impact that Meteos could do. But Sneaky and Smoothie just get there so quickly. That's something that's so hard to estimate about a Silver Karma team is the move speed they can create to make it to places on the map. And Jensen's teleport comes in, also able to dodge the Pobelter arrow in the process. Pobelter has to flash over the wall for safety.
C9 are able to fend off the engage there, but not able to get too much off that other than kills the S3 to Meteos. It'll make him quite big for the front line, and for a poke team, that's great for him with no real crowd control that's going to come in as he tunnels into his target. You can see Hooney, the first bit of Time Winder, hardly even hurting Meteos right now. Doing himself pretty well this game. Level 12 for Jensen. He's the only one in the game right now as he's had a few decent fights the last time. Chain of Corruption is going to miss as Jensen does the playful and Trickster right over the ult. Cloud9 fighting off a little more than they wanted there as Reignover's able to flank from the side. He's going to be able to finalize this kill as well. No matter really what happens, I'm a liar, that teleport's going to stop him. And they back right out. He actually knows how far is too far.
Yeah.
Even with that Ragnarok rolling.
So an angry Olaf. We got to see how hard it could be for them to kill Pobelter. It was a very clean dive they did from the start, but then Adrian just kept healing and healing and healing. So they dove for a pretty long time and then allowed Reignover to close in on Smoothie, who was then out of movement speed. So they end up trading it 1-for-1.
Been the kind of turn of it. 1-for-1, 2-for-1 here. They trade back almost what looks like the same mistake in the same area as these teams go back and forth. Items being finished up now. We have the Yomus and that Hex Drinker for Pobelter. And looks like Immortals is really saying, we just want to get this turret down and go back. Impact, you're being a nuisance. Please back off. And he stayed at turrets a little too long. They're going to back off from him.
He's continuing to hold this.
Okay, they're not.
Turret, but I mean, Sivir and Karma are really far away right now. If Impact's going to want to make this a 3v3 now, 4v3.
Wild
let's see what
Turtle
they can do.
was focused on the turret, so Impact saved themselves some damage. Also with Vengeful Maelstrom mitigation, they are off. That Sivir ultimate actually was not used to get themselves back into that. They decided to stay safe, and one turret going down isn't that much.
Yeah. The top lane was not to be battlefield there. Turrets have gone down though. They were able to finish it off, so turret lead is extended for Immortals. Interesting to talk about the Cloud Drake in this game as well. So Cloud Drake would actually be weaker on teams like Cloud9 because they're already going so fast. Cloud Drake gives 15 to 30 to 45 out of combat movement speed, but an important rule to remember about movement speed is it has diminishing returns as you hit certain breakpoints. So once you're up to actually 490 movement speed, any additional movement speed hits 50% diminishing returns. So it's actually only half as effective. And I was paying attention to Sneaky's move speed when he ulted and got move speed from Smoothie, and he was over 600. So when they're actually initiating, the Cloud Dragon is going to be about half as effective because they're hitting such diminishing returns.
Quite interesting. Still not going to suck, but interesting.
Yeah. It's more important they actually deny it from Immortals because it's all about the delta in your move speed, which is the difference between your move speed and the opponent's movement speed. And Immortals will want to be faster to have a better chance of running away from the incredibly fast Cloud9.
And also Miss Jensen's Dark Seal stacking up. Hopefully he can get a few more onto that. He's died a few times recently, or at least once, I should say. And it looks like Love is going to be down for that Dragon. Over to Pobelter, the knockups, the crowd control. Something Immortals is lacking, but they will still try to run to the fight. Sneaky is the target. This is what we talked about Reignover also being able to do, but they focus down onto Huni now. Ragnarok's off, and they can just go for the back line every single time. Adrian's not even a thought during the fight.
Yeah, I mean, didn't need much move speed at the start of that fight. Impact just flashed. And they are picking on Pobelter so far in this game. You can see Reignover trying his best to run down Sneaky. I mean, they just really mobbed his Sivir as best as they could, but he's got move speed. He's actually not had a problem catching them. He would need more damage or tankiness because he's still dying at the end of that one. Jensen was able to clean up the end of the fight. Sneaky did enough damage at the start of it. And we're going to watch this one more time with the chains onto Pobelter, but Sneaky gets caught in the Varus ultimate, and then Hootie and Reignover just go for him. But once all that is done, you can see, like, Adrian is still pretty low, and Jensen's able to come right in, full combo Wild Turtle through an exhaust, and the rest of Cloud9 can just finish off Reignover. So, because of the nice initiation, very solid fight for Cloud9.
That's something I noticed as well last game. Even with the Karma, Adrian was running exhaust. Bunny and Smoothie have both run Ignite. Cloud9 really liking the aggressive pressure in those lanes, and it's coming through as well in the fights to help for some of the kills.
Yeah.
Zanyas and Amarilla Nabakan here for Jensen. He is going to be doing some big damage to basically everybody on the team, from Pobelter down to Adrian. He can zero out if he wants to.
Yeah, no Aegis has been able to be completed yet.
That's a good point. We went for Righteous Glory, though, on Reignover. Still big for him.
Yeah, but this time he's gone for the Sightstone. So they really need to be able to see where Cloud9 is, considering they can close the distance so well with Sivir and Karma. But that will hurt his combat effectiveness a little bit more so.
You can see the pieces of that Aegis on Adrian slowly building up. Meteos right into Pobelter. They're trying to lock down the crowd control. That Immortals has. Immedios is going to make it out alive with that passive heal. And it looks like they're going to be charging in here. Rainover will be the first one to go down. I should say second after Wild Turtle. He went down very fast in the fight. And once again, Immortals getting pushed off.
Yeah, and this is exactly what Cloud9 envisioned when they drafted this team composition. Just endless initiation that Immortals could not escape from, even with the Soraka. That's one of the big strengths of Soraka, is just like being able to disengage. And, you know, if the initiation doesn't stick, you heal back up to full and you continue your siege. But Cloud9 is just locking them down and picking up kills. 2 more for them now as they move for Dragon.
And you don't have gigantic AoE damage as well, unless Huni can time winder everyone, or an undertow hits everyone. You got shields from Smoothie that already buff you up in speed. More
Oh my god.
speed as
Huni stole
well,
it.
and
Huni stole it. Meteos wasn't there because he was low from the last fight, and Huni comboed it with his Time Winder. And I said the Cloud Dragon will be more important from Immortals, so they are able to secure it. Anyway, Impact comes in a little bit late to this fight, but it was a double TP play by Jensen and Impact, which is why the initiation collapsed so well, and Meteos still was able to get out alive, so it all worked out at the end of the day. Easily able to kill Wild Turtle and Rainover, but it doesn't even secure them the Dragon, because Huni was able to steal it. That hurts. What is the next Drake? The next Drake coming up will be Ocean, which is very important for both teams.
Yeah.
I would say more so for Cloud9, because they're the ones that would be vulnerable to poke and need to initiate quickly, whereas Immortals is almost always going to be starting fights at very high health.
that's true. I was gonna say, why not Immortals? Oh yeah, because they're gonna die in a second if they get engaged. 44.6 to 39.5. 15 kills here. Definitely a lot bloodier than the games we had previously in the week, or just yesterday, I should say. Very slow, some late earlier first bloods, but these teams not hesitating to go at it whenever they need to. That Iceborne Gauntlet is finally finished. Could help to keep Cloud9 off Immortals' heels as they disengage now, but that's not going to be here. That's a very necessary ultimate for Rainover to have, and Cloud9 gain pretty good amount of ground here. The waves aren't necessarily in their favor, but they're getting all the vision they need.
Yeah, still saves Ghost. Didn't need it to run away, but as you said, important ultimate. Fairly short cooldown, though.
It is.
74-second cooldown at this point in the game, so only another 50 seconds until he can have it up again. No major objectives being contested right now, except potentially the Baron. Based on the positioning of the game right now, though, it's unlikely, so I think he'll be fine. I think he'll get it back up for the next fight.
Aegis is completed. Very, very helpful. Eye of the Watcher as well for both of the supports, looking for a little bit of that cooldown. Nothing else jumping out in the inventory. It's just teams trying to get themselves into position. Top wave is pushing. That's going to have to be respected soon from Cloud9. Teleport is not up, though. There will be as Impact walks up, so they're actually timing that very nicely. Keep themselves on top of all of the lane control. And definitely panning out better than last game. By now, Immortals had kind of taken Cloud9 by surprise, started taking them out one by one, finding them in a few places around the map, and then able to just drop turrets after that. Cloud9 had no way of stopping it.
Both games still quite close, though, except the Dragon control was in Cloud9's favor last game.
Yeah.
It's just weren't able to close it down at the end. And here, Cloud9 would even have more of a chance of winning, but getting that one Drake stolen definitely hurts them early. There will also be no Mountain Drake again in this game. You can only get 3 of the types of dragons to spawn in one game, and with Ocean being up next.
I was just going to say it.
No super rushed Barons or super rushed turrets for this one.
That's like we're plagued with no mountains. What's going on, Jat? This might be a thing all season. Let's see. Be like, we don't want Riven Jat to cast me. There's no Mountain Drakes. That's not how it works.
Yeah, Mountain Drake, really, really powerful at the end of the game because of how much more quickly you can take turrets and major objectives.
Almost scary at times as well if you have the lead already.
But the thing that I do want to keep hammering about these dragons is that, yes, there is like very, very slight favorable things for like one composition versus another, but what they do to me is they change the way a team should be approaching the way they play the game. Like, assuming you have assuming there's not like a huge movement speed difference in the team compositions like a Sivir and a Karma, if you get the Cloud Drake, it should influence your decisions of like, hey, we're in the top lane. I want to run bottom lane. I know we can get there before that team because we're 15 to 30 movement speed faster than them. Or you're more willing to look for fights because you know you're faster out of combat. And like, it just changes. It should be changing the way you think about things.
It's understanding kind of before you get in a game, the style you can almost switch into per what dragon comes up.
Exactly.
How you can kind of alter that throughout the game and call the audible.
Yeah,
Right
Ocean
now,
Drake would be
Infernal
like...
to Ocean.
Yeah, with the Ocean Drake coming up, that for a poke composition, it makes it even more important that they don't commit all the way to fights because they can sustain so well. Like, I think Ocean superpowers Soraka a little bit.
Yeah.
Because it helps her regen, the health cost of her heals back a little bit more, and just keeps the battery going more and more.
Definitely efficient for a champion as such. We'll see if she can benefit from it once they get it down. It's actually going to be up quite soon. The 1 minute mark means ultimates being held in summoners right now is very, very big. Trying to get a few of those out. Fortunately, Reignover or fortunately for him, I should say, able to get Ragnarok back up as it was some time ago. So a big fight to be happening right here. Wards are set up. Teams are kind of jockeying for a bit of position, and Huni is off on the side, ready to teleport in, but he's definitely gaining a lot of ground, and Cloud9 have to move as well to act on something.
Very aggressive force, but they've swept and they have double pink wards down, so total blindness right now, and there's actually no blue trinkets off cooldown immediately, so they have to send the Ezreal all through to get vision, but now they have it, and Cloud9's relatively low. They go for the fight.
Huni teleporting in right there with home guards on. He went to back before it happened as the team was calling Baron, and Huni's in the back line by himself. They fly onto Adrian. His summoners are down, and so is he, as they continue to drop Immortal members flying through from that Baron attempt. Cloud9 is now riding high, and they're looking for more attacks. Huni's also looking for the same thing, and he's going to parallel convergence. He decides not to. He gets a great, what would have been shield and stun out, but the team can't follow up. Huni actually goes down now, and Cloud9 looks like they'll lose a few just on the caboose as they try to get themselves out. It's a 3 for 2 so far. Cloud9 takes the lead on that. The Baron pretty much gets the teleport and a few kills for themselves.
Yeah, I think that's going to reset a little bit, and maybe you just have Cloud9 go down for the next Drake. So a very aggressive force by Cloud9, and you can see how effective the dive is for them.
Yeah.
But at the same time, their backline of Sneaky and Smoothie is getting left out to dry a little bit because Huni and Reignover are also running train over them. But at the end of the day, it has been Cloud9 coming out slightly ahead of these fights. Watching this one more time, like you can see the hard initiation, but as the teleport comes in, it's actually just Huni who takes on like 2 or 3 people in the backside as Jensen and Impact are just wrecking people. But yeah, Huni just killed Smoothie and forces Sneaky away. So still a pretty scary moment for Cloud9 because they have like all this initiation, but also no great way of peeling the Echo and the Rek'Sai. So it's going to make Sneaky's life really troublesome. And then the poke is able to come in right at the end. Nice slow from Wild Turtle to make the arrow easier to land from Pobelter.
And that could be what it comes down to. Slows in, Pobelter keeps hitting piercing arrows, and that's the way the poke goes as Cloud9 tries to siege each one. We haven't really seen them step up to a turret yet, probably because it would be so hard at this point, and kind of tempting that Baron is really what's going to get them into the lead here. Again, they start to hover that spot, have the wards to clear it out as well. And something they've been continuing to do throughout their games, having that little bit of pressure for each ward they place, as long as Reignover's not there to clear it out.
Yeah. Impact is just absolutely huge this game. Frozen Heart, Sunfire Cape, and an extra Giant Spell to go with his 5-1-10 score.
Big Sequoia.
Yeah. I'll say Meteos has really good scoreline as well, but I'd also say his itemization as far as in-fight tankiness isn't as efficient as it could be. Guardian Angel is more about the revive, and Ruby Sightstone is more about the vision control than it is the 500 health it grants. So
what would you like to see?
Yeah, I would, if he's looking for just tankiness, obviously he needs to keep the Sightstone. I would have kept the Sightstone unupgraded and then worked towards a Randuin's and a Spirit Visage because he needs just the dual tankiness of the more efficient items. But he's valuing the revive because he thinks Jensen and Impact can stick around to the back of the fights.
Reignover toying with danger. That's going to be Ragnarok for him. Jensen could chum the waters here in the back line, but Immortal says keep the line straight. We are not going to bend down. We're going to exit right out this door. Everybody actually sticks together very nicely on that disengage for Immortals, which means they are all ready to fight another day.
Yeah, really important disengage there for Immortals because the teleport from base was blocked from Impact as well as the Sivir ultimate. Now they can just try and sustain up a little bit, but so Impact doesn't even have flash, but they still have the Karma. This is how they can be so fast. Meteos goes.
Double pop-up for Meteos. Tries to turn around. Eats Chain of Corruption himself. A big CC coming from Immortals. Huni back and forth. The pop-up as Meteos actually takes a different path to get back into the fight, and it's right where Huni goes. They're going to be able to take him down. Jensen now trying to come through the back line as they are tanking. C9 is tanking everything right now to get the rest of the members over, and they're able to push Immortals back right under their own turret. A double kill for Impact.
4 kills for 0, and even without the Sivir ultimate, Cloud9 is able to run them down, and so much of that is just how powerful Impact is right now, because there is nothing that Immortals have at the moment to cut through him. Really untouchable on this Maokai so far, and that gives them Baron 34 minutes into the game.
Opening this best of 3 wide. Right now, Cloud9 looking to take game 2 and very much in a good position to do so.
And Meteos can be fearless right now because of the Guardian Angel, so he doesn't care about the huge amount of damage he takes at the very start. But then, like, Jensen and Meteos go all in for Huni. Meanwhile, Impact is just sitting in the Immortals team, and he stops Reignover from going on to Sneaky, which had been a huge problem in previous fights. That allows Sneaky to actually flash forward for more damage at the end, and then Impact tanks the turret the entire time as well as getting the double kill.
Beast. That was gigantic. 7, 1, and 12 coming in here. Spring split kill participation for the team, 78%. Let's keep it going for him. 19 right now of those 22 kills he has been involved in. Impact is just having a heyday right here in game 2. Minute and 40 on Dragon gives Cloud9 much time to go down for these turrets, something they were lacking last game, but now have control to get even more as Jensen's in the bot lane for that second tier.
Yeah, and they're just going to keep rotating back and forth. They haven't yet cracked an inhibitor turret, and they have a pretty short-range team, so if they do want to get fully in on Immortals, it would have to be a pretty substantial dive, or they're going to have to control Elder Drake. So we'll see now. They have the Baron, and they're looking to push on this momentum with the Cannon meeting up, but it would have to be a rather risky fight if they go for it.
This is the part where it becomes tough. Not too many turret takers on the side of Cloud9 once they reach this, if there are still members of Immortals up. They kind of want to take the team and the turret at the same time.
Yeah, you did just see Cloud9 ping the Elder Dragon spawn. It's up in 1 minute, and they have the Baron Empowered Recall. A couple other minor changes from the season patch is the Baron lasts longer now, so they're actually going to have a sync up where they can have Baron and Elder Drake if they get them both at once, and that would be the time to push in. They're also hitting all the important item breakpoints. The Bloodthirster has been completed onto Sneaky, and there's always this arms race in games where you have an 80 carry and an Olaf to when the 80 carry can solo the Olaf, because there's nothing the 80 carry can do about taking that fight, but as soon as you can win it, you take all the advantage away, and I think with the Bloodthirster, it turns that as well. So I think Immortals need some type of miraculous outplay or big mistake from Cloud9 to prevent this from going to the third game if Cloud9 plays this right.
And they're trying to string Immortals real thin here. Knowing the teleport up on Jensen, they're going to send him top lane. He could get a turret for himself here with that Lich Bane completed. And they're going to send Huni there. So now that Elder Dragon pressure becomes a little bit stronger. Huni still has that teleport. But that's going to be a turret for Cloud9 as they work off the ball here, really just around Immortals to get what they want.
Yeah.
Back coming in and possibly a teleport play from Impact.
Exactly. That's what Cloud9 is having the backup for. So they obviously want to do the Elder Drake, but they're more so hoping that Adrian and the rest of the squishy targets on Immortals walk over a ward in hopes of contesting it. Then Jensen and Impact would double TP in and go for something. So Impact was actually waiting on the base for a good 10 to 15 seconds, realizes that Immortals isn't really even thinking about contesting, and now he's walking down.
Lasagnas denies the Chrono Bring damage. He absolutely deletes Huni after he gets his ultimate off. They're going to be able to take down Jensen, but Jensen gives the Elder Drake to Cloud9, which is huge.
Yeah, Impact thought about teleporting in there, then realized Immortals had actually sent their whole team.
Whoa!
Oh,
all right.
That would have been a crazy
It has
steal.
much more health than it looks like. It's so
Yeah.
healthy. So yeah,
Yeah.
that was close though.
Elder Dragon has just as much health as Baron when it spawns.
Right.
But Wild Turtle has stolen so many objectives with 80 carry ultimates. But now you
This
can
is
see
true.
the effects of this buff. So it's not as powerful for Cloud9 because they only have one Elemental Dragon stack.
Right.
So the true damage burn isn't going to be as big as it would have been last game when Cloud9 had 4 Elemental Dragons at this stage in the game. But they still get the Ocean Drake increased by 50%, as well as the spell and auto attack burn, which will be for 90 true damage over 3 seconds. But it only lasts for 2 minutes, and they all recalled after that fight, so they have a very small window to take advantage of this.
What is your plan, Meteos? He says, I'm going out first. I will scout, set out the wards. Looks like Cloud9 wants to get themselves back into that jungle quite deep. Top lane, double ping. Not quite sure what they want to adjust to just yet. Cloud9's actually going to give them something to adjust to. They're all going to go towards the mid lane. Looks like we're going to get a pressure on that inhibitor turret since there's nothing outside this base that they want right now.
And Jensen picks up a blue buff, which is more important than it was before as well, and now gives him 15% increased ability power, but that Elder buff is ticking. You can see it's almost 3/4 gone. There's about 35 seconds left, and with that wave being gone, since it didn't sync with Baron, they might not actually be able to fight while they have the duration of this buff, and it's on a 10-minute respawn.
It's going to be incredibly tough. The Iceborne keeping them out. You also see the Lord Dominic's Regard as well onto Turtle. Just kind of shut down Sneaky a little bit, but they have now the finished Muramanas. This poke is going to sting. C9 can't stay
This
here
wave
long.
is their last chance, and they go. Nice.
Exactly. They cannot wait. They go on to Pole Belter as well. Impact and Meteos are stuck. Rainover tries to go to the back line, but he comes back to help the team, and they are going to be able to take down Pole Belter before Rainover gets there. The Immortals looks like they have to just completely back up now, and Rainover just on the outside of Fountain, just on the outside of safety, goes down, and 4 members of Immortal are waiting to come back up. Cloud9 owns their base, but do they have enough to continue to the Nexus?
They had about 10 seconds of the Elder Dragon buff left when they flashed for that initiation, and it was exactly what they needed to do. Now they look to get the ace.
Said there couldn't be any waiting time. The minion wave is slowly coming in from the bot. They have a siege, so they should have enough time to take these down. And a stark difference from game number 1 versus Immortals. Cloud9 are able to find their mid-game ground and able to find their way now to the Nexus. Huni, however, playing big spoiler, trying to stop this from happening, but that's 9 and 5 seconds on Pole Belter and Wild Turtle. Adrian goes down, one last auto with a crit coming in from Sneaky, but they may have to wait this one out. Too many members of Immortals are coming up now. They can poke them away, and the game is
they get
saved
Sneaky.
slowly. Sneaky overstays his welcome. Impact now teleporting in. It's actually going to be Jensen teleporting in. Impact is holding on his own still, and it looks like they're going to have to hold off. Backing up.
Yeah, but they might try and turn, like, one more fight and they can win. They already killed Adrian and Huni, so it is a 3v3.
Ragnarok down. Rainover's going to go down. That's the kill from Jensen. He came back from the beginning of the fight, and it's almost like Cloud9 can live here.
Oh man, if you pick Cloud9 in fantasy, you're real happy right now, whether it's first 2 games or best game, because they're scoring huge points, even in their loss in that game. But aside from that, the call to just go very decisive. Everyone goes in at once, and the parallel convergence stun was great from Huni, but they are fighting someone with the Elder Dragon buff, which is incredibly difficult. Pole Belter gets blown up again, Adrian gets caught in the chaos, and Jensen does a great job assassinating all of the priority targets here. Oh, Huni barely able to stay alive, and the time that he delayed is basically why this game isn't quite over yet. Full items on Sneaky, and he is a beast, as well as maximum items for Jensen, although a little surprised he finished his Luden's Echo instead of finishing a Rabadon's Death Cap, but it's going to give him even more move speed to try and just stack onto this really fast team.
Gotta go fast. They don't have the Zillion in the mid lane for this one to speed somebody else up. 30-13. 43 kills in 42.5 minutes right now in this game. And now they're going to go for Baron, which is going to secure a few more kills on somebody's side. There's the ultimate. It's the Sivir and Karma Mantra Shield to make them in. There's no way Immortals can get away from this one without losing one. They have to turn to fight. Reignover is just turning to save everybody. And Turtle may be left out to dry. Pobelter firing off auto attacks as he moves backward, but it may not be enough. One last crit coming in from Sneaky seems to be the name of the game. And they are able to take down Immortals once again. Turtle inches from the base, Twisted advance in, and Impact roots him down and puts him in the ground. A quadra for Sneaky overall, and they're on the Nexus turrets.
Man, and this just more and more fights, and this keeps happening to Huni. He tried to teleport in that fight and immediately ulted back, so he wasn't a part of that fight anyways. 35 kills. Grant Cloud9 their first game victory. Doesn't count yet, though, because that sent us to game 3.
Best of 3 is for you and me, and we're going to game 3. Cloud9 take game 2.
Man, that was one crazy game. It's been a while since I've seen 49 kills in a match. So,
especially between two teams that usually do things quite concisely.
Yeah, Meteos' Guardian Angel proc twice. Never died, actually, though. Strong numbers all around for the rest of Cloud9 as well, though. 7-1-24 on Impact's Maokai. Double-digit kills for both Jensen and Sivir. And Sneaky, of course. So, you know, they took their initiation team and they just kept initiating, like, we're not going to kill turrets unless we kill you first. So they made sure they could do that, and then they took all the turrets.
Very nicely done as well. The early part of the game, it seems like Meteos isn't being phased by what Reignover's kind of doing in the jungle. Say, yeah, there's the few camps, but the few camps isn't the game. So they're allowing him to do that, staying away from that pressure and getting Jensen kind of built up in the mid lane, and getting the other lanes kind of very, very strong.
Yeah, and they've had really strong vision control in all of these games, even if they haven't been able to utilize it towards taking turrets. So they're kind of putting the pieces together for what they'll need to do. And, like, even if this goes to 3 games, and which it does, and Immortals is able to win, like, I'm seeing very promising things out of this Cloud9 team. Even with Smoothie or with Bunny, like, it's not the disaster that it was last year when High wasn't in the lineup. They are performing at a pretty high level against a team that was 17-1 in the regular season last split.
Oh, we'll see what they can do. For a closer look at that, the events that lead up to that Cloud9 win, let's send it over to Dash and the analysts.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Cloud9 picking up a win there, extending the series to that 3rd game against Immortals, while at the same time on our other stream, Echo Fox picking up the 2nd victory of their series. They're going to move through on that 2-0 against P1 to the top of the standings. We'll talk about that series in a little bit. Let's zero in on Immortals and Cloud9 here as it has been evened up, starting in Champion Select. Because, again, we saw an interesting kind of clash of styles here. Very much a poke composition coming out of Immortals with that Varus and the Ezreal pick against a ton of Engage. Lots of speed and Engage coming out of Sivir Karma with a Maokai to initiate.
This is one of those comps where, like, you can make it work, but God help you if you fall behind, because they will dive you, or if you're pushed up, they'll just run straight at you, and you probably don't have enough kite to get away from the flankers and the front line. And yeah, Immortals was in trouble if they ever fell behind.
Even if you, like, everyone on that team had some kind of kite and it slowed them down, but the truth is, once you start sieging, you're open to openings all over if you don't play perfectly. And we saw 2 times in that game where if they are slightly overextended, they just get caught by the flank from the Fizz, the Maokai, the Sivir, the Rek'Sai. Like, they're just, like, everyone's just coming crashing in. And on top of that, Karma speeding up too. It's like, how do you even run from that? You have so much kite, but you don't have enough damage if you fall behind.
All right, yeah. I mean, you know, also too, it was interesting kind of in this game, particularly we noticed with Immortals that, you know, they seem to open themselves up to counterplays pretty often. As you mentioned, you know, if you do fall behind with this composition, that suggests that you need to have a sharper execution. You can't make these mistakes. And very often we would see Immortals make a play on one side of the map, and then about 30 seconds to a minute later, a play would be made against them on another side of the map, not kind of taking into account the fact that they just expended summoner spells or, you know, key abilities.
Right, so what generally happens is the team who makes the play and kills people, early game, they end up being a little slower on their recalls because either they're pushing a minion wave in or they're taking a turret, securing a dragon. There's some reason that they end up on the map longer. And then what always happens is, with at least Immortals, is they're not paying attention to the fact that C9's on the map first. So they're already set up to gank you when you come to your lane again. And we saw that in the first game. It happened a couple times. It happened again here, where after Immortals had that good play in the bot lane, they get picked off in the top and mid. And so it's just this thing where they're not ready for C9, who's making these really smart, aggressive moves.
Which comes to the topic of tempo. If you don't have tempo, you can't be there.
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry, I have to jump in and correct myself, as I had assumed that the Echo Fox and P1 game had ended, but apparently it had not. As they were on the net, we are struggling just as much as you guys are to watch two streams at once, and so we see real quickly as we're setting up for this segment that Echo Fox is on the Nexus turrets themselves, assuming that game is over, still running. So we'll get those results as soon as we can. But back onto Cloud9 and Immortals. I do want to now run through a couple replays here. 16 minutes into the game, 4 for 2 in favor of Cloud9 off of an Immortals dive here in the top lane. So again, showing a little bit of that aggression. Immortals not afraid to go for these plays. They've never been a team that's shied away from aggressive moves, but overcommitting here and definitely putting themselves in a hole when it comes to those early stages of the game against this very heavy engaged comp of Cloud9.
And I got to give a lot of props to Impact there. He actually forced that dive early by going right onto the Ezreal, and Immortals kind of reacted by TPing it, and then the dive started, but it wasn't really like Immortals was like, oh yeah, let's dive this Maokai. It was like, oh crap, our Ezreal's at half health and like getting beat up. And so it was a dive that Immortals could have backed off of. The Ezreal like went forward through the turret to keep going with the dive, but it's one of those things where C9 starts it and then Immortals doesn't. They're just so aggressive as a team that they're like, no, we can make this dive work.
I think it was more of like a switch of mindset where they're playing a poke comp and they're just playing it like a dive comp.
Yeah.
And while parts of their team can dive, if they're not all there, not all set up, like Pobelter just can't come in with another flanker or damage dealer and just like do a bunch of damage. He has to poke, take time with the Ezreal and the Varus, and since it was sped up and Impact made that good play like you said, it did not work out that well for them.
I can now say with certainty that the game over on Echo Fox P1 has ended. Echo Fox taking the victory, so they will take that.
You're
series
just a prophet. That's all it is.
Well, I was just a liar for 3 minutes is all,
okay.
right? Okay. So now that we move past that, I want to jump into our second replay and kind of continue on that train of like getting caught out, the amount of engage that Cloud9 has here. Pobelter being the victim of the chain CC here, but for him too, on that Varus, we saw multiple times focused in the mid lane, even losing his CS lead that he had established pretty early in the game just because of the focus that C9 threw towards him.
Yeah, I think this is one of those times where it's a bit of a two-way street. Like, Pobelter's not positioning correctly, but C9 have an amazing comp for focusing that Varus down, and then they actually, capitalize on it. We saw Smoothie with these crazy aggressive, like, W's on Karma so that they're going to get rude, and he just flashes forwards to guarantee it all the time. And he got a couple of those on the Varus.
Which is why it's super important to pay attention to your tempo, because when you're playing Varus, you have that 20 CS lead on Fizz, you can't give it up. If you give it up, then you're giving up your early game and you're just basically giving them the game. But on the other side, if you take it slow, you poke, there's not really much they can do. They have to come onto you, and then that's when you get it. But they weren't able to establish that. They just pretty much gave the flanks to C9, and they just gave it to them early.
Now, one of the big members of that flanking duo between the Rek'Sai and the Maokai was Impact on that Maokai. He's going to receive our Player of the Game honors here for being that frontline tank, for being able to, pull out those initiations. And also, too, we saw there, being the focus of many dives in that top lane, in that 1v2. We saw multiple times him able to deal with that while the team was able to rotate up and kind of lend support to him in those situations.
This was a tough one where I think we all at some point push for someone else to get it. Like, I wanted Smoothie because he had these aggressive things early. We said, Rek'Sai was playing really well at the end of the game. Jensen carried a lot of late game team fights, so it was kind of a...
Yeah, it was a toss-up. You could have given to any one of them, and I would have agreed.
Yep.
Well, with that in mind, then, with those stellar performances across the board for Cloud9, let's look ahead to Game 3, right? Immortals, pretty decent victory in Game 1, having established that gold lead kind of throughout the game in the face of the Dragon control from Cloud9. Game 2, though, here, some over-aggression, putting themselves behind and then not having the comp to kind of dig themselves out of that hole. Adjustments we expect to see made going into Game 3 between these two teams.
I think it is mostly a comp issue. Like, we all know who Immortals is at this point. They're crazy aggressive. They're going to make these crazy plays early game, and they take the Varus blue side blind, and it's just too hard to do. They have the Sivir, Rek'Sai, Karma, Maokai already picked, and you're just leaving your Varus to get counterpicked as well, and they take the Fizz, and there's there's really not much the VARs can do. So I think going back red side, being able to get a counter pick for Pobelter and getting Huni and Rain over on their comfortable champions.
I think it's very unrealistic to pick a comp where you just absolutely have to play perfectly that you'll win. I think that even the best teams in the world, SKT, like they would never pick comps like that because, you know, everyone makes mistakes, and then like building on those small advantages is the way to win the game. And if you do make those mistakes, you want to be able to have comeback potential, because not only you're going to make the mistakes, but they're also going to.
Needless to say, this has been an exciting series, very back and forth within the games themselves, and now we're treated with a third game in this best of 3. With their victory, though, Cloud9 has tied up their series and will take Immortals to a Game 3. Stick around because you won't want to miss it.
Jensen now trying to come through the back line as they are taking. C9 is taking everything right now to get the rest of the members over. And they're able to push Immortals back right under their own turn. A double kill for Impact. They cannot wait. They go into Pobelter as well. Impact Meteos is stuck. Rainover tries to go to the back line, but he comes back to help the team. And they are going to be able to take down Pobelter before Rainover gets there. Turtle may be left out to dry. Pobelter firing off auto attacks as he moves backward, but it may not be enough. One last crit from Sneaky seems to be the name of the game, and they are able to take down Immortals once again. Welcome back. We are all knotted up at 1-1 between Immortals and Cloud9, and we're about to head into the deciding Game 3, I promise. Impact coming in from last game was absolutely huge, kind of not like old days in history being played.
Yeah, as the analyst was saying, it was really hard to decide the player of the game, but Impact comes back from a pretty difficult game 1 to a really dominant second game where he was just an absolute force on Maokai and a really key initiator for a lot of those fights. And that's what Immortals was unable to disengage from the whole game. So Impact is going to hope to have more of those types of games in this one if Cloud9 wants to win the series against Immortals.
Right, and looking at what options Immortals has been trying to work with, we saw a few switch-ups. Huni stays on the Echo, but Pobelter went to Varus in the mid lane.
Exactly, and if we look at this team as a whole, Huni's been inconsistent, Wild Turtle's been inconsistent, but Pobelter has been beaten both games by Jensen's matchup. In that last game, he started with 2 deaths. His second one was a little bit too far up, and then the rest of the game, he just could never recover. He fell behind. He was the sole initiator for the team, which is really difficult on a team that can initiate on him hugely, so he was put into a bad situation, I think, from the pick and ban phase. Analyst was saying it requires perfect play, and especially with how fast Immortals was trying to play, that wasn't going to happen.
Right.
But he also put himself in a lot of bad positions.
It's almost been a call on him as well to try and do things in those bad positions, right? Playing the Varus against something that can pretty much take the Varus, trying to play the LeBlanc into the Azir, which you would try to go for, but Jensen can just sit back and play easy.
Exactly. Like the LeBlanc pick was the counter pick that he was supposed to be able to win with. This was a blind pick, Varus, and even though he did have a CS advantage in the early game, he just ended up getting crushed time and time again in the team fights. So now they have to reset a little bit. The side choice changes back again. Cloud9 actually has the side choice for the first game because everyone has 2 series. So the first series, Cloud9 will get the pick. The next time they play Immortals, it'll be Immortals that has the choice in games 1 and 3. And here we go.
All right. With the lack of Akali in this picks and bans, we will begin game 3. We'll see what they decide to go for. We know the Nidalee, the Kindred will probably see that ban. The Lucian as well. Does Pobelter kind of fall back onto a Victor play? We've seen that actually be pretty prominent. The Swain is on there. What will Immortals decide to do?
Yeah. So, no changes as of yet. The Kindred and Nidalee have been banned in both games thus far.
Ooh, there's one. Huni's Echo will be taken out of the game. Kindred, so that may need that Nidalee there.
I do want to correct very quickly, it's the fact that it's blue, red, blue is set. It's not, the teams don't actually have the choice. It's not choice, choice, choice. But either way.
When your blue, red, blue set happens.
Either way, for this series, Cloud9 has blue in games 1 and 3. The next time they play Immortals, it'll be the opposite.
There's the Nidalee. Is it the Maokai? They kept with it one game, let it through the next, and boy, did it have an impact, if you will. Did not mean to do that. I know I just gained some love with Free, but lost some love with other fans.
Well, one change that will definitely happen here is the Echo being taken away from Huni. So no AP Echo in the top lane. Also, I think the Maokai ban is smart to stop them from picking it right away. But what priority pick would that leave up? The Lucian could be huge if they want to first pick it here for Sneaky. That'll do it. They should definitely do this.
You should do this.
There we go.
There it is. Lucian gets locked in. He's going to see some playtime here on the Battle Arena stream in day 2. Guy gets banned all the time now, so it's going to be awesome to see what Sneaky can do with him.
Yeah.
And a bit of the new build path.
Sneaky's always been a great Lucian player.
Yep.
Now the fact that Lucian is just so strong with the Ghostblade to Black Cleaver build, I can't wait to see what he can do here. That's a great first pick they've been able to manipulate through the ban phase.
There's that Victor.
Pobelter is a very strong Victor player historically, but he's undergone a few changes in the offseason.
Yep.
I personally feel like his laning phase is less aggressive, but he's able to wave clear at an even sooner point.
Yep.
And then in team fights, he actually does even more damage because of the ticking on his ultimate and the ability with the with all 3 Hex Core upgrades to keep it moving very close to the opponent team. All very good things, but not an aggressive laning phase.
No. Pobelter on that Victor was the champion he used in CLG's championship over Team Solo Mid. One of their 2 recent. All 3 games, yep. So back onto that. Wild Turtle looking for the initiation of the Ash Arrow again. He was on point, got player of the game in game 1 of the series as they're facing the Karma and Gragas pick here that Cloud9 have just shown. Zyra is definitely a possibility, and the Ash Zyra does get locked in. kind of quite happy about that.
Even with both these champions being changed a bit since 2013, it's still a lethal duo lane.
Still peas in a pod.
The amount of slow and stun that Ashe can have to allow Zyra's plans to create a whole bunch of havoc, and also the fact that you want to initiate onto Ashe, and Zyra's identity is as a counter-initiation champion. They just make so much sense together. And I didn't like the Soraka into Karma matchup the way it played out last game, even though I think stylistically it can be a good matchup. And this just gives Immortals a few more options.
Definitely reaching around for the picks. A few repeats here and there. Karma has been seen in just about every game so far. Very, very strong right now with that poke, and range being such a loved thing in that support position. After MSI, final pickup here, Lissandra and Trundle coming in for Cloud9. It's now 60 seconds to Immortals to lock this in. So Lissandra does see a bit of play.
Yeah, and Cloud9 is going to be going pretty heavily into the initiation arc again. No Sivir this time, but just initiation everywhere else, and Lucian will be able to keep up because he's Lucian. So it'll be a little bit trickier, though, against this Immortals team who has the Ashe and Zyra to stop it. Looking forward to see if Cloud9 can keep the pace up that they were able to obtain last game.
Do it.
Yeah, if this was solo queue, you'd be like, who didn't ban Malzahar? But here in pro play, he's not a huge deal.
It's always so funny how one isn't similar to the other in the champion department.
Oh!
Riven! We're living with Riven now. Hooney's going to take that to the top lane and be uber aggressive against Impact's Trundle.
Oh, man. I still think back to the interview that Hooney gave after the third place match with Immortals, where he was just like, yeah, I learned that tanks are good, but I still think damage dealers... And you could tell he really wanted to say, like, damage dealers are still good, but then he, for some reason, said tanks are still good. He's back to just thinking the damage dealers are good. 2 AP Echo games, and now he's playing Riven straight into Trundle. From a stat steal perspective, this makes a little bit of sense, because Trundle will win every single matchup against tanks. Trundle will still outtrade the Riven in straight-up duels unless Hooney gets ahead, in my opinion. So really want to see how Hooney plays this matchup and how he can get a lead for the potential snowball.
There's really only one factor for Hooney to wait for, and that's for Jensen to use a bit of that crowd control. He's got free reign over the fight after that to go crazy.
Yeah.
I think we remember Freak going crazy for Hooney's quadra kills. How they happen. So we could actually see on this game. Coaches shake hands. They are going to depart to the back of the stage. It's something actually that's cool this season as well, as Mark was saying. Coaches are in between each game now with the series. So there's a lot more control and strategy to be had for the teams between games. One last chance to tip the scales in the fan vote by tweeting hashtag C9win or hashtag IMTwin. We'll up the fan poll as we get into the matchup. Our third and final game of this series, as it has gone 1-1. Immortals with the first win, Cloud9 with a demanding second win, a dominating, I should say. And now we're into game 3. Both teams have had a chance to see the pitches come down to plate. What are they going to swing at this time? We're on the Rift, and we're going to see what happens.
2 very entertaining games so far. This game is also an opportunity for Reignover to put his stamp on this series. He is the defending MVP, and he's on what is probably his best champion here. Because of the first pick Lucian, Cloud9 unable to control the Rek'Sai in this draft phase. And even though Reignover's Olaf is good, his Rek'Sai is better. So I want to see if he can get up into Cloud9's jungle and get some really good pressure going.
Right,
they're going to need it. They're going to need it for Hooney to be able to win this matchup on Riven, I think.
Let's see, the 2v1 probably going to stay as 2v2. We actually see some movement back, but that's probably just for Krugs on the bottom side by Sneaky and Smoothie. Actually, looks like they're going for the long haul. They may just make their way top lane after seeing that Hooney had shown himself.
Yeah. Well, especially with the no XP share in double jungling, it would behoove Cloud9 to force Immortals into double jungling, at least early, delay Hooney's points of power.
Building up that damage already.
Yeah, so all of the extra experience is actually put onto the machete or the talisman now. So it's really a huge difference in experience whether you give a camp to the top laner or the jungler. So like efficiency-wise, every camp in the double jungle should be last hit by the jungler.
Hello, Wild Turtle.
Well, if he was able to just blind steal his volley. He was close, but Meteos saved his smite smartly.
All right, so they forego a few minions on the wave to try and steal that one away, but they'll have pretty much control. They're pushing Cloud9 a little bit around their route, but it's not going to hurt too much. And now Adrian has done his job. We can see that there's really no find here for Smoothie, but he does get a ward in to make sure that red is seen and they have control of Rain Over when he gets there.
Yeah, and another small difference is Immortals was actually able to clean 2 camps before grouping to get to the bottom lane, but Cloud9 was only able to get those Krugs and then run all the way over. So by starting at Raptors, Immortals had a more efficient double jungle path, so they will have a slight head start on this turret race. But if they decide to freeze or do something else, none of that will have a huge impact.
Red for red as top gets pushed. Meteos should join these guys just after. And we'll see the kind of gentleman's agreement. We'll take top, you take bottom, and then we'll meet in the middle somewhere.
Yeah, and I want to see how the teams respond to this after the fact.
Yep.
Last game, it was actually Immortals setting up a freeze, which is very unlike their high-pressure style, but it was what was needed, in their opinion, to keep Huni going. But we also have to remember that when they gave the solo turret gold away, they shared it amongst all 3 of them, whereas Cloud9 gave it all to Impact. And if you remember Impact, not that everything is based on who they give the first turret gold to, but Impact had a tremendous game.
That's why he was a god, Jet.
Yeah, and again, you can just see philosophy-wise, Immortals splits everything, Immortals gives it, or Cloud9 gives it all to Impact. And as far as the 1v1 perspectives go, if these solo laners are ever going to meet again, that's like basically giving Impact half a kill.
Yep.
I think it's very valuable to give the solo experience to the top laner, especially for Immortals, who classify Huni as a top lane carry, but clearly they want to share.
You see that Local's already there as well still. And just a bit of lead he got off of it.
170.
Yep. Huni always going to play aggressive no matter what. It seems like they favor giving him a wave after such situation rather than giving him the turret. They say, we'll do that, switch faster as you clear this one, and then come up and clear this wave we've kind of frozen. At least that's the way they tried to do it last game. Here isn't panning out as such as we see Wild Turtle and Adrian actually pushing back quite hard here against Impact in the top lane.
Yeah.
Looks like they're just going to go turret for turret on the outside. Huni with pressure in mid as they go for blue. Good rotation here by Immortals to keep things not in their favor, but at least at the base.
I was wondering if Huni was going to just like start farming mid. He'd be like, I'm mid lane now.
I'll take this, thank you.
He does have a small level advantage on Impact though, so he can hop around him a little bit. And they're just going for yet another trade.
Yeah. 2 deep wards on Immortals, or from Immortals on that bottom side. Kept a little bit of safety there for the mid lane. If Meteos were ever to be on that side of the jungle. So far he's 14 to Rain Over's 21 as he continues to head around the jungle and make sure he's got a little bit of lane presence. And now the top turret to go down. Again, the gentleman's agreement is in play.
Yeah, and I mean at this point you're really wondering who's going to get even more of the CS. Oh, if Rain Over wasn't farming that, he would have had a chance to get some damage on a Jensen. They know his claw is down though.
Team? Oh no. He's like, but I had Raptor Camp. But I could take it. And he did. At least he clears a ward off of that.
That ended up being shared a little bit. And then this will be
all for Huni.
They tried to give it all for Huni, but I saw the same gold pop up for Adrian and Wild Turtle, so they were within the gold range. All very minor things now that they've gotten more and more gold, but it's a 300 gold lead for Impact over Huni, even though the team, Immortals has a little bit more. Oh, okay. Rain Over trying the predictive flash on Burrow, actually. He was trying to be way ahead of the game right there, thinking Jensen was going to flash preemptively for a flash on Burrow, but Jensen had already started his claw, so he just ended up taking the claw. The flash on Burrow completely missed, and Rain Over lost his flash.
Take the chance. Sometimes it pays off. Good farming here by Jensen. Looks like he'll only miss one of those, but that puts him up 1 CS. His teleport's waiting to come back up as well. Impact has his. We don't usually see, or we haven't, I should say, in this series, too many of those early teleports happening after it was a bit of a debacle in game 1 for both teams the first time they tried. Things have kind of been shored up by the mid game, and that's when we see this getting really bloody. Like we said, was it 48 kills last game? I think something around the 50 mark, and Jensen goes very low. Unfortunately, has to go back and take the long walk with teleport still down. He was waiting for it.
Yeah, and the very first tick of Victor's ultimate only deals 100 base damage. plus AP, which would be 118, and Jensen had 170 health there. So like, it looked like Pobelter maybe could have tried to burst him, but looks like Pobelter didn't want to waste his ultimate because the kill would not have been granted to him.
Meteos playing a quiet game once again for himself. Only a 300 gold lead here towards Immortals. Really no kind of definitive gold lead means anything for this game. A few thousand could easily be switched back by either team. We've seen the great fights. We've seen the mistake fights in this series. So everything's on the table here. Composition from Cloud9 still wanting to go aggressive. This time Immortals has a better way to deal with it. Here the top lane.
He's got jungler help.
A little bit of love. Level 4 versus 4. Flash from Impact. He should have a pillar soon to get these guys off him, but he's going to flash in.
Get him.
Stuns him down. First blood going over to Rainover on Rek'Sai as they chase with the flash on Impact.
Yeah. Wave was in a really bad place for Impact to be up there, and it's a very simple pathing decision for Rainover to go up that way. Because Huni was able to flash follow Impact is just a easy kill, and I think his pillar had been down from before, but that's exactly what Huni needs in that lane to start getting himself an edge, because the wave was also pushed up beforehand, meaning that Huni gets to take all of that CS now, and Impact has nowhere safe to go and farm. He had pillared right before Rainover showed as well, which made the gank even easier.
Pobelter keeping the push in mid. Looks like he actually has Jensen to the turret quite often here as Huni continues to clean up this top lane. Not much farm actually going to Impact now after all this. Roaming with the team. Looks like they're just trying to take control of objectives here. And power in numbers as they make their way into the jungle to ward here. Much safety.
Yeah, and speaking of that mid lane, like, this is one of the reasons that Victor is seeing so much play in the competitive scene is once again at level 7, his laser, once he gets the first Hexcar upgrade, kills the back wave of minions with one shot.
Right.
So you can't push him in, and he will almost always push you in.
Much easier to just kind of mess around in mid lane with auto attacks as well, knowing the casters aren't going to instantly aggro to you. Everything just gets increasingly worse when that happens for Victor. They're going to go now down towards the Dragon. This will be an Ocean Drake on the side of Immortals to start things off here in Game 3.
Yeah, everything actually going their way here.
Very much
Pobelter
so.
is neutralizing lane just right against Jensen. Huni has gotten the CS advantage over Impact and has the wave in the right spot. And then the cherry on top is the fact that they've been able to pick up the Ocean Drake with no contest. And Huni didn't even have to burn his teleport for that. So really a strong start for Immortals. Probably their best start in the series.
And they went back to kind of what works. The little things don't change. Rainover helping out Huni in that top lane. Almost living there together. A great arrow. Huni's definitely going to live on this one. He's level 6. He's going to ult, but he doesn't go in for any further damage other than swinging that. And he won't be able to get it on Wind Slash.
Keep chasing. Adrian is here.
It extends his range. Huni could still lock something down here. That's going to wear off quite shortly. The flash engage from Adrian. Impact's going to be walking out of this, but it looks like Rainover could actually follow up on that bottom kill as well. Jensen should go down, and they are not letting up. Rainover gets the Chilling Smite out. A fantastic pillar, forcing the flash, but securing the kill for Rainover.
Yep, really long chase by these guys to punish Cloud9's early teleport. You mentioned about how these guys aren't trying the early teleports because they haven't worked out this series. That trend continues here for Cloud9. Impact now 0-2, Jensen 0-1, and there isn't a substantial advantage that Cloud9 picks up anywhere else on the map during that play.
Huni is getting gigantic, though.
The other thing that just as I say that, the CS difference with the 80 carries is actually huge.
So it's equaled out almost.
Yeah, because Wild Turtle had swapped out of that lane. It looked like he was getting a little bit crushed because as Huni was freezing, so was the Lucian and the Karma. That's why Wild Turtle comes up here, catches Cloud9 a little bit off guard, and kind of gets a 2-for-1, dodging a bad laning phase and also helping out with this gank. Volleys to get the save. They're all worried a little bit about Jensen trying to turn around, but all 5 people are coming up so they can continue the chase, and they section it off. Huni cuts off Jensen. Rainover is going to go get Impact, and then Pobelter also jumps in at the very end for the kill. He's helping, getting the kill.
That kill assist slash steal.
Yeah, but it's actually going to be on Sneaky here because the solo lanes are floundering a little bit against the pressure from Rainover Rek'Sai. And it was the first pick for Cloud9.
Looking back, I actually like the fact that Lucian was left up because it didn't cause Immortals to ban Sivir in any way. They didn't lose a ban. They said, we could probably leave that Lucian up. They won't pick Sivir again. And actually, Sivir would be fantastic once again for this composition, allowing them to get back in and get in these fights. Little mind game. Just thinking about it. May not have been their thought process, but really affecting here. And hopefully Sneaky can get back. His call is in 17 until he gets that fully stacked. So kind of waiting for his break point there.
Yeah, Huni already with a Black Cleaver, so
that's painful.
Cooldown reduction gonna help him hop around. Oh boy!
Not gonna keep him all that healthy though, or rather tanky. He's got a little bit of health to him with that Faith in there still, but
he can still hop around a lot.
He can still hop around. That's one of the things we knew him for, right? Being slippery, being very mechanical in the plays where you thought Huni was gonna go down, whether the play was to kill somebody or get out, he can usually execute. Flash was blown there though. So it's going to be much more dangerous for them to execute that again.
Yeah, and I think teamfights are still going to be really difficult for Huni unless they somehow layer their CC perfectly. Oh, a wide Ash arrow, but a ton of damage from Pobelter's Victor.
That would have been an incredible initiation with the combination there. It is going to be a flash out. Smoothie lives with a sliver of health. It looks like Sneaky is really the only one tanky enough to get to the turret. It's going to be the kill from Subjugate.
A walk away at the end because he knows it's going to do damage over time.
Yep.
What was Turtle doing down that way? Looks like he retreated down that side at the end of the fight, but missed Ash Arrow also gets killed on the back end, but really the damage Pobelter laid down at the turret and throughout that whole fight still gives him the overall advantage because they can get control of mid.
That could have gone much differently had the arrow not somewhat alerted Cloud9 to the resulting fight right after. They dodge out, get a kill for Impact here. He starts to get a bit bigger now. Team-Ad in his hands, and we'll see how this went down.
Yeah, I mean, you could imagine if that Ash Arrow would have hit a target true, Pobelter would have been able to burst someone down really easily. But yeah, Wild Turtle's off really low, and he got caught on the side of the fight instead of running back through the lane. So Impact has a strong pillar, gets a flash Q, and then just ults to get the last little bit of damage.
That was Wild Turtle's flash as well. For an Ashe, that does not feel very good. Again. Oh, no, not again. Adrian with Exhaust and Smoothie running Exhaust this lane as well instead of Ignite.
And Rib,
a minute on Dragon.
It's a Mountain Drake. Our first one of the series. The Mountain Drake is coming up. All right, yeah. You got Mountain Drake fans in the house, apparently. I didn't know that was a thing. It is now. Woo. But anyway, it's very important for Immortals, who has the control right now, to be able to get that, because especially in the late game, that is potentially the most powerful of the buffs. So it's an interesting point in the game right now where getting level 11 is going to be super important for either Jensen or Pobelter. And with the Ghost Blade being completed on Sneaky, it gives them a chance to kind of get back in the game, because knowing the importance of this dragon will maybe even draw more attention to it. And if Cloud9 wants to get control back in this game, it would be with Sneaky trying to go off with Ghost Blade in an early fight.
Impact looks like he's trying to keep the attention of Huni here. No boots even for himself right now. Just Jarn's Fist and damage to keep that lane up and keep himself sustained with all that wave clear coming in through his passive as they die. And so far doing good. He's able to hold at that point until they get 2 or 3 members up there. So it's going to have to call a lot from Immortals as Cloud9 actually start to hover that side of the jungle, seeing how Impact can actually keep it there. Going to try to make a play off it.
Yeah, definitely some...
Stop moving around.
Foolishness going on here. Yeah, Rainover's just really good at scouting on Rek'Sai, and Cloud9, happy feet. Need to be very focused against Rek'Sai.
There's just tremor sense everywhere.
This could mean the Immortals Dragon as well. Cloud9 invested a lot into those pick opportunities with all the wards. I mean, I guess they're going to trade it for Rift Herald and give it to Impact that could maybe let him duel Huni, but he's already 2 levels down on Huni. Seems like they're very okay with this trade, too. I mean, with the ward investment, it's almost like they're trying to control the Rift Herald. So a very interesting choice here.
Wind Slash. Steal it. They're like, where's that Impact? Where's that emblem? All right. Actually, quite a bit for Impact here. Coming onto the team now here through the summer split. He had a great game of Maokai there in the series, second game of the series, and Rift Herald is his to try and control that top lane against Huni. So good amount of pressure put on him from the team, but nothing he cannot handle.
Yeah, I mean, it will help a lot in the duels. He takes reduced damage from Huni, as well as stacking up the corruption charges. But arrow goes wide again.
Not the same arrows from game 1. They're really just alerting Cloud9 here to the dangers that would be coming in.
Oh my god. The ticking damage on Chaos Storm is so good. Every 2 seconds, it will send out a blast that is actually more than the initial burst. Jensen nearly gets killed by that ultimate blown. And Impact had to cancel his teleport, so another successful rotation by Immortals. As has been the trend throughout the series, they are ahead of Cloud9 in turrets early in the game.
Definitely less kills in this one. A lot more people backing off to try and protect rather than fight these instances. Seems to be working in Immortals' favor as well as they get to these turrets. Take them and walk away. It seemed to be that kind of conciseness we were looking for in these games. Not a 2 to 3 scramble fight and then nothing of an objective can be taken after that fight. Seems like the teams are kind of feeling things out and getting back into that LCS mode.
Yeah, Immortals definitely trying to calm down a little bit. Huni hasn't made some of the mistakes he made in the first 2 games early on. Also on Riven, which is a welcome surprise. Yeah, especially when Black Cleaver gets finished for Sneaky, the culling is just supercharged with that build because you basically get your max stacks for Black Cleaver right away. And then especially if you do stuff like a Phantom Dance, you're getting so much movement speed during the culling as well with your Ghostblade active that you can just keep the culling on someone, and unless they're burning summoner spells, you hit them with almost every tick. So it's the 55 CS advantage for Sneaky. The team itself is behind in gold, but if he's able to stay safe in fights.
That was their first pick. They definitely put a lot into the Lucian. We'll see if he can bring up the presence that they're asking for from it. He's been good all game. Hasn't died. Hasn't really been a target. And Immortals have kind of allowed that Lucian to keep getting bigger. So maybe an error by them. We'll have to see if they get into that first fight. Really, it's just been picks here. Meteos with ultimate with flash. It doesn't look like they're going to try to get in anything here. Not with Jensen in the top lane trying to get a push and Impact in the bottom lane. It's kind of just breathing room right now for both sides.
Cloud9 will have the potential to set up teleport plays with Jensen, but they have to make sure they're very well prepared because they're walking into so much damage when they go for an initiation. When you combine the Zyra with the Victor, and then if you lose track of Huni, even though Cloud9 have the tools to deal with Huni because of Jensen's CC, if Jensen burns that CC during an initiation, then Huni could come in and shine.
Yep.
Have to be very patient to do this properly.
Interested to see how Cloud9 reacts to Adrian's ultimate when he throws that out in the first fight. It's almost like having that Gragas barrel, but you can more so see where players want to go in that instance. The Gragas barrel throws you. You can see that they want to exit those thorns as she throws them out. We haven't even seen that yet. Everything's been much more quiet in this game 3 as nobody wants to get that first loss of the season.
Yeah, we know that this is the all-important game now that we've made it here. At the end of the day, it's the match score that will matter. It's either one win or one loss. Yeah, it's actually, the game score will have, may as well talk about it, a very small impact late in the season. So basically, match score is going to be the most important thing. So just like last split where it was like 18 wins to get, that's the max number of wins, match wins you can have. Then if you're tied with someone, your head-to-head would be a tiebreaker. So if it's like, if you beat them in both series, you move on. But if it's a 1-1, then the next tiebreaker is your overall game score. So like that's fairly unlikely to be a huge factor in these teams' series. So that's why it's so important. Like it doesn't matter that much that this is a 1-1 for Immortals or Cloud9 that they've lost one. It matters the most that they actually get the series because that's the vast majority of the weighting.
And honestly, you know, win-win is always great, but I'd say a win-loss where you can work on things that you had error in is super beneficial. You know, you find out where you went too far in a game or actually played something wrong off the bat. Instead of just kind of flying through everything and thinking there are no road bumps.
Yeah, because the ultimate goal at every team is those big tournaments like Worlds, where even though we've been close a few times, no team has won every single game. So being able to adapt and recover after a loss is an incredibly valuable skill that all of these teams need to develop over the split.
build much more as well.
Oh,
especially
Jensen
for-
got it.
Ooh. 1, 2, 3, and that's going to be the final auto that takes it down. The TP coming in. Hooney feels like he has the chase. The Q didn't actually hit, so he probably feels even more happy about it. Wind Slash comes out, but the W's there. What a pillar from Impact! Can he stop it from happening? No, he can't. But he
now
can
Hooney might be able to
try
get away.
to help it. It's going to actually be Sneaky coming around, so he either has the Ardent Blaze into Piercing Light or Relentless Pursuits himself into range. He has the kill off of the tag from the culling, which is nice because he hasn't seen much action all game. The first kill just for getting the tag there.
Yeah, Meteos looking for an initiation as well because they've picked up 2 kills for just 1 death. But he pulls it back. Gotta say, nice job by Jensen waiting in the brush for Pobelter. He needed that 1 extra auto, otherwise it would have been super clean.
Just got it off. Dragon, oh, we're gonna get another Mountain Drake. We are on fire this game, chat.
Really
I shouldn't
important.
say that. That's infernal.
Yeah, Cloud9, no,
I'm
you're
just
right.
Yeah, no, I was
You
kidding.
fooled me. Anyway, it's a little tankier than the other Dragons. Great initiation.
That's the hit, the Piercing Light immediately through Adrian with the follow-up damage, and the rest of the team along with Sneaky's damage now is crushing Jensen a bit too far forward. And the Dragon actually is not the objective this time. It was more so the fight.
Yeah, Mountain Drake has more health and armor than other Drakes, so it does less damage to you. But when they peeled off for that fight, I thought they would just kill Adrian, turn back to the Dragon, get it for sure.
Right.
Instead, they overchase into people on Immortals who had just spawned. They need someone on Cloud9 keeping track of death timers to tell them, yo, these guys that you just killed are respawned, and they're going to be here any second. Jensen only finds that out after he shifts into the fight.
Look at the no vision up there as well.
Yeah, exactly. So Pobelter's roaming down, and Jensen's like, oh, why don't we just continue this play? That's why you don't continue the play, because Pobelter's there with this gravity field.
Really great gravity field on the
Meteos
claw
as
end
well.
immediately.
That'll mean 2 mountains for Immortals now.
Ooh. That's going to be rough. When these guys approach the barrier, it's going to go down really quick. Cloud9 has a good team to kind of sit on the outside and throw in a few things in that, but Immortals should still be able to drop it down once they get the chance.
Yeah, no way is it impossible to beat a team with 2 Mountain Drakes, because if you're just fighting them in the open battlefield, it does nothing for them. But it gives them so much more threat around the Baron area,
Incredible.
and it gives them so many more rewards if they ever get some free time at turrets. 20% pre-mitigation true damage on turrets and objectives. So for a very easy example, 158 AD, let's round it to 160 for Wild Turtle. That's going to be 32 true damage on every single auto attack he gives to a Baron or a turret. Extra, on top of it.
And he's already firing like a madman. Let's see if he gets in. Level 11, he's got that second level of the ult. We may see it come across here to set something up for Immortals. Right now, it's actually just to turn back after taking Sneaky's ultimate, so at least they got the culling out for now. Not too long, but it may give them a window to push back here. They get a catch on to anybody. With Rainover being so low, they probably decide not to. Look at Hooney being a nuisance, doing exactly what he loves to do, is just distract the other team and get them to do what he wants. Here only pulling a few members in, but it gives Immortals breathing room on the middle turret. That was Cloud9 just approaching it to seem like they would take it down. It really went nowhere.
Yep, the objective control very threatening from Immortals, keeping Cloud9 at bay for most of it. Aside from the odd time Jensen can sneak into a brush to one-shot Pobelter, who hasn't built a single bit of magic resistance, also has no magic resistance in his runes. It's one of the reasons Jensen was able to kill him so quickly.
That is very interesting.
Sitting on 30 MR, yeah.
See maybe an Abyssal Scepter, at least the early game magic resistance start, and then into it.
Yeah, the thing with his Victor, I mean, a lot of times people want to go cooldown reduction on Victor because being able to cycle through his spells is super important.
That's true.
But also, the first 2 items you want on him is the triple upgrade of your Hex Core, so you get increased movement speed on your ultimate, and then a Rylai's so that your ultimate slows. Those are really the 2 biggest things. Your laser will also slow for Victor, but because he's been able to pick those up, like his offensive capability is massive, but he's just very vulnerable to Jensen's burst.
He says, my cleanse is enough for now. If I don't take the damage, I don't need the mitigation. It might be a very hard thing to do once Cloud9 goes with the in button and only the in button. So far, a much more tame third matchup. 3,000 gold in the lead for Immortals. 2 Mountain Drakes, 1 Ocean Drake, as they have controlled the game, much like they did in game 1. And here now trying to kind of posture towards their top side of the map, knowing it would be pushed in by Jensen. A lot of room being given by both teams right now. Mooney's staying on the bot side, 218 to 158 there. And that CS lead for Sneaky is now 280 to just about 200.
Yeah, Sneaky is getting so much farm, but he still needs to find a way to actually be involved in the team fights. We haven't seen a team fight yet. There's been so much split pushing from what Immortals has been doing. And a 3-level advantage for Huni, although he can't dual impact. I mean, partially because he still has the Rift Herald buff. That thing lasts for 20 minutes.
So true.
Another part of it is just because Trundle is incredibly hard to duel.
Almost forgot about that. He has been sitting quite big for quite some time here. So a good decision by Cloud9 to do so.
Well, let's see if he can duel him. Oh, Pillar
Just on the other side. Mooney knows he's going to have Broken Wings up in just a second and uses the third one to get over the wall. So Huni's teleport is definitely going to be the play here. He's not been by the team forever. He's on Riven. We're going to have to wait for that. What does Cloud9 look to do?
Yeah, I think Cloud9 is just hoping for Jensen to get a good initiation. Pobelter obviously has Cleanse. There's already SS on Wild Turtle, so it's going to be a little bit difficult, but I think he's mainly looking for just large amounts of damage to blow a fight wide open. Cloud9 still is the team that can look to find fights. They have the speed boosts from the Karma.
That's true.
And the
Still have
initiation from Meteos' Gratis. The game is still close though, and Immortals has a bunch of damage. So they need to get vision control first, then try and get an initiation, catch an odd member out from Immortals, and not overcommit on the wrong person to then get blown up by Huni, which is why I think we're seeing so much hesitation, because the cost of a missed initiation is so gigantic, and the initiation itself is pretty hard to do.
Sneaky on your screen, the one member never changed, switched, or subbed out for Cloud9. Nearly at a full, not full build, he's 2 away, but nearly hit his 3 items he already has. Youmuu's Black Cleaver and his Phantom Dancer, so he's gonna sting.
These are the core items for this build. It's all of his move speed, a huge amount of his damage. Doublelift was completing this build with a Bloodthirster just to be more of a healer, but I've also seen another way where you just go an Infinity Edge off of this one to then kind of transition into just a late game Lucian build that had a very early game start. They're all good. There's a little bit of a fall off around 6 items with this build, which is why Immortals is probably also content to just not fight the really strong Lucian. But with the 4th Dragon coming up right now, wonder if Cloud9's going to try and get that Ocean Drake.
Knowing Jensen has a teleport, they still don't bring the fight to him. He could easily claw out and back to the fight if necessary. Impact, giving a little bit of hell to Pobelter inside their jungle as they set up for Ocean Drake next.
It doesn't do anything, Meteos.
Just tickling each other.
Rainover has built the tank items.
Frozen Heart for him as well, so he gets himself built up. Coming up on 30 minutes now. 5 minutes, 15 seconds, the Elder Drakes will be spawning instead of these Elementals. But right now, it is going to be the Ocean Drake that is fought for and jockey for position. Are they actually going to go and kind of tempt on Baron here?
Very good flash by Huni. He would have probably died if he didn't flash that Gragas ultimate. But that time, I mean, especially with the 20% true damage extra they get on this one, very easy for them to pick up their 4th Dragon. And this is where it gets so dangerous, is because with the double mountain, when the Elder spawns, Immortals is going to be able to rush it very quickly. And the true damage burn that they're going to get off that is going to be 235 on every application because of the 4 dragons that they
the multiplication is huge. It is going to sting quite a bit. We saw kind of the pressure that Cloud9 put on with it in just the last 10 seconds of it last game. They almost let it wear off, but were able to use it to their best ability in that situation.
And that was with 1 Elemental Dragon.
Yeah, that's true. Now you're putting a roll of coins in your hand, punching.
Immortals, huge advantage based on the Drakes. Really, Cloud9 needs to completely all in on the right types of initiations or the right picks.
Oh, both mages going all in on this fight, and that calls for the cavalry. The teleport is going to come in. We do see Huni here as well as Impact as they go toe-to-toe. Rainover's going to come up now, and Pobelter is fighting Meteos toe-to-toe as they start to enter that fight with the majority of the team. A very spread out matchup, but closed in by Immortals here, and they lose nobody.
Yeah, you can see a little bit of desperation coming in from Cloud9. They're trying to just all in on someone. And now with 2 people dead, they can just easily turn for Baron right now. Sneaky used a lot of mana trying to kill Wild Turtle, but Wild Turtle was able to flash away to kill this very quickly.
Yeah.
Cloud9 would have to fight them to stop them, but it's almost gone.
It's not even a 50-50. You could fly in like Pobelter with LeBlanc and a Rek'Sai Reignover. Totally, or Rek'Sai, I should say, Olaf. Totally different, and they are not able to challenge a 50-50. Baron goes over to Immortals now. 6,000 gold in the lead.
Yeah, C9 unable to actually find a team fight. It just continues to be skirmishes, which is exactly what Immortals wants right now. Huni doesn't have to deal with the team-wide crowd control and burst during the duration of a Lissandra ultimate. Instead, all the burst is actually used on a Pobelter, who just cleanses away, and then Huni can teleport in afterwards and just do a whole bunch of damage. He's also built a little tanky with his QSS, so I mean, he's going to be fine in team fights.
See this again.
Yeah.
There's the cleanse.
Cleanse right away, and then he dumps enough damage off of him. And with the build, Pobelter's gone. With the Rylai's, the ultimate's just going to sit on top of Jensen, which forces him to Zhonya's. And then Meteos tries to burst him at the end, but the damage backup just isn't there. He's gone tank Gragas after Runic Echoes. Can't finish off Pobelter through the shields. Pobelter now has an Abyssal Scepter, so he's even harder to burst. And Immortals looking like they're going to be able to take this series if they keep up this play.
This is something I think people expected to see. Immortals obviously playing a steady game, but being able to threaten champions like Riven when you want. What other team is really going to do that, right? And no, you may not ban it next game, but these are the options that Immortals came into the season with in spring and went 17-1.
Absolutely, another initiation being attempted here. Jensen around the back. No Huni yet.
The cast really didn't do much to do damage. It just separated the fight, but still gives Immortals time to look around. The focus on Turtle is so much right now, and it's going to be Pobelter and Turtle going down first. Cloud9 is lasting through this fight somehow, and that's going to be a kill onto Huni. They finally take down Meteos, but it leaves enough Cloud9 members up to continue the fight and start to trample down Immortals in the top lane. Pings to the mid.
Absolutely crucial fight for Cloud9 to be able to take. Huni wasn't with the team, and Jensen saw his opportunity to go into the teleport. He then totally outplayed the Ash Arrow by flashing over it and getting a huge burst down. And even though Pobelter tried to delay as much as he could at the gravity field, he couldn't get it done. Huni arrived late. Sneaky got more damage, and these are pretty long death timers, so they're going to hope to take 2 turrets off this.
So sad I missed the Ash Arrow. I was looking at the mini-map. Good eyes, chat. Good eyes.
Looks like he flashed over. We'll see again in the replay.
Plays left and right. Well, it definitely would have been something that allowed that AoE damage to stay in the fight and continue to crush down the other Immortals. 8-8, 34 minutes in. A minute up onto Elder Dragon here. And things could get pretty crazy.
Yeah, Cloud9's going to have to fight that one. They'll probably have to take on Huni. So watching Jensen coming up from the top here. Wild Turtle thinks he's the ward. Ash Arrow, and doesn't even need to flash. He just takes his E at just the right moment. Yeah, and then he got his AoE, and you can see Pobelter down at the bottom, and Riven also arrives. Really big credit to Sneaky for not being in combo range of Huni when he came in, so he could just destroy him with Lucian. Then Reignover comes in a little bit late, thinking Huni would have done a bit more work, and falls as well. Ultimately a 4-for-1 for Cloud9. Keeps them in the game, right?
Very much so.
We know that the Mountain Drakes are super powerful, and the Double Ocean is amazing for staying out on the map. But in a situation like this, with Elder Dragon spawning in 1 minute, the actual combat effectiveness, if both teams go in to a fight with full health, is completely even. So as long as Immortals doesn't get free time on Elder Drake, Cloud9 can absolutely still find the type of fight they need to win this game.
Love the Adrian build as well. Looking down at that, full damage Zyra. He is going to be hurting people. Not even saying, you know what, we may get locked up by Jensen. You already have a cleanse. You don't need more magic resist or help from the Kales or anything. But as it should be, Adrian loves to kind of mess around and also be participating in these fights damage-wise.
Yeah, when the Zyra gets the Leandries, this Kiwi Kid built last night, it does a whole bunch of damage. Kiwi Kid did something like 45,000 damage in that hour-long game. So his damage per minute stats on support are going to be a little bit rigged with the support Zyra game being in there. Huni takes blue away.
I used to call the burning bush build.
Yep.
All the plants just completely destroying your life with that burn of Leandries. We'll see if he can get into the fight. I don't really think I've seen his ultimate be quite effective in these. He's been too far out or hasn't been able to place it correctly. Ash arrow flying
It's a little
off.
on mana, but pops his Ghost Blade.
Yep, Ash arrow flying off to the side. We can see Turtle has that down. Sneaky has also used his ultimate.
And I was just talking about if you go into a fight with full health and mana, the Ocean Drake wouldn't matter. But there's been, I guess Sneaky was using his mana to wave clear and also try to use the culling to burst someone. It must have just been off camera, but that's not good for them because Immortals is full on all of their resources. And they need Sneaky to be able to stay through a long fight.
Looks like he's trying to get that Bloodthirster now in that build. Impact actually not being able to stand toe-to-toe now. We talked about how it's not tank stats for Riven. Kind of going to work against him in that fight.
Yeah, Rift Herald fell off, and he's probably going to get Impact's ultimate if he continues dueling like this, and then just lifesteal off the next wave, because it's a Ravenous Hydra versus Titanic Hydra right now.
Yeah.
And while Trundle does heal with dead creeps, just not as much as what he was able to heal up with on the Ravenous.
Taking away a lot of...
Oh, and they can take this so quickly. Woo, Cloud9's not quite in position.
Meteos is going to want to go around the side. It's actually pulled up. He may have range to get in and just kind of poke a smite in there, but he's giving it so much room. They're not even going to try. They see Booty up top. They give him so much respect.
He's going!
Jensen's going in! Oh, he actually gets in. Meteos with the smite down on Elder. He stops the 4 elementals from being huge for Immortals and the rest. Immortals Huni trying to get onto Sneaky, but they can't even control the fight now. It's just made Cloud9 too strong, and Cloud9 backs up with full members.
Meteos is back in the LCS right now, and he steals the all-important Elder Dragon from Reignover. That probably would have been the game over for Immortals right there, but instead, Cloud9 get this buff. It's not a very strong one because they have no elemental drakes to stack up on with it, but it prevents it from going over to Immortals and keeps them in this game.
So huge. He even goofed me on it. I was like, oh, he's too far away. So I started watching the fight, and then he comes flying over the wall. Absolutely amazing, especially when you can catch the casters off guard. Coming up on 40 minutes, we'll see how this one happens again.
Yeah, essentially Immortals cut off the river, but Meteos was able to walk up and flash over the back wall. Smites immediately, doesn't even combo with much other damage. And then the fight is a little bit dangerous for Immortals, right? Because they all teleport in. Sneaky doesn't quite get bursted out, but technically the combat stats for Cloud9 are higher in this fight because they have the 45 damage, true damage burn on hits. Very minimal compared to what Immortals would have been, but now they still have the buff and are maybe looking to take advantage.
What a pillar! Pops him up back over the wall, could not get fully through his tunnel. That's some Groundhog Day action there.
It's pretty nice.
I should say Caddyshack, rather. Getting in. Looks like Reignover's going to be perfectly fine for if he takes the damage there.
So
He's a big boy right now. So I wasn't too worried about the effect before. Just looked cool from Impact. He's been doing quite a few things to make himself a name here now on the Cloud9 team.
Yeah, the overall damage from Cloud9 in fights is still much lower. Sandra is a very burst-heavy champion. Ashe, you could even think from DPS perspective, might be close, even though it's 3 items to 4.5. But they do still have a bit of the buff. What the heck is going on with his size? Here they go.
Able to get Reignover. Impact was quite big, but the Chaos Storm coming out of Pobelter gives him the double kill. Looking for Meteos on the triple. Reignover's actually going to go down in this fight as Huni tries to take down Impact. That'll be shortly done. And now they're going to try and close in on Jensen. He will not take down Wild Turtle alone. And they look to clean up Cloud9 in a complete ace. Upwards of 60 seconds on the starting death timers. And Immortals have the map to themselves.
A potentially anticlimactic end to this game right there. Sneaky just gets completely obliterated by Pobelter from around a corner. 20 seconds on his death timer might not be enough to end the game, but the rest of his team is on pretty long death timers too.
Especially with the 2 mountains coming up, Ashe and still in range, they definitely have these turrets.
Yeah, they kill the turrets very, very quickly, but Sneaky will be up in 8 seconds, so it's smart for Immortals to just back away after this one and turn for Baron. So we'll get to see that fight again, and Cloud9 will live to fight another, at least a few minutes, as well as Immortals.
Hopefully it doesn't end like that for them. Once again, say the fans. And we'll see if they can keep each other safe. They have a lot that can help Sneaky stay safe. It just wasn't in range to get him to that safety. And like you said, Baron will go down. Meteos won't get a miraculous attempt this time. He's still in the chamber. So he comes back up. Cloud9's back on the board.
Anyway,
we'll see this fight again.
Super competitive series so far. Impact gets the ults onto Reignover. Steals as much of his resistance as possible. They're trying to burst him, but then Sneaky just like, he tries to capitalize on the Gragas ultimate on a Wild Turtle, but just walks right into Victor.
Could have gone over the
Casted
wall
all
there
his
in red.
spells. Probably could have gone over the wall to avoid the burst. The first death of the game from Sneaky comes from a rather big misposition. He was trying to go all in onto the enemy AD carry, but once that happened, even though Jensen came in at the end with some burst, it's just the majority of their damage comes from the Lucian.
You get one Arcane Shift or Relentless Pursuit per season, right? One's forward, the rest are out. The rest are in a advantageous position. There's always one.
Part of Lucian's playstyle, just keep going in and in and in, but
It is relentless.
Yeah.
It is called Relentless Pursuit.
Unless you die, then it can no longer be relentless.
Where do they go from here? Still more damage over the side of Adrian. Looks like he's got a Void Staff coming up next. He doesn't build that into anything else. 42 minutes, 13-9 as we start to rack the kills back up.
Oh, Jensen had his zonies because he got hit by an arrow.
Immortals are all over the map, and Cloud9 is not being spread thin here. Power and numbers for Immortals. They're forced to be backed up just a moment by the culling, but still get the objective of the turret and are pressuring forward. Cooney on the bottom side of the map. You can just go ahead and get to the other side if he needs to.
Yeah, quite difficult for
Oh dear.
Impact to stop this with the Baron empowered minions. Getting a lot of damage on Huni though, who's at least gonna force him back a little bit, and then maybe they could try a fight on the other side, but Huni has teleport on that. Gonna hope for the kill. Yeah, Huni can teleport back quite easily.
Oh, Mountain Drake, hello.
Yeah, instant death on that turret.
Bye-bye. Immortals looking to put the finishing touches on a fantastic series here to start off their summer split.
There's Jensen.
Jensen had no chance on that one. I was actually looking up at the time real quick, enough to not see Jensen go down, and that's been actually the story of the last two fights, that Jensen was on the front line, quickly burst out, nothing that could happen for him, and Cloud9's trying to go for broke on one last push towards Immortals. Huni is just standing in the midst of a huge battle with three members of Cloud9. Smoothie's gonna go down to Wild Turtle, pretty much takes him out solo. They're on to the Nexus, and Immortals will take down Cloud9 for their first series of the summer split.
Hey, if they want to go 17-1 again, they still can, because this technically counts as a 1-0 for them, even though it's a 2-1 series win over Cloud9. Really hard fought, really entertaining series here from Immortals, and I think Pobelter stepped up huge in that last game.
Yes.
He really struggled in games 1 and 2 against Jensen, but his victory was a massive reason that they were able to pull out this victory.
Nicely done all around. Kind of all the players showing up at one time or another on the team to get what they needed in each game. Wild Turtle with the arrows, like you said, Pobelter there, Huni pulling out the Riven, really coming together. And like I said, if these are the kind of things we can expect from Immortals, they're still going to give teams trouble. Being able to just say, you know, let's Riven third game. What else are they going to do third game?
Yeah.
They have so many options with that Huni pick.
And it looked a little dangerous, right? A Riven into a Lysandra, as well as giving away the first pick Lucian.
That's a
and
good
against
point.
a Trundle, who he's not really going to be able to bully. But Huni still made it work because Immortals was never committing to full team fights, and Jensen could never get the right combo down in those fights. Sneaky also had that incredibly powerful early game where he's going to have his Ghost Blade and his Black Cleaver and his Phantom Dancer, but throughout that entire phase, Immortals was avoiding him.
Yep.
So they played this last game better than any of the previous two games in the series, and ultimately that's why it's the decider. They adapted, which is something that they need to prove they can do throughout the season.
And that's the nature of the beast of the best of threes. We got to see a clean game from Immortals, a clean game from Cloud9, and then the even one which was broke uneven by Immortals, just continuously going in, even with Meteos' Smite Steal.
Yeah.
That Immortals is still kind of able to say, well, we regroup, we find a way around that, and we'll make our strategy happen again.
Yeah, Rainover was able to get his Rek'Sai, which probably felt pretty good, and he did control a good portion of the early game with that. But then as they stalled out, it was really the scaling of the Victor that just continued to go again and again for Pobelter. And like specifically, a couple times in that game where Jensen and Impact were just like going all in to try and kill Pobelter.
Right.
He kept turning it around and really like outbursting Lysandra as well as still doing more overall damage. It's a good champion for him. I feel like you should pick him more often.
I like the Ashe pickup as well for Wild Turtle throughout this series. We saw in the second game how timid they were to do anything. Obviously a poke comp, but with the Ashe arrow, they feel so much sure. Maybe a few more missed in the third game, but we're still a big reason that the turrets fell after the fights. Something else happened after the fights this game, and it wasn't kind of, well, we both lost two. We'll back up and wait for the next trade.
Definitely pushed onto a utility role, and I think their main function in this game, even though they could have been initiators, was just preventing the initiation. it's really hard to go straight into an Ashe and a Zyra. I mean, the one time that Immortals did get initiated on it was because Jensen was able to dodge the Ashe arrow with his glacial path. And that's not going to happen every day, right? That's not going to happen every single time. And fortunately enough, Wild Turtle did finally pick up 2 kills in the very last fight. Otherwise, he would have been held killless that whole game.
I think going in for to speak about the last fights with Sneaky, he was big. He hadn't gone down. He had a bunch of items, and that probably felt like a very kind of easy play to get through if they were able to take down Wild Turtle in that instance. But kind of things don't go your way, the game doesn't go your way. So those decisions are very big to make in a late game.
Exactly, and when you play these best-of-3 series, you're probably going to feel worse about it when you make a decision at the end of one of these games, but Immortals earned that victory. It was a great series.
That's true. It was a long and hard fought by both teams. And for more on the explosive conclusion to that series, let's head stage side where Azael is standing by with Immortals top laner.
Thanks, guys. I'm here with Hooney, and congratulations, first off, a huge series win over C9. And I've got to ask you, a lot of people are obviously prioritizing tanks so heavily still in the top lane, and you come out with 2 Echo games, a Riven game, building full DPS. Do you feel that's the proper way to play, or is it just a play style thing? What do you feel?
To be honest, like, it's not I don't like tank champion, but still, I think tank champion, there's a lot of patches from getting nerfed, and then something, especially Black Cleaver is getting buff as well at the same time. That means it's gonna be actual doable carry top champion. Which means DPS champions against tank champion is gonna be doable. And then a lot of regions is still playing something like tank. To be honest, most of the team is playing tank champion. So for me, I'm trying to do something with damage champion because obviously I'm better to play, damage champion. But of course, I can play tank champion. I just figure out, and then it just a situational.
Cool. So now with the mid-season update, obviously a really big change to the game. A lot of people are focusing dragons very heavily. There's the new Rift Herald. Are you enjoying the changes? Do you feel like it's mixing up the meta and the priorities in competitive play a lot?
Yeah, there's a lot of changes from Rift Herald and Drake. First of all, Rift Herald is for really, really good into just 1% as a top laner because that buff make me really sad when enemy has when enemy top laner just got that. I actually want to cry because this is not impossible to just stay on the living lane. So it was kind of hard, but still we execute really well. And Drake is gonna be really amazing because they just change a lot, and then it's stacking, and then it's so effective at late game. So I think it's gonna be more important than before. So it's gonna be really slow paced game.
And so going into this split, you guys didn't have the finish that you wanted last time around. Obviously a great start here against Cloud9. How are you feeling about your chances this time around?
Sorry?
How are you feeling about your chances in Summer Split? How do you guys think you'll do?
I think we're gonna be pretty high places again because we have done it really good and really well last season as well. And then we're practicing really well. And then I don't see some teams super good. So I think it's gonna be good. It's gonna be for us.
Great. Well, thank you very much, Hooney. And now we are going to head back over to Dash and the guys at the analyst desk to give us more.
Thank you very much. Hooney, confident as ever there in that interview. But of course, with this best-of-3 format, we're probably going to see more instances of Immortals being challenged since there will be just more opportunity, more games for that to happen. And already, if you consider that they had this victory over Cloud9 2-1, they have as many losses in the regular season so far as they did in the last split. But overall, Immortals kind of taking it to Cloud9 there at the end and picking up this series 2-1.
Yeah, I mean, it was a very tight series the whole way through. Almost every single game, either team could have taken it if a couple of things had gone a little differently. So one of the highlights so far this season, definitely.
All right, and so if we're going to go ahead and walk through this game, I mean, as you mentioned already, it was a lot of back and forth. We did see a pretty early lead established by Immortals. We saw a couple early kills go over to Reignover in the top lane, Hooney being the beneficiary of a couple assists. If those were kills, maybe the game would have gotten a little bit out of control, but the Riven pickup there, kind of rejecting that tank meta, taking the Riven into the trundle. Thoughts on that?
I think Dyer should take this one because he's been in that top lane situation before.
So the situation where Impact was his lanes pushing, and it doesn't matter which champion it is, Riven, tank, you're gonna die 2-on-1. You can't. You either you either push it in with your jungler, or you have to go run somewhere else. Your Trundle at level 3, 4, you're not gonna go in jungle for your jungler. You're not gonna roam mid. You're not gonna walk all the way bottom. You have to push that in. And like Mark was saying, it's one of those solo queue things where it'll feel bad for Meteos to go up there and just like push it in, but it was absolutely necessary for that to happen. That was a very crucial part of the game that gave him up 2K gold, and that's why Reignover was so ahead. But if that gold went on Riven or Huni, you already know.
Right, exactly. But we also did see a very kind of interesting division of resources in this game, right? Whereas Huni was getting that deep frozen wave in the top lane, we saw the exact same thing happen on the bot side for Sneaky of Cloud9. So kind of in both situations, those laners doubling the CS of their opponent. Wild Turtle definitely kind of having, relegated to roaming around the map on Ashe for a little bit at 50 CS with not much to do in the early portions of the game. And to a degree, that's kind of why we did see such a closeness in the game, as both teams were doing their best to play around the strength of their carries as they developed throughout the game.
I think what Dyer said about Huni not being able to pick up those kills was a big part of it. Wild Turtle had a really nice roam up to the top lane right as C9 was trying to finally push that wave in. He was there to Ashe Arrow the Lissandra to make sure that the dive that they have doesn't work. So if that was the kind of situation where Immortals was slightly worse of a team, they might not have even been able to capitalize on that.
All right, for sure. That roaming pressure did make Turtle lose a lot of CS, but the kills in comparison was nice.
All right, well, let's work through the game. We do have some replays that we want to run through. Hopefully our monitor will be friendly with us and swap over as we call them up. 33 minutes into the game, we had a 4-for-1 in the top lane. C9 picking this up again off of, really great recognition of Jensen, seeing that, like, hey, I can make this flank happen, playing around that ultimate of Ashe. But again, we also did see kind of the Wild Turtle suffering, hurting for damage, because Alessandra's in your face as an Ashe and you can't even do 60% of his health in damage. That's a terrifying prospect.
Yeah, the other thing too was Huni tried really hard to interrupt the TP and just couldn't get there in time. So you saw he was like in between two turrets and had to run all the way back up to get involved in that fight. And even though it was kind of like frontline melting backline, the thing was the Lucian was just so much stronger than the Ashe at that point that Lissandra was like, whatever, just tanked it.
It just feels like a lot of these mistakes where there's just like these slight missteps and the enemy team's just taking advantage of it because they have either a flanking champion such as Lissandra get up in your face, and it just feels like both AD carries besides Lucian and like utility AD carries like Ezreal, Ashe, Sivir, they don't really get to do much alone. They kind of just help the rest of the team. So if you leave them alone, they're not going to be able to help you out.
Yeah, if we push ourselves a little bit further into the game, when we had noticed that Immortals had the dragon control this time around with that double mountain dragon, a lot of damage, a lot of threat when the Elder Dragon finally spawned. And we'll pull this up. We're going to watch out as Cloud9 sound full. We're going to get a listen in on comms as Meteos comes up with that clutch steal on the Elder Dragon to save them from what would have been the end of the game probably there, if not.
I don't have a ward. I don't have a ward. We have this. Go. I got it. Nice, Meteos.
Yeah, I mean, sounds a little chaotic there, but it can't be understated how big of a steal that was. Both Sneaky and Jensen had gotten out of that fight with 10 health, and if you have that burn, they're done. That's both your carries dead, and they can just run up mid, probably just end the game right there. So that was game saving.
Yeah, what would have been 225 true damage, taking over 3 seconds with the 4 dragons plus the Elder Dragon. It just is an insane amount of damage to negate, and then you also add a little bit of true damage for yourselves, kept Sneaky alive, let them get out of it in that moment. So absolutely clutch steal coming from the jungler, returning to the LCS stage.
Yeah, it really, really opened the door for the ability to come back, although some unfortunate stuff did happen.
Right, so let's get to that then, because at 39 and a half minutes of the game, Immortals, they pick up an ace on what looked to be a pretty solid engage for Cloud9 here, but Sneaky uncharacteristically going a bit ham here, overextending and putting themselves into a sticky situation.
It starts really slow with Trundle basically tanking almost all the damage, but then Sneaky loses his mind here, tries to finish off the Ashe, and just runs right into all the Victor damage, gets insta-burst. By the time Jensen gets in, the fight's mostly over. Sure, he cleans up 1 kill, but I mean, when you're biggest portion of your team's damage just insta-dies at the start of a fight, it's game over. And there's a little bit of a chase down here as they clean up the last couple kills, but it was really all just about that sneaky mispositioning.
Same.
Yeah, right, exactly. Well, which is unfortunate because, again, as we mentioned, it's so rare to see that kind of a mistake coming from him. Unfortunately, it did come at that late game stage where that just a singular mistake can cost your team the game. Immortals capitalizing on it very well. The person who did just that was Pobelter, who will be receiving our player of the game for this one. On that victory, I mean, his ultimates damage dealt to champions absolutely through the roof. Jat mentioned that with the changes now that the tick of the damage on the ultimate is so much higher, he definitely, the controlling of that Chaos Storm, pretty key in a lot of these fights.
Yeah, I think he was one of the biggest members in helping snowball the game, actually. You would have thought it was Hooney, but it was a lot of Pobelter like shoving people off turrets and setting up these situations through just getting a lot of burst damage down. So it was a very impressive game by him.
Yeah, every time there was a crucial moment, he landed a 4-man crucial middle. If C9 chased too far, he was there to be the wall to stop them and just put down that solid damage to just keep the team together.
All right, that's going to pretty much do it for Cloud9 versus Immortals. Immortals going up 2-1 over Cloud9, getting that first victory of the split for them. We've got one series in the book, but stick around. There's another coming your way right after the break with Team Envy taking on Team Liquid. We'll be right back. It's 3.5.
It's great initiation.
That's the hit, the piercing light immediately through Adrian with the follow-up damage, and the rest of the team along with Sneaky's damage now is crushing. Cloud9 is lasting through this fight somehow, and that's going to be a kill onto Hooney. They finally take down Meteos, but it leaves enough Cloud9 members up to continue the fight. They see Hooney up top, they give him so much respect. Jensen's going in! Oh, he actually gets in Meteos with the smite down on Elder. He stops the 4 elementals from being huge for Immortals and the rest.
Hello and welcome one and all. I am Dominic Romer, and joining me to cast this series is none other than Sam Kobe Hartman Kensler. How you doing, dude?
Great. How are you?
I'm doing pretty fantastic.
Back in the big stage.
Yeah, we're in the big stage today for this next one, but we're continuing our day of action with newcomers Team Envy taking on Team Liquid. Now, Liquid is coming into this summer split after a top 4 finish, but we know these guys expected more, and they'll be coming into this summer ready to play.
Yeah, I mean, Piglet and Phoenix, they had a great split last split. They were top performers. And Liquid, they're going to be looking to have those two veterans bring the consistency from last split. But something that won't be consistent is going to be the jungler. You know, there's a big question surrounding Liquid, how they're going to adapt losing Dardoch. That guy was such a big part of their resurgence last split. Him and Matt together were a shot-calling combo, but he's not with the squad now. Stepping in as Liquid's jungler is going to be Moon, who actually struggled to find success last split on Energy, but this team seems confident that Moon has improved, and I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt right now and assume that he has also improved. So I'm very curious to see what he's going to show in this very first matchup that we're going to have with him.
Yeah, he does have at least 2 games to impress, so we'll see if he will be able to show us that. Now, on the other side of the matchup, though, we've got Team Envy. We saw them for the first time last night after they defeated Team Energy in a 3-game series.
Yeah, and the first impressions for Team Envy are really good. I mean, just the overall atmosphere of the team, they all seem very happy. You know, Seraph, Laud, Proxen, all these guys put up good performances yesterday, and there are also players that, you know, were either abandoned by teams or they were part of organizations that fell apart or failed, and it just seems like this was a team of guys that were scrapped together, you know, picked up from the different corners and put together, and they came together and they are very confident in each other's play. Plus, you know, they've got to be happy with winning yesterday. So
yeah,
the team mentality for these guys, as far as the new teams go, and as far as, you know, how recent this squad was put together, has got to be through the roof.
Yeah, they look very happy, but don't take our word for it. Let's hear from Seraph himself on what it's like playing with this new roster.
I used to deal with proxy on years in Korea, so I really know him does play well, and also Ninja is like, yeah, his best teammates. And Haku and Lord, I a little bit like worried about Lord because to be honest, he has not much experience in LCS, so I just worried about it. But I completely like respect him right now because in scrims he's super good, always good, and Haku is a really good mechanic. So I really love my teammates.
To be honest, I agree with him. I was a little worried about Laud and Haku going into yesterday as well, but they performed really, really well. They, you know, were making cases for MVP performances actually for that duo lane, and it's, you know, very cool how this squad has actually come together around them.
It's kind of surprising to see this comparison because the last time we saw where you just kind of pulled, I don't want to say orphans, but people who were abandoned by their teams was Immortals, who had such an incredible performance last bit. Now we're looking at Energy and they're really, Envy, and they're pulling together.
Yeah, they beat Energy.
I'm surprised. Yeah, they beat Energy yesterday. But they're pulling together with their own group of people, and they're all very happy, looking very solid. And really, the bilingual setup is working out rather well for them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, they don't seem to be having too many communication issues. Their play yesterday, if you just look, you know, at what was going on within the game, it was very decisive.
Yeah, it certainly was. But now let's check out the starting lineup, starting with Team Envy. In the top lane, it's Seraph. In the jungle, Proxen, with mid laner Ninja, AD carry Laud, support Hakuho, and their coach, Miracle.
And on the other side of the stage, it's Team Liquid. Up top is Lorlo. In the jungle is going to be Moon filling in for Dardoch. Mid will be Phoenix, AD carry Piglet, support Matt, and Coach Loco Doko up on stage with the guys.
Yeah. You can see Loco smiling. I am excited to see how these guys are going to pull out in this series because this is a really big pace setter match for the new Team Liquid without Dardoch. I feel like this series is really going to show us, hey, these guys are ready to play, or will they still have to grow once again?
Yeah, exactly. A lot of people are already, you know, bringing up, oh, you know what, the last team that was the team to bench someone for attitude problems and bring in somebody new and actually had success was CLG.
Oh, yeah.
You know, Doublelift didn't work that well with the team, so they did that, and it took them a while, but it worked out. Team Liquid are doing kind of a similar thing where Dardoch was a huge part of the team. You know, he was a very, very big influence on them winning a lot of games. And they're taking a chance here, see how well Moon does work out.
Yeah, and we have now entered Champion Select. As you can see, Azir banned away from Phoenix. Very strong comfort pick for him. So Team Liquid now going through the typical conversation. Is it Swain? Is it Nidalee? Is it going to be Vladimir?
Yeah, Vladimir especially was made a lot of heads turn yesterday. Seraph took it in the top lane, split push very effectively. So Vladimir going to be off the table quickly from Team Liquid side. Agree with that ban there. The Swain that you bring up, also extremely strong as of 6.10, the current patch that we are playing on.
Some very strong champions available for Envy as Zyra is banned away from Matt. You know, I would peg Matt as a Zyra player. He's so great on Bard, and Zyra kind of fits that Emma.
Yeah, a lot of the supports have jumped on this support Zyra train. She puts out so much damage. She also scales really well. Plus, there's the fact that Envy banned it in both of their blue side games yesterday, so they really do not want to play against the Zyra. And it's just kind of a overall power ban for them right here. Rai's going to follow that up. Also finds himself on the ban list quite often.
Yeah, Nidalee taken away from Proxen. Very strong jungler. We'll see what he sort of falls back to. So far, that Swain is still open in Team Liquid. I'm sure it's going through their heads right now. The final ban is, in fact, going to be Kindred.
Yeah, so both of the junglers, they opt not to give one of the tier 1 junglers away. They'd rather play into the Swain. And there are things you can do, try and cut the healing of Swain, which is very, very necessary. You need some sort of Grievous Wounds on your team. If you're going to face that, Team Liquid, they feel like this is the lesser of two evils. We'll face the Swain rather than having to face the uphill battle of fighting a Nidalee or Kindred while not having Nidalee or Kindred.
Yeah, and Piglet is a pretty intelligent guy. I can see him getting that Executioner's Calling pretty early on, but Swain has been locked in for Envy. Now Team Liquid looking to make their first picks of the summer split. Echo is still open. Lurlo does play a pretty mean Echo, and it is locked in along with that Lucian.
Yeah, this is one of the champions that Lurlo has put the most amount of time in. He has practiced Echo from the very beginning of when Echo first emerged as one of the power picks in the top lane. So he's very, very at home on this champion, as many top laners are. With the current success of that champion. But not only is it a very strong pick in the current meta, but also for him, very comfortable. And that's always what you want for Team Liquid. Lurlo on a comfortable champion up in that top lane, because a lot of the times they do live and die by the success of their solo laners.
We'll see how Lurlo does. Of course, he's going to be paired with that new jungler, so maybe the attention he receives during the game is going to be a bit different. But Envy locking in that Graves and Karma.
Yeah, so they fill in the jungle pool here, and they're going to try and take away Graves for some AD threat because they already have Swain. That's going to be a lot of AP. Karma is technically a flex pick for them as well, but that kind of balances out their damage profile. But I want to talk about, again, the second half of the first round lock-in there for Team Liquid was the Lucian, which is huge. The reason why I said Team Liquid, they live and die by the play of their solo laners is because Piglet has been so consistent. They can almost always count on Piglet to deliver and be a consistent damage source from the backline. Now that he has Lucian, one of the premier AD carries on this patch, I definitely expect Team Liquid to play around that duo lane. And we'll see maybe some extra visit there from Moon. If it's not just for ganking, maybe warding, trying to scout out the enemy jungler with the Tremor Sense as well. And, when you do see Lucian on one side and Ezreal's not banned, a lot of the times he does show up. But we have seen a lot of importance put on speed boost as well. So maybe a Sivir could find himself. There's the Siege option, though. Caitlyn does come in. So Maokai and Caitlyn, a lot of very sturdy team fight set up there for Envy.
And Lod has shown his comfort on Caitlyn. I believe he played it yesterday.
Yeah.
So he is very comfortable on the champion, and we should be expecting some great things from him over the course of this match in order to deal with that. But now it's up to the support for Team Liquid. The final pick, Nami being hovered right now by Matt.
Yeah, Nami being hovered right now. She is really popular, does have the sustain. I always love seeing Matt's Bard. It's not going to be the case this time around. I mean, there's a huge amount of playmaking with it, but with what Team Envy are showing, it looks like Team Liquid do want that sustain for the bottom lane, and Lucian plus Nami does have the potential to go aggressive as well. So maybe Team Liquid will try and play around that.
Yeah, there's a lot of options out of Team Liquid's composition. They really have a lot of flexibility.
Yes, they do. I think that they're also pretty scared about, if you head into a Caitlyn Karma lane, that's a huge amount of poke and a lot of damage that you're going to be taking if they don't lane swap here. So going to need some extra sustain, and Nami's going to be the choice.
Yeah, the very bruiser-oriented team on Envy looking to do some damage as everyone has now locked in and they're getting ready.
Pretty good power picks from both sides, actually. I think this is a decently even draft from both teams, and it is going to come down to execution. There is also one little wrinkle here, is that there's an extra teleport for Envy coming from the mid lane, so maybe you have to keep your eyes a little bit more peeled, towards that bottom lane if you are Team Liquid, because you could be outnumbered. Maybe Phoenix will just get an early step, try and roam with Victor, but he's running cleanse right now, just in case. If you're playing against Swain, never move lands. It's going to be rough.
Yeah, well, that's our last stop before we spawn onto the Rift. Tweet out your predictions with the hashtag TLWin or hashtag NVWin, and let us know who you think will take this series as we load onto the Rift for our first game between Envy and Team Liquid.
All right, both junglers going to start out with the classic machete and refillable potion. Sometimes you'll see Graves go with the talisman for some extra mana regeneration, but he definitely doesn't need it. And we'll see if they do standard routes as well, because as of right now, everyone fanning out for standard lanes.
A little bit of harass finds Lod just to bully him away. Nothing too scary. The ward actually does survive, so minor consolation there in that.
Well, wants to even up that cash. Oh, gets one as well.
So just one charge on that Frost Thief, Spell Thief.
Spell Thieves. And each stealing from the other. Yeah, I mean, man, this is just actually going to be very standard here, but the recall does come in from Team Liquid duo lane, and both of them now hovering on the top side. This might be a blind match for the lane swap call here. I think Lorlo would be pretty happy taking his matchup, Echo into Maokai for the solo. But Piglet and Matt will have to be careful with the first few steps. The early stages versus Caitlyn Karma can really determine a lot of how that lane goes. If Hakuho lands the first couple empowered, mantra Qs, or if he face checks, he's going to be the one taking the bubble. So this is going to be huge.
Down to 200 health, 100. The attack lands, but heal is used, and Hakuho gets out. That's 3 summoners for not dropping a ward.
Well, those first few seconds there, Dom, determine a lot. Let's see how Piglet and Matt try and take control here.
Lod's trying to play forward, but with Hakuho such low health, it's so dangerous.
Yeah, that face check, you see the level 2 now. You're going to get zoned out completely. Really good job there by Piglet and Matt pressing this, zoning them off of as many melees as they possibly could. Matt is going to have the sustain as well, so they can continue to play up in this lane. They also know that Graves started bottom lane. You got to take all the information available to you this early on, since the duo came to face check. It's highly probable that Graves started on that bottom side. Technically, Graves can start wherever he wants, because he gets that knockback on his auto, and he doesn't lose much life at all in the jungle. But yeah, they're going to pressure up pretty far here. Matt also putting out that early trinket ward just in case Graves was going to come try and even things up.
Yeah, already we can see Lod is suffering quite a bit. He's missed almost 2 minion waves now.
Yeah, that's such a costly face check. And we actually saw games yesterday determine the entire game off of a face check in the level 1, snowballing very hard. Fox in here, gonna go in and steal away the blue though, as Moon went for the hard farm. Currently they're gonna be even in experience, but more camps available here. Actually, they are gonna have a convergence on this Scuttle Crab, and Graves should be able to get the advantage here. Can't tango with him at this stage.
So strong early on. It's just really difficult to keep track, and Piglet with the level 3 trades it back. Hakuho's fully healed up, and Piglet takes a big chunk.
Yeah, I mean, if Team Liquid, their game plan heading into this wasn't already to play around the duo lane, play around Piglet, it should be now, because they have a very good advantage up there. The good thing for Envy, though, is that Karma Caitlyn can play fairly far back and safe. and just go for CS. Seraph down on the bottom side, though, not going to have the same.
Lurlo's sticking to him. There's actually a teleport coming in. As he chases forward, flash, Lurlo's caught, first blood onto Seraph.
And that was that extra wrinkle we mentioned in Champion Select. Swain bringing the teleport, whereas Phoenix went cleanse because he's scared of the never move plus Graves ganks. And this one turns around the first blood. Moon's first real gank there gets turned around very quickly, and Lurlo gets CC locked. Teleport is down, flash is down. And Seraph is going to be very happy about that one.
Yeah, suddenly a lot more comfortable in that solo lane.
Yeah, I mean, we get another look at it. You know, if you look at this in isolation, hey, that's a great move to go for. But you always got to keep in mind the possibilities, the moves that your opponent can possibly make. Five-man game, team game here.
Oh, the tether doesn't land, and Matt barely escapes. He doesn't have flash, but thankfully, neither does Hakuho.
All right, he's gonna find safety in the brush here. And Piglet gonna try and zone off some more minions. He's gonna do it as well, so should be able to hold this wave right in front of the turret. Perfect spot for them, and that will allow Matt to go unpunished for that amount of damage he took. Get off a recall and be back in lane just in time. Piglet, meanwhile, just gonna soak up extra experience, keep that wave right perfectly nice in front of his turrets, and increase his CS lead.
Yeah, just try to continue to maintain that advantage. And Laud, after his recall, he's actually going to pick up a cull on his way back into lane. So taking his time with this, as he's going to try to recover and coop back some of that gold lost from those early minions.
Yeah, and Team Liquid, they can try and force things on this lane. If Caitlyn, who's already behind, Caitlyn needs the items to scale up anyway, and she's already behind in lane, plus she goes Cull. If you force all ins, if Envy ever fight you up on that top side and the numbers of champions are equal, Team Liquid should be able to enlarge their lead. As of right now, though, Moon gonna be visiting mid. Don't think he was seen by the...
Whoa, flash knockup. They destroy Ninja, but the binding under the turret.
And he gets out of the circle.
Oh, barely makes it out alive.
Yeah, the double pink wards there on the top side. Very clear path for Moon to go in. And we've seen this so often. Every single Rek'Sai, basically, that we've had. Mid lane gank, you go for the early tunnel flash play just to at least try and burn a flash from the mid laner. At best, you get the kill here because Ninja did not have his flash ready from the teleport counter gank that he played down on bottom side. So we're seeing the ramifications of that choice play out in mid lane, and Moon does make him pay. Plus, that gets Rek'Sai level 6, can now use the ultimate to farm quicker and try and catch up to Proxen there in the jungle farm.
Good play out of Moon, showing some of that communication with the team that he's been playing with now for the past week or so. As he's trying to keep pace, currently the 1 assist, doing well in the jungle so far, and now Ninja on the respawn immediately heads back in and clears out the wave as Swain is wont to do.
Oh yeah, and the thing about Swain now too, the best changes to him. I mean, everyone's gonna be, oh yeah, the flat healing for his ultimate, that's great. That definitely has a lot to do with it, but the best feeling change, at least for me, is the increase in ability to farm easily, because your bird's going to do it for you and gets those automatic executions on the minions. So when you go for an all-in like that and you're just spewing out all this AoE damage, your bird is actually getting all those last hits almost perfectly for you as well. Uh-oh, more focus on mid though, Phoenix!
Yeah, they're diving onto him. There goes Seraph with the kill. He's bound down now and destroyed! Seraph with another kill.
Whoa, shotgun, point blank there, and Proxen's going to be able to even use the ultimate to knock himself right back out of the gravity field so they don't even stick around. Very, very clean, quick execution between the turrets, and Phoenix annihilated. Cleanse is not going to save you there.
Envy answer back on the aggression mid lane, trying to keep that lane in equilibrium, as we can see Lurlo jumping around a bit, just trying to be a distraction. But again, Piglet has been allowed to just farm up top.
Yeah. Piglet and Matt doing a pretty good job up in the top side, but the gold is still really close. Really only difference is about 300, which is basically a non-assisted kill there for Envy, and this is going to come down to more of the mid-game, positioning for these team fights. Let's see how how well Ninja plays to the bottom side, because those 2 pink wards up on top side for Team Liquid still standing. So much river control for Moon and Team Liquid up on that top side of the river. It's not going to go in and clear out that ward. Now, this is a conscious choice, by the way, by the jungler. You never want to reveal yourself if it's not necessary. Yes, hey, he was close to it. He could have gotten it a bit earlier, but if at all you have a choice, always elect for one of your laners to clear their own wards for you if they're sitting on a pink ward like that, because it just gives you so much. Never mind.
Finds a bit of damage. Matt is going to take quite a bit back. There goes the tidal wave, and Summoner Heal is used as well. Hakuho is chunked. There's the exhaust. Moon ganking from behind is looking for Hakuho. There's a teleport coming in from Lurlo to try to get in.
Messy.
He's trying to turn this fight around as Piglet kites away from Ninja. Lurlo and Moon are going deep. They get one, and Lurlo gets out, but now they have to go through Swain. Moon is solo, but he's still alive.
He
He's
can run
getting
them
out.
all off.
Ninja can't make up his mind. Finally, he's going to go down. Matt is almost certainly going to follow. Ninja lets him go, and Lurlo's out of there.
Oh, 2 people from both teams go down. So in the end, kills are even, but Minion Lave, actually, it's not even going to be lost. Piglet's going to think about staying around. Proxon's ward, though, scares him away. And man, everybody up in the top side, 10-man party, looks like comes out fairly even, and it's only changed the gold by about 100. Minion wave here will be actually caught by Phoenix as well. Victor going to come right up the middle. Should be able to catch that one as it hits the turret. So let's take a look at how that one went down, because the double teleports do come in. Matt here takes a lot of harass, and that's why Envy think that they can go aggressive, and you see the Swain teleport is going to be channeled in that lane right next to Matt as he steps on the trap. But regardless, down on the bottom side, Lorlo goes for this dive with the Echo. He does get the execution there, ults himself back out, and Ninja's surrounded, but they're all low health members, and he's Swain with the ultimate up. So gets to pick and choose. His targets can't quite finish off Matt. He's not fast enough right now. Looks like he might not have had boots at that point. If he did, it were just a brown bag one. So still moving pretty slow. In this game, very tight, Dom.
Yeah, it sort of speaks to Team Liquid's strategy, you know, keep those solo lanes doing strong. Phoenix getting protected by Moon early on, and the double wards in that mid lane to make sure that Phoenix is safe. Lurlo's already comfortable enough, but Moon with the deep invade, he's found Proxid.
Predicted the path that was a gank down bottom, and just gonna exit here. So no confrontation, but yeah, a lot of the, evenness of this game as well is going to be because both these teams actually are kind of rely on winning out on one of the team fights towards the mid game. Both have fairly similar setups here. Phoenix going to do his best to try and wave clear on Victor in the mid lane. And both junglers are attracted.
Oh, Moon is in the middle. He's going to be right on top of the Never move. Taking a bit of damage here, but Moon is already nice and tanky. Just takes the trade and gets out.
Yeah, pretty much every Rek'Sai we've seen building full tank. Moon is actually deviating a bit because a lot of them have been going Sightstone before upgrading for the Cinder Hulk. But Cinder Hulk post level 6 actually does more damage over time now. Got that small buff. Whoa, it's gonna help him clear a lot. Haku takes a lot.
And Ignite, it's a kill, but Piglet's low. He's going to drop his log. Finally gets revenge for that laning phase.
Yeah, pretty good exchange there for Envy because now Caitlyn gets the CS in lane. Trading support for AD carry is great anytime you can take it, but mid lane now under attack again.
Yeah, looping back around Moon. Lightning will strike the same place twice, and Proxon does the same thing from the opposite direction. Phoenix is going to get out.
Woo, quick dodges there, and Seraph roaming down is actually going to mean they're going to pressure this turret, whereas Lorlo gets free time up top to CS, pushes the wave into the turret, and mid lane actually might even go... No, not down.
Yeah, it takes some damage.
Take a beating, though.
It does lose some health there as Matt has to catch up, along with Moon trying to hold on while Phoenix recalls, but Ninja... That Swain is just healing so much. Lurlo's on the side, though.
Coming around. It looks like we have our first real big deviation here. The Lucian with the Ghost Blade for Piglet is going to be a lot more effective than Laud is on this Caitlyn before Laud could start stacking up, Infinity Edge plus my crit item. And we'll see if Team Liquid, as we said, play around Piglet. He's going with the early Ghost Blade build. He's got great dueling power. They can definitely force something early around this side, but the traps here from Laud cut off at least that gank path. That panic pink ward there was put down earlier, I think.
He's not going to fall for that gank from the side once again as Moon gets back in the lane and blue buff is about to be handed over. A lot of focus on this bottom side right now. We're hitting some pretty major power spikes as Rod of Ages is also completed on Ninja. And that Infernal Drake isn't going to take itself. Somebody's got to start looking in that direction.
Well, everybody wants it, but game's too close right now to just start that off without, either someone showing top or someone committing a lot of resources to a different side. Especially since Envy have double teleport and Phoenix is not really in control of mid lane, even though the CS numbers say he's doing really good keeping up and actually even beating this lane. He doesn't really have what we call lane control or kill pressure, as Swain is playing very far up, Ninja's constantly shoving the wave in and forcing Phoenix to hover around his turrets. As you can see here, Matt actually coming in to try and help with that. Getting some true sight for themselves.
Final wave is going to miss. Ninja's going 1v3. He's still alive. Finally going low, but he's healing so much. Finally drops the binding, finds Phoenix, but he cleanses out. Seraph and Proxen are backing away, but they're backed against the wall. They're picked off. Lurlo gets the kill as the 4 members of Liquid get 2.
Yeah, backs against the wall there, and it looks like Proxen actually ults the Grave ultimate knockback right into the wall as well. Can't get away, so Team Liquid, decisive convergence on mid lane earns them not only those kills, but the Infernal Drake you were talking about. The prize will be taken here, as there's no smite for Envy, so it would have to be some stray random damage from a very curious bottom lane to come up, but it's not going to happen, and Team Liquid earn their prize after that mid lane move.
There's another replay of that fight. Matt starts it off.
All right, so this is a 4-man convergence for Team Liquid on the mid lane to take down this Swain, and it takes everybody's coordination. Now they turn their sights on Proxen. He gets a very small knockback there with his ultimate. It doesn't actually matter though, because he was surrounded anyway, and he wasn't getting out regardless. So 2 people lose their lives for that, and really the biggest difference is the Infernal Drake going down. Everybody's favorite Drake. That 8% extra going to do a lot for them. And the next one, let's check in on that, is also going to be an Infernal Drake. Now, one of the big things, everyone loves, obviously, damage, so that's why everyone's favorite Drake is Infernal. But it's such a snowbally one. It gives you the biggest advantage if your team is able to get that first one. A really, really big emphasis on the consecutive ones as well. So we'll see if Team Liquid can keep it up, because stacking multiple Infernal Drakes is the dream. Especially when both teams here looks like they're going to be concentrating on, team fighting and AoE fighting quite often.
Yeah, especially on a team like Team Liquid. So fond of those skirmishes.
Yeah, maybe Envy here with running the Caitlyn and the Karma can keep the Caitlyn Karma safe for long enough to stack up items and just try and play around sieges, just try and play safe with the traps. Wait till Lod can stack up and get his crit multipliers helping out. Piglet right now is actually stacking up a lot of cash, 1,600 in his inventory, so he's trying to save up for his cleaver. But Lod's got even more. Sitting on 2,400 for Lod. They definitely don't want to fight. His gold did pop, so that helped out with the gold differential there, and he's going to be able to actually complete Infinity Edge pretty soon here. That plus Zeal means he's going to get some decent crits off.
And it looks like he decides to go for the Runaan's this time. I know there have been a lot of conversations.
Yeah, I mean, the headshots stacking up so quickly just feels really nice. Plus, it helps out with wave clear if they do want to try and stall out a little bit more. I just love early Infinity Edge crits because catches people off guard.
It feels so satisfying, yeah.
They
when
really
someone
do.
steps on a trap and you just bop them for 500 damage. Rift Herald going to take a little bit of damage from Lurlo and Moon, but Proxen scares them away. As we're 18 minutes in, there's only about a minute and a half left before that Rift Herald despawns, and so far this game has been pretty calm, pretty even, as everyone has been content to skirmish it out, really just sort of get a feel for the enemy team before trying to make anything too drastic happen.
Yeah, I think if it is going to be someone to force, it will be Team Liquid, and they want to obviously do it around Piglet, around this bottom lane, but this defense that Lot is setting up with the traps, the fortifications are in, his Runons is done early, as you said, so he'll be able to wave clear, and I think that Envy are gonna set themselves up with a very easily defensible position down here on the bottom side. So all that really requires now is for the Maokai and the Swain to play a little bit safer and wait on using their double teleports.
And that doesn't seem like that's a very hard thing for either Maokai or Swain to do.
Yep. I mean, yeah, because they don't have a play-making jungler is the reason why I bring that up. You know, Graves is great in adding damage, but it would be Seraph or Ninja setting up that gank. The CC is coming from the laners rather than from the jungler.
And that is what we saw yesterday with Proxen, Ninja, and Seraph, the trio, multiple times diving the top lane of energy over and over to compound the advantages that they have. So this time they're keeping it separate, keeping it slower, and just content to scale up and let Lod get those power spikes, as you mentioned. Rift Herald now has despawned. Goodbye, Herald. We'll see you soon.
All right. While he's despawning as well, Rek'Sai moving in on the top side. We just saw Proxen show his face on bottom side, so Moon's going in for some counter jungling up on the top side, and maybe sticks around, but Maokai right now, full health, under turret, full defense, is not a very juicy target, so he's going to go ahead back to farming, try and build up his own tankiness here.
It really is difficult to kill those solo lanes. I mean, the Swain and the Maokai, sure, you've got Rek'Sai for knockup, but two people aren't going to be able to kill any one of them.
Exactly, and all they have to do is buy time for the teleport of the other solo laner to come in, and they should be able to hold out for that defense. That's why we're having a kind of a slow mid-game here. No team really with a large advantage to be able to force anything. It's just way too risky to force anything. There's a Maokai lane, super tanky. Swain lane, ridiculous regeneration. And then Caitlyn Karma has not only all the traps we talked about, but Karma's speed boost enables them to dodge most aggressive plays. So there is going to be a stall here until we see the next Infernal Drank spawn. That might draw everyone out.
Yeah, only 30 seconds away as Piglet takes an ace in the hole for a headshot for just a bit of trade as he continues to farm it up. Only a 20 CS lead over Lod now, but that is a completed Infinity Edge and Runeans on Lod. Piglet has not yet finished his Black Cleaver, though he is on the way with his Drilders and the Ruby Crystal.
Yeah, if we're looking at items right now and you're going over really big completions, another one on Team Liquid's side is the Morellonomicon for Phoenix. So if they get Swain low, he can apply that Grievous Wounds, and that will relieve some of the pressure and some of the frustrations with killing that champion, trying to execute him when he is down there. But Lod now has also finished the Infinity Edge, so that's the other really big ticket item. Talk about, she really starts taking off once you get the compounding crit builds. Everybody definitely focusing on bottom lane as well, as expected. The war over vision is really the only action, though.
I mean, we did just see Moon down there looking for the three-man gank, but just a quick blue trinket scan spots that out, and Moon has to get out of there. So pretty patient game. And yeah, there's the Black Cleaver.
All right, Ninja gonna try and clear this wave, and they move in to set up with the dragon. Infernal Drake ready here for the taking. Looks like they're gonna be able to get it. That mid lane pressure that we talked about, Ninja's control over mid lane, even though he's down in CS, you know, he is missing a lot of last hits. They've taken the mid turret, you know, they pulled off that dive on Phoenix. They also were able to set up this ward line. You see this curve down here in the river around Dragon? They're very safe in taking that Infernal, so they can even up those Dragon stats. And man, this game, dead even at the moment. Same Dragons, same gold.
And we did take that mid lane turret a little bit earlier on. No vision right now. He's going to spot out Lod and Hakuho. Piglet dashes out of the snare. Barely bats an eye as he does it, as the vision again continues to be combated, but the poor timing on the recall from Team Liquid did seed over that dragon, so it's going to be at least until the 28.5-minute mark before we see another one. Maybe a chance for some more action during that time.
Yeah, and even when we get to the team fights, it is actually going to be a fairly extended team fight, I believe, because if you look at the side of Envy, they're very, very tanky. All of them have various abilities to sustain themselves, and Caitlyn, being extremely long range, can just use that range to stay safe and position well. So for Team Liquid, it's going to be difficult to find their first kill unless they catch somebody out. Meanwhile, Matt actually is going to have to worry about his positioning quite a lot as well. One of the things about Nami, she is extremely squishy, Can't afford to get Maokai. Twisted Advance, sped up by the Karma speed onto her. Take a nice calming look at this battle here, Tom.
Yeah. It's nice,
Walk me through the
relaxing.
Maokai Tank Echo trades.
Well, first you get out your folding chair.
One of them's got a bat.
You open up your umbrella.
All right.
And you sit down and relax for a little bit. All right, so let's actually talk a little bit about how Moon has been fitting in. So far, his communication with the team seems like it's pretty sharp. He's looked for a couple ganks over the course of this game. He's not quite as spectacular as Dardoch was at the end of the season, but that's to be expected from his first stage game with the new team.
Yeah, and the way, Rek'Sai is being used right now is not in a spectacular fashion. They go full tank, control vision. The siege right now, though, is being set up. They're trying to use Caitlyn offensively now with the traps. A lot of damage being put down. And during this whole time, remember that Maokai is split pushing foe. Envy now finally pushing really, really aggressively, and they're going to get this objective pretty much for free. Team Liquid have given up hope on that turret, and they're just trying to salvage their jungle before they give up control of this side of the map. So really nice push there from Envy moving in to get that extra global gold. Remember, they're the ones who had the mid turret as well, so they're stacking up these objectives. Only one left, and then they can start moving up their ward line slowly but surely. Really nice little siege right there. They use the Graves ultimate as well for a nice AoE burst on harassing them away from the turret. Lod packing up all of his traps and dropping them down. Here goes Lorlo with the answer up top, though. And Team Liquid gets some gold back for themselves.
Yeah, first turret of the game for Team Liquid, but still dead even in gold between the two. Here comes Hakuho, though.
Yeah, Envy actually, I don't know if Seraph had to leave top lane that early. You can see what they were opting for, though. They're like, you know what, we want to send Karma and Caitlyn up top so we can take that last outer turret, and we can kind of complete our rotation here and start moving into the jungle, but they actually give up top and bottom now. So Team Liquid actually decently happy after losing that bottom turret to be able to trade back almost both of these. Piglet's going to have a hard time with this Guardian Angel Maokai finishing off that one, and is going to have to back away. By the way, that's really surprising because, whoa, never mind, we're going to have some aggression here. Proxy goes so far.
He's caught in the bubble. Enhanced with Hakuho at his back. He's going to walk boldly forward. A little bit of an interesting shape coming out for Lod as he walls off that turret. And he's able to take it down while Team Liquid are distracted.
Yep, going to be able to finish the trio as we were talking about the outside turrets. But anyways, I want to return to this Guardian Angel pickup because it is a little bit surprising to a lot of viewers. We're recently seeing it a lot more in the LCS now. This has been buffed several times in the last few patches. The most recent buff was a cost reduction of 300, while only removing 15 magic resist, and magic resist has a value of 18 gold per magic resist if you value it based off the smallest component of the no magic mantle. So that's only 270 as far as stats that you lost. Plus, overall, if you're just removing stats and equal gold value, then it actually increases the value of the item, because mostly what you're looking for when you buy that item is not the stats, is obviously the passive.
Yeah.
So relatively, you're getting the passive a lot quicker, a lot easier without having to drop much of an investment. And it looks like it's done the job. Designers want to see more Guardian Angels built. Well, they've got it.
Yeah.
And the cheaper ones are up. So Maokai going to not only be extremely frustrating and tanky on the front line, but going to have a regrowth component.
Yeah, now that dragon is going to spawn in 40 seconds. You can see Envy once again setting up vision all across the river and the deep jungle of Team Liquid. That's another Infernal Drake. This would be the second for either of the two teams, and right now Envy are prepared for it.
The game is doing everything in its power to get more action. They're like, you know what, we want fights. Infernal Drake for you, Infernal Drake for you. Let's get another one on the table, but maybe we'll see the all-in in the next team fight, because, turrets are going down. So if Team Liquid commit to it, they won't have a lot of defense to retreat to. Their outer turrets are gone. Gonna be able to fight for this vision though, and Pink Ward is claimed.
Oh, there's a teleport from Seraph. He's looking to collapse onto Team Liquid. Matt is split off. There's a never move on to Phoenix. Matt is caught. He can't catch up with the rest of his team. He goes low. Oh, and he flashes the wall. He's still alive. There's the tidal wave to separate it, and suddenly it's Seraph who's too far. He's got the GA, but the front line of Liquid are chasing onto Proxen. They can't kill anyone though. Phoenix and Piglet are doing work to Seraph. He's so tanky, but there's the GA we talked about. Ninja split in the beginning, already dead. Now there's Seraph back up. He's solo. Hakuho takes some punishment. He's gonna drop down, and this game is blown open for Team Liquid.
Ninja died so early in that team fight. My goodness, the Swain gets annihilated, and then Team Liquid pick up the scraps. That is such a good feeling. The first Guardian Angel passive provides most of the value in the team fight because you're not used to having them pop back up, but they pretty much get to take it out and then kill him afterwards for free there, with a huge swing for Team Liquid. They get their mid-turret gold as well, plus they're gonna be able to stack second Infernal Drake on top of this, and that is our first really substantial swing in this game. We're gonna have to get another look at how Ninja got caught out because he died so early in this. Yeah, he's chasing Piglet here by himself. He sees the AD carry, but Piglet is the Ghost Blade Cleaver Lucian. You can't just close on him and burst him out. He takes down Ninja, and then they turn on the rest of the team. Really good aggressive follow-up from the front line of Moon and Lorlo there. They chased off the backside because there's not much damage left in it. And Team Liquid just clean up. Absolutely huge for them. The mid-game team fight we said was what was going to determine it for these two comps. And man, Team Liquid should be able to run with this one.
Yeah, such a clean front backline setup from Team Liquid. Being able to get Lurlo and Moon to dive in deep and keep Phoenix and Piglet safe in the back, just very clean communication.
Yeah, that being said, Envy still do have the Caitlyn to try and rely upon for later in the game. No, Caitlyn sitting behind a Maokai is very difficult to get to.
Well, I mean, that's great and all, but that's still a 4-minute cooldown now for Seraph's Guardian Angel. Now they just have to kill him once.
True enough, level 16 for him is going to feel pretty good, but Team Liquid also have the experience advantage in addition to the gold advantage across the board here for themselves. So let's see if they can actually make a move in pushing up their vision. As of right now, Ninja split pushing because he's got his teleport off cooldown, so he's on split push duty with the Swain. Nobody can really go solo him. He does have to be careful though. He's pushing up pretty far. He doesn't have any vision.
Whoa. Sneaky Baron trying to be started by Envy. It's going to be spotted with a blue trinket. And Team Liquid, they've got the fast track down mid lane.
Yeah, one of the reasons we've seen Karma almost 100% pick ban though is this speed boost. And they actually call off it. Ninja teleporting solo into this turret.
He's got his Zonias. That turret is solo. Here comes Seraph, but the turret's still alive. Team Liquid aren't able to get it, and they're backing out now. They get some free damage and back off.
Yeah, Zonia's is a pretty long cooldown as well. So teleports both down now for Envy. The increased cooldown on that Zonia is not going to be available for Ninja if Team Liquid now decide to force it. And they very well might because they have everything up. They're the ones with Lorlo having TP advantage, and now he's just going to run straight in.
Yeah, face checks of Roach, gets caught in the CC. He does have his ultimate, but he can't use it while he's snared. He drops to Laud.
Face check when they don't have Piglet. Piglet, as we said, is the key. He's the main damage dealer on Team Liquid. They have to play around him. Huge costly mistake there for Team Liquid, and now it's Envy looking to punish.
Here comes Laud. He's got his traps ready, but he's not even going to take the time to drop them. There he goes, starting to set up that line as he looks for the tier 2 with Proxen. They've got enough attack damage. It's going to go down in answer.
Yep, Caitlyn sets up the trap line. That's going to be a turret. Thank you very much.
32.5 minutes in, Team Liquid, after taking a successful fight, suddenly falter. A bit of a mistake from Lurlo. They end up paying the price with that tier 2 turret.
That's why Mama always told me, you know, put your work in for the Vision game. Vision pays off, my friend. And all this work that Envy have been doing with the pink wards and all the green wards on top of those around Baron Pit earns them door right back into this game.
Your mom is very forward-thinking.
She's also great at League of Legends. Just kidding. She's bronze.
Well, vision is still important at bronze, as much as people like to disagree and ignore those side stones.
Hey, most people are bronze, right?
But hey, if she's bronze and she still knows about wards, that bodes well.
Well, Piglet actually going with a pretty interesting variation of the Black Cleaver Ghost Blade build here, going really heavy into the Bruiser mentality. Going to get Blade of the Ruined King next for himself as well. I actually really do like that with Cleaver because you're not going a crit build, so he's just fully committing to this. He's going to shred armor. He's also going to do percentage health as physical damage, so he's actually building to chop down this tree. He's chopping down the front line. Both the Maokai and the Ninja are viable targets for him.
Yeah, with his guns, he's going to chop down.
Yeah, chop them down with the guns. Very effective
Keep
use.
shooting at it, and eventually, well, he does have an axe in his inventory, so we'll see if he's able to use it. A little bit of movement around the map now for Team Liquid. They feel particularly emboldened by those dragons that they have. Another one is going to spawn.
Yeah.
Oh no, that's actually going to be Elder that spawns afterwards. So those are the only elemental drakes.
The boldest of men will not go taste one of those Caitlyn cupcakes, though, because if you have played League of Legends for even a little bit of time, you know that trap.
It's a trap.
They're not even sneaky traps anymore. They get laid out in a giant line. It's more like those spike lines that they lay out.
For drawing a line in the sand. Cross this line and I'll, oh, you did it.
All right, meanwhile, Team Liquid going to try and return to the 4-1 here. Everybody's going to go do their part to get around the trap line. Phoenix actually steps on that, and they only needed one more hit, so that will be enough to take it. Lorla doing work, split pushing down bottom with the Echo, gets the minion wave all the way up to the turret, and every hit on that turret counts. He got one in. It was Iceborne Gauntlet empowered as well. So
Gotta feel good about that.
You can see the after effects. Meanwhile, this focus on vision around Baron's still there for Envy. It paid off before, and they're not going to give up on it. Still with a lot of defensive warding in their blue quadrant of the jungle leading up to it, and going in to clear out Baron.
Yeah, the Elder Dragon just spawning now, almost immediately after that 35-minute mark. And there currently is vision for Team Liquid, but Envy taking the concession on the other side. They've got vision around the Baron pit.
Yeah, it's so hard for Team Liquid, to continue to play aggressively. This is a Caitlyn spamming her traps. Maokai's passive is back up. Guardian Angel's ready to pop for him, so they have extremely durable front line. They've got the support comment for extra speed ups and shields for the squad. And it's going to take a full commitment if we're going to see more than a single person going down from face checking, something like the pink warded brush as we saw before. It's going to have to be a full commitment into the team fight from both sides. As of right now, though, it's just a battle over vision. Wave clearing around mid lane. Envy still with the focus on Baron. Gonna try and go for bait number 2 here.
Yeah, Lurlo splitting in the bottom lane right now, looking back for that tier 2 as Envy baited out in the pixel brush. Piglet will spot it out, and Seraph catches him despite the flash, and he's going to take a lot of damage. Piglet's dead, and Seraph is still in the back line. Lurlo joins in, but his AD carry is gone. They're still able to get one as Broxton falls. Ninja buying time while Phoenix is kited out, and Lurlo is trying to get out of this, but Ninja is able to zone away the rest of Team Liquid. It's 2 for 1, favoring Envy.
Yeah, the entire back line there for Team Liquid gets annihilated. And man, Karma speed up into the Flash Maokai. Twisted advance, and he already bought his ticket. He's going to follow you no matter where you go, Piglet. Can't get away. That check on the Pixel Brush, they knew they were in there, and it cost them.
Oh, they turn on to Moon now. They're so tanky, dodging the stun from Lorlo, and Seraph
getting burned down by the laser.
He's taking so much damage, but he's so big, and he gets out with his life. Nobody dies, and the turret stays standing.
So all in all, Team Liquid don't even lose much off of that fight. Yes, they had an extra person go down, so there was that minute amount of gold at this point in the game, but they don't lose an objective. They actually get to chase and beat down the lane.
Oh, Moon gets a knock-up onto 2. Lorlo is trying to catch up. He dashes forward, but Seraph is teleporting in. He's got full health and a fresh Guardian Angel.
Told you this could be a long team fight, Stom.
Yeah, I know.
Very, very long team fights indeed.
We gotta pace ourselves for this.
In the end, it's just the extra 1 kill that does go over. Everybody get back on that vision game, boys. Back to your homework. All right,
man.
but yeah, they knew they were in there. They're like, we got to face check this because there's a small chance they're on Baron. But man, Piglet, even though, boom, he immediately tries to heal flash away from it. Twisted Advance is already coming for him, and he goes down with it. But the return kill is pretty big here. The Victor damage underestimated, and Phoenix was able to claim that one for Team Liquid. So in the end, they are able to defend off it. Victor still stands. They have that wave clear. Then Seraph actually gets some minion blocking, and they get split a little bit there, going for the dive. The turret for Team Liquid did so much damage in that turret dive.
I don't think I've ever seen it power up that much.
The full power laser.
For that long. Oh man, that turret was hoping someday it could turn into a Death Star and just fully shred through, but you can't even cut down one
Death
tree.
Stars aren't even scary anymore. I mean, they have them in every single movie. How can think of something new, bad guys.
Oh man. I know, if it didn't work once, we'll just make it bigger.
Power this one with the sun.
That's what we did with Dragon.
All right, well, let's see if anybody's able to make a move on this map, because my goodness, really, we haven't moved an inch.
Nope.
Everybody's fighting over vision around Baron. They actually aren't even going towards Elder Dragon. It actually takes a bit longer to take than Baron at this point. And the focus here on setting up for this Baron without anyone getting picked off is really all about bush control. You know, Maokai this time around doesn't have flash, but neither does Piglet. So Lucian gonna have to rely on his own dashes and, you know, Black Cleaver empowered mobility, Blade of the Ruin King empowered mobility to survive.
Team Liquid get vision around the Baron, but Envy trade off. Large minion wave bottom means they've got to choose vision over Baron or damage on that bottom tier 2 turret.
And once again, I really do like this Envy squad for the late game fights. They've got Caitlyn trapped. She can cut off almost the entire river while they started out and tank it with Maokai, so they basically take no damage. Karma Shields do come in, and they're just daring Team Liquid to step in.
Oh,
3,000 health is going down!
On the Baron. Lorlo gets a huge stun. They're trying to finish it off. It's secured by Envy. The culling is in the front. Ninja's obliterated by Phoenix, and Lorlo is still alive. He gets back in on this Seraph as Phoenix and Piglet kite it out as best they can. Proxen and Lot have got a lot on their shoulders here. Lorlo's on top of a trap. He's going to drop. Seraph gets caught, but he doesn't even pop his Guardian Angel. It ends up being a 2-for-1, but Envy get that Baron.
Oh man, Caitlyn's super late game is so annoying. Large line of traps, denying the all-in, gets to sit back and free fire with the crit build, and Lot put out a lot of damage in this fight. All right, Ninja trying to zone. He's holding the door here next to the traps. Lolo tries to go in, but there's nobody who's going to be able to get that steal. Moon's a little bit late on the entry. They do get that early pick here with Phoenix's damage. But man, the Maokai on the front line, nobody can really get past them. Lorlo's Guardian Angel is popped, and then he goes down right afterwards. But Seraph able to stay alive.
Oh, and now
the answer, Elder Dragon rush here. Can they burn it down?
Well, this is Envy. They've got the Baron buff right now. They know they've got some map control, and with this, they're going to be able to secure it. Elder Dragon and Baron on Envy.
Yep. Just wait around for your Caitlyn to power up in your double tree here. Seraph still has Guardian Angel, so not only do they have Elder Dragon plus Baron, they have the GA on their tank available. Pretty big advantage as well. Maybe they go for this dive again. They have to be careful. Last time they went for the dive in mid, it got turned around on them. And Team Liquid do have substantial wave clear, so they're just going to try and hold this inhibitor turret line.
Yeah, they've nice and tanky. Ninja's going to teleport back in as he's just completed his final item. Picking up that Spirit Visage last on Swain. As Seraph leads in with the rest of his team, it's getting slowly chunked down. The damage Lot is doing is pretty huge.
That's actually a big cooldown, though. You know, with Chaos Storms not available, it takes away so much threat from Team Liquid's counter engage. And you can see, Envy now, they don't respect it at all. They're going to push right in.
Trying to break through that inhibitor. Hakuho's in the back at low health. Doesn't want to be picked off by a stray laser. There they go, empowered. Lorlo is the target. He's nice and tanky, though. Seraph gets bounced around a bit, but he's got health enough to spare, as even a full culling from Piglet barely scratches the surface. One inhibitor goes down, and Envy rotate bottom and look for the second, and Team Liquid just cannot break through that front line.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about Team Liquid from Champion Select, the very beginning of the game, wanting to play around Piglet, this Lucian with the earlier game-oriented build. And they never really pressed that advantage. They never really took Piglet when he was ahead and tried to force things. Envy did a very good job of just holding on, you know, setting up the Caitlyn traps, hard farming. Laud and Hakuo got pushed out really early with that face check, but they just were able to wait on, bide their time. Caitlyn stacks up the crit build, and now she's the one who's the real threat in these team fights. And Envy can do a lot to keep her safe with a very strong front line and Karma mobility added in. Team Liquid really can't get back there.
Yeah, it's 2 inhibitors down for Liquid right now. Envy have got 1 lane left to shove, and suddenly 5 members are in that lane arguing over who should get the last hit on those remaining minions as they shove forward, looking to take that last inhib and crush Team Liquid in this game number 1. It's been a slow set so far, but the end is in sight if Envy can manage to break through that 3rd inhib.
I actually am curious to hear the Envy communication, what it's like for them, because it doesn't seem, especially if you look at their cameras, like they ever get upset. They have been playing really well together, and it's like they are going to make a very good case for themselves in day 2 as well, already taking their series yesterday, so it's going to be a very strong weekend for them. Laud setting up the traps. This turret should be a piece of cake for them. 2 lines of super minions are heading down, both mid and bottom. So Team Liquid, backs against the walls. They have to make their move now. They have to just commit everyone. You throw everything at Laud, try and get back there. Maybe they get something to blow up on him. Piglet to be able to weave in and around and survive somehow and get back out. But they don't have time. Time is not Team Liquid's friend right now. They need to just try and go for the fight, and then after they win it, they would have to clear a bunch of minions out of their base and then win another consecutive fight afterwards. As of right now, though, Envy setting up the traps again. Turret goes down.
Laser finds Hakuho. Seraph dives forward. Moon for the flank. Tries to get into the back. He has to turn onto Ninja, who goes low. There's the Ignite dropping him down. Will he be able to stay alive? Lorlo keeps himself up as well as the front lines trade, but nobody's dead yet. Moon continues to chase forward. He's just going to scare them away. That inhib is still standing, but the super minions, they're still there.
Yep, doing work. Team Liquid got to go clean them up. Piglet going to try and go do all the work himself. Envy, stick around.
Here comes Seraph. He's got his teleport now at full health. Piglet's gonna dash in, but he's right in front. Seraph dodges the bubble and turns on to Moon.
Piglet
knocks in, takes some damage. Lorlo's in the back. Ninja's going to drop his Phoenix, kills him, and Team Liquid find the fight they're looking for. It's double Guardian Angel. Proxen is going to drop. Piglet's alive! He's still doing damage in the back and no health. Laud is kiting it out as best he can. Seraph is burning down. So far, it's 1 for 2. Lorlo! It goes too deep. He's gonna pay the price, and Matt drops. It's a triple kill for Laud.
Oh my goodness, Lorlo went for the hero play right there, almost able to take out Laud, but fails and then gets it turned around on himself. That might, oh, never mind. Looks like Phoenix actually gonna go for a new hero play here now. Sneaky isn't gonna be able to find anybody. There's plenty of wards for Envy as well. And Team Liquid going to try and clean up the base. There are a lot of minions in there. Envy, their work was done though. All the inhibitor turrets are down, 1 Nexus turret. Look at the way they started though, because Team Liquid actually started off really well. You can see how the Black Cleaver Blade of the Ruin King combo for Piglet here shreds the tank. He's happy to hit frontline, takes them both down. Then he's gonna jump outside the wall to finish off Proxen, and he survives. And Laud flashing forward is what spurred Lorlo on to say, hey, you know what? I'm gonna go for this play. Parallel converters down. He went for it right before the Karma Shield popped on Laud. And as soon as he saw that, he was like, oh, I've made a mistake, a very dreadful mistake.
Well, so far, Team Liquid are still alive, but hanging by a thread. And that thread looked to be cut by Envy as they're taking the Baron on respawn. No challenge whatsoever from Team Liquid. And with 2 inhibitors down and no inhibitor turret on the 3rd, this Baron buff is going to do some serious work.
Yes, sir. Baron buffed up super minions that are also going to have their auras buffing up the other super minions that are in the base, which you do get to double on. And this is going to be some pressure on the inhibitors, to say the least.
Yeah, 1 respawns. No super minions just yet, so luckily the timing works out for Team Liquid, but Laud is chunking it out. He takes a laser and heals back up.
As we said, they don't have time. They just have to go for it. Throw caution to the wind. You got to go in for another one of those team fights. Try and melt frontline with Piglet. Maybe Lorlo can get a good stun on multiple people. Right now, though, the trap line, very intimidating as Lod sets up the entire curve here, and there's only one window for Team Liquid to try and engage on. Inhibitor barely standing, Dom.
Lod is just waiting for that rapid fire cannon proc. Bubble's gonna miss. There's going to be the culling from Piglet. He clears out the minion wave. And, oh my
They hold.
gosh, the inhibitor holds. Envy let it go.
Hard to take these guys down. Victor wave clear with the lasers, consistent. And Piglet has proven himself a worthy threat. There it goes. Charges the rapid fire back up. Comes in to finish off what he started. But now, 2 inhibitors stand. Team Liquid, they need to keep those standing. They have to force. They're looking for that opportunity, though, because they know if they fail this team fight, it is a game. That's why they're being cautious.
Trying to keep pace. Piglet remarkably going face to face with Ninja, but doesn't flinch in the eye of that Birdman general. Piglet's doing some serious damage right now as he tries to clear it out. Moon once again looking for a play.
Doesn't take this one. Gonna wait for the next one. They've got a little bit of health on the inhibitor to wait for. They know that they can survive. Oh!
Matt manages to keep himself alive, but that's going to be the cleanse and the locket burn.
Well, they cannot, absolutely cannot give up 3 inhibitors.
I feel like we said the same thing about 2.
Well, I didn't, so.
Okay, well, we'll see if they can defend this one now. As minions are continuing to stream into that top lane, super minions finally catching up with the bottom, and Envy have got these side lanes pushing
Gotta go, boys, gotta go!
So favorably. Envy going to get onto this inhibitor. Lurlo has the convergence drop. Moon pulls the trigger. He gets into the back. Seraph in the front. It's Piglet trying to shred through. Moon goes low. He's finally going to drop the procs in 5v4. Seraph is just too big, and Lurlo abandons ship. 3 inhibitors go down, and that Baron buff, he's going to be helping getting these minions on. Teleport to keep the minion alive. Piglet dodges. He's trying to solo this out. This is Piglet versus Proxim, but it's not going to be enough. The inhibitor turret, Nexus turret is finally going to go down. Team Liquid 5v4 are facing loss. If they turn this around, they can't do it. And it's Envy who dropped the Nexus and take game number 1 against Team Liquid.
Envy with the push in, they brute force right through Team Liquid. The unkillable front line of Maokai and Swain with the Caitlyn Graves back. There's Lod right there having success in the LCS. He's a guy who really set out to prove a lot to the fans because he is one of the lesser known names. People were not expecting a lot from him coming into the LCS, but man, is he having a great start.
Yeah, he's shown us he's got some pretty impressive play. He did show us that yesterday and again today, just so patient. And this really goes to what we were talking about with Envy, the fact that this is a roster whose teams sort of disbanded over a long period of time, and now these guys are so happy together. They seem so content and so patient.
Yeah, and they keep winning, so you're going to be happy if you keep winning. But the other thing is that often, you know, we talk about not only how well are the guys going to play together when a new team forms like this so recently, but also how well are they going to, you know, make decisions in game. You know, how concise are they going to be with their communication, and how decisive are they going to be acting on that communication. They actually held together here after the face check, especially the duo lane. They remained calm and they just farmed it up, showing that you're able to play defensively and not lose your head after early things go wrong is a really good sign for them.
Yeah, some really good stuff for Envy. But for more on that Game 1 win, let's check in with Dash and the analysts.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Envy coming up with another big win here. I mean, they're making some statements in their first split in the LCS here for the summer. You know, I want to jump right into Champion Select here because we finally got to see, you know, the Swain come out, but Swain Maokai on the same team just became a disgusting combination of champions to kind of run amok in the front line there for Envy.
Personally, I think the combo is just ridiculous, but the top laners themselves may not be that much different in priority. For example, if you saw Echo getting 4 kills, then you'd be like, wow, this champ's ridiculous. But since Maokai got the 4 kills, it's a lot easier to snowball with Maokai because it's just point and click compared to the throwing down the parallel conversions.
Yeah, the team comp as a whole works very well together. You have these 2 beefy front lines who have a ton of healing. You have Graves, Caitlyn bringing in backline damage, and as long as they can't get through those 2, you know, tanky frontliners, the Caitlyn's just going to hit away. And you saw a lot of these fights, Lod was like totally unfocused, right? As like Ninja and Sarah for the ones, you know, taking a lot of the damage. So.
Yeah, so we flip over to the other side. I mean, it's not like TL crafted a team comp that we're like, oh, what were they thinking, right? You still managed to secure the Lucian and Echo, very high priority picks in both of those roles. Rek'Sai as well has been hotly contested, Victor too. So in that regard, both teams kind of ending up with very solid team comps. And as we noticed kind of throughout the game, it didn't seem like one team or the other necessarily had too much of an edge in the actual team fights, in the execution of the fights. Seemed fairly even. Envy, though, getting a little bit more of an edge in the way that they moved around the map. Just seemed like they were maybe a half a second ahead of the game when compared to Team Liquid.
Yeah, I think Team Liquid looked like a team that obviously had gone through some recent troubles. They still wanted to play the game the same way. They still wanted to be really aggressive. Moon was looking for flash plays mid. That one worked out. They looked for a flash dive on the bot lane, which was at the top lane at the time, and that one just gets turned around on them with the TP. And so you see that they have this aggressive style that they want to play, but it's not quite on the same level as it was at the end of last season.
Yeah, we speak about kind of that closest of team fights. I want to jump into a 46-minute fight around that top lane inhib of Team Liquid's base. Again, this is where Envy seems to have control of the game, but it's an example of how close these fights ended up being. Almost got Team Liquid back into this one.
Yeah, you see Ninja get popped here, which is kind of a theme for a lot of these fights. He dies early, which really shouldn't be the case, but the Caitlyn is, like I said, untouched. She's chipping away at people. Finally, she gets some focus here, manages to get out, doesn't go down, keeps hitting, and now Seraph has been in the middle of the team this entire fight as well, and you just see the strength of this team fight, and they all kind of get out, and finally Matt goes down here with some burst from Caitlyn at the end, but a really close fight that's back and forth, and you're not quite sure who's going to win the entire time.
I was really surprised because they were just so far ahead, and then they were able to push them back for that brief moment.
Yeah.
I think, if I'm being honest, I think Ninja, that game should have been a lot harder for Team Liquid. I think they should have lost earlier, but a lot of fights started with Ninja getting bubbled, getting focused down. He's too far in front of the rest of his team, and he just doesn't do what Swain is supposed to do, which is Maokai roots somebody, and then Swain just runs into the middle of the team, and you can't kill either.
Yeah, so a little bit of,
yeah.
Right. Yeah, a couple of missed Zonyas and things like that. So a little bit of criticism thrown that way for Ninja, so maybe winning in spite of all of that. On the side of Team Liquid, I do want to explore a little bit of that Lucian build. I know that we had some questions around the way that it went because, this is a very unique ADC build, this Youmuu's into Black Cleaver, and I think a lot of players we've seen as they're reaching those mid and late stages of the game are all finding their own different path that they want to take this Lucian build in, here opting for that Bork of all things against the high health of the Swain and the Maokai.
Yeah, it's an interesting build. I wouldn't think that was optimal, but I'm not 100% sure. There are two very tanky members on the other team. And so I'd have to look into it, but I would think you would want to start building your more late game items at that point if you want to start going along a crit build where you start picking up an IE or something. I'm not convinced on that, and the Executioner's Calling at some point would have been good as well.
Truth be told, no matter what you build against Swain Maokai, I'm no AD expert, but that's going to be a really hard choice. I don't think Blade of the Rune King was the worst decision because you get percentage HP damage, you get the attack speed, and some life to live. But honestly, it's not going to change that much. You might as well get IE, Mortal Reminder, maybe Mercurial, but I'm not sure how it turns out for Lucian, because if you build Mortal Reminder, you already have the Black Cleaver, and you already have Morellos on Phoenix middle.
Right, and I think if you look at the game, the way that Team Liquid was losing, it wasn't because Piglet's build isn't super optimized. It's you have both your side lanes pushing and the other team has control of Baron buff. How did that situation happen?
Yeah, mostly map control and then just who goes in first to check.
That's going to bring us to our player of the game. Going to be awarded to Seraph in this game for playing that Maokai. As you mentioned, he did have those 4 kills to sit pretty on in the early stages of the game, but that kind of did give him the allowances to make those risky plays, start all of those fights as he did, really being, that one-man army in the front line saying okay, we want to fight now, I'll go ahead and start that fight.
Yeah, the very punishing thing about Maokai being ahead is you can basically win the game for your team just by going in first because, one, they can't kill you, you just heal. There's not too much counterplay around the Maokai who gets ahead compared to some other top laners.
Right, you saw that one play where Piglet kind of face checks that bush, and Maokai goes on him, and Piglet flash E's away. He's 2,000 units away from the rest of his team, but he's so far ahead, he knows he's safe going for any engage as long as you get one.
Yeah, I'm fine being here or here or here.
Yeah, I'll
wherever you want to take me,
that's
fine.
Yeah.
I'm a tree. I'll just exist. Anyway, NALCS1 needs to go on a 3-minute hiatus, so don't click anything. We'll be right back with Game 2 between Envy and Liquid just after this.
Goes Seraph with the kill. He's bound down now and destroyed. Seraph with another kill. Seraph catches him despite the flash, and he's going to take a lot of damage. Piglet's dead, and Seraph is still in the back line. Lurlo joins in, but his AD carry is gone. Ninja's obliterated by Phoenix, and Lurlo is still alive. He gets back in on this Seraph as Phoenix and Piglet kite it out. So far, it's 1 for 2. Lurlo, it goes too deep. He's going to pay the price, and Matt drops. It's a triple kill for Lod. Welcome back, everyone. We're headed into game number 2 between Envy and Liquid, where Envy has pulled ahead in this series after a very close game 1. A lot of that was off of the back of their top laner, the Titan himself, Seraph.
Yeah, right on the front line, 13 KDA, 92.9 kill participation as well on that Maokai. You know, of course, they already talked a lot about Seraph for good reason, though. He's a huge part of them winning that game. But we can also talk about Lod, the Caitlyn from that game, 41,000 damage. second highest in the game, and he was able to play from the back line. Makes it a really easy job for an AD carry, though, if you have a front line that is that strong and that secure, allowing you to just continue to auto-attack from the back line.
Yeah, some real sort of trust and patience between those guys. Hey, I'll tank for you if you kill the enemy team.
Deal.
Sounds like good teamwork. Yeah.
All right, Dom, let's do it.
Yeah. So again, that's not to say that Team Liquid played badly or anything. They were looking very strong over the course of that game. Phoenix himself was really huge as well.
Yeah, I mean, it kind of just looked like they lost a little bit of their decisiveness. The playmaking was kind of there in the early game. They touched on the analyst desk. It looked like they still wanted to play kind of an aggressive style, but as they transitioned more into the mid and late game, they didn't really want to, make a decisive move anywhere on the map. They were more looking to react. And if you're the team running the Lucian, you're building this Ghostblade, Black Cleaver build, you've got Rek'Sai, you've got a lot of people who can enable. You want to be more proactive, I think.
Yeah, and it does speak a little bit to their new jungler Moon. A lot of that decisiveness was brought by Dardoch when he was on the roster. So you've got to imagine they're still feeling this out a little.
Yeah, I think it might not. It's also the individual play from Moon was actually pretty good. He got the classic flash unburrows from Rek'Sai. But the component that Dardoch added to the shot calling, all we can really do is guess, what it was, because we aren't, listening in during the entire game. But we like to make assumptions here, and we can assume that part of it, as they've said, was definitely due to him. Let's take another look as we jump into ban phase for number 2, though. Vladimir obviously not going to be there for a Seraph. Still think that holds its place on the ban list very high for Team Liquid.
Yeah, Azir again banned away from Phoenix. Very comfortable champion for him. A repeat of the bans we're seeing from that last game. Now the next follow-up would be Zyra or Nidalee. And no, in fact, it's Swain. That much respect to Ninja.
Yeah, so even though Ninja was getting isolated and comboed with crowd control and taken down early, they don't want that component of the front line to be there. Obviously, Seraph did get a bunch of kills early, but Maokai seemed like a bit bigger part of the front line that was a bit more troublesome. So we'll see how Team Liquid handled that top lane, because the top lane has not shown up in the ban phase at all here. Both Echo and Maokai still available, and probably one of the two at least will be chosen.
And we'll see now that Team Liquid have blue side if they decide to go for it. Now the junglers have not been touched yet. This is going to show Team Liquid's hands most of all. Do they ban that Maokai? Do they ban away Kindred or Nidalee? In fact, it's Karma.
So now, now you probably don't ban away the Nidalee or Kindred, because Envy will be looking to take whichever one Liquid do not take on the backside, or nobody early rounds those champions. But yeah, Karma's not going to be there. That support ban is interesting because I was expecting a Zyra ban once again to come through, but that might be the one that's switched out here. And it is going to be the first pick Kindred. Yeah, they're going to insta-lock that one in as it's given over to them by Envy. I think Envy are going to trade for this. Maybe Hakuo's put some time in and would like to take that Zyra. We shall see, though.
Yeah, it's up to Envy now picking. They've got very open, and yes, it is Zyra locked in, and the Lucian taken away from Piglet. That Maokai untouched, and it seems like Envy are okay with that.
Yeah, and we've seen, Envy can play early oriented style as well. Lot on the Lucian plus Zyra. If you get snared by the plants, there's a lot of offensive capabilities in that duo lane. And I'm assuming that it is a support Zyra, but there's a possibility that Ninja takes it mid lane. It's a small possibility, but it's there.
Well, she is a little bit stronger after her rework, so we'll see how they decide to pivot around this. Now Team Liquid looking to answer. Are they going to go for those 80 carries or once again show that mid lane nice and early? Instead, it looks like Alistar is being covered by Matt, and the Echo locked in once again.
This is pretty good, actually, for Team Liquid. I feel like having Matt on, a big playmaker like this on Alistar has been, when they've had a lot of success. When he's the one who's able to make a call, hey, we're going in now. He can actually initiate it himself. This could enable some more proactive plays from Team Liquid. It is always kind of scary, though, to go for those initiations onto a team that has Zyra, counter initiation queen. snare you up inside, get the ult off. Oh, plus Lissandra being added on to it here. I think they'll lock this one in. It's probably not just a hover. Ninja very happy to play that one again.
Some very strong picks out of Envy as Ninja once again goes for the CC-oriented mid laner. And Graves locked in for Proxen. This is starting to look a lot like what we saw from them last night, where the trio of Ninja, Proxen, and Seraph just dove top lane over and over again.
Yeah, and plus both Lucian and Graves kind of want to play a similar style. They're mid-range. They're going to be dashing forward. They want, Black Cleaver shredding on everybody. And then the Zyra and Lissandra control mages going to try and lock people down for them. Meanwhile, on the Team Liquid side, obviously, they're going to have the Kindred as their biggest component of power right now. We'll see how well Lorlo can do on this Echo this time around as well. Obviously, they got off to a really bad start with the gank being turned around on him and first blood going over to Seraph. So he gets another try at the Echo this time around. Let's see if he can.
And Team Liquid now looking for their mid lane. It's going to be LeBlanc locked in for Phoenix. And Piglet going to that Ezreal. We talked about it a little bit during the last Champions League, but this time we actually get to see it. So now, save that final pick for the guy who got player of the game in the previous game, Seraph in the top lane. Maokai's still open.
Yeah, I mean, Maokai's open. That could round out the team fighting for them. Or they could opt for the Seraph split push. He's very invested in that playstyle. Echo is not really one that has a lot of weaknesses, though. So Echo's pretty happy taking any kind of 1 versus 1 matchups that you look for. But, the Trundle's there for him. It's a possibility they could set that one up with. Oh, nice!
And the switch up at the last second. Kassadin
Let's
is going to be
pick,
locked
baby.
in. And that Lissandra is going to Seraph.
All right. See if we can lock down the Echo. I want to see how Seraph plays this matchup as well. Let's see. With the Ezreal plus Alistar, maybe there's even a lane swap coming in. But mid lane Kassadin to fight the LeBlanc. That's the main counter pick here. They were able to use the Lissandra, flex pick, and Ninja's going to be able to utilize the Q shield early and often with Kassadin, have it take those trades with LeBlanc, and try and get some mid lane control to open up this jungle for Graves.
Yeah, some very confident choices for Envy as they look to seal off this second win. And we're running through the rosters right now. You can see them with those compositions. A little bit more flexibility from Team Liquid this time around, a little bit more aggression. We'll see if they can capitalize as the coaches get ready and shake hands.
Yeah, they do have more possibility for dives now. I would actually like Phoenix to change because he was hovering on Ignite in the mid lane with LeBlanc, and we saw the discrepancy in teleports actually be a really big factor for Envy gaining that map advantage.
Yeah, we'll see how that works out. But don't forget to update your Twitter votes. Use the hashtag NVWin or hashtag TLWin to show your support for these teams as we get ready. So too are the players. Envy looking so very strong, and Team Liquid, after a little bit of a shakier game, they're looking to get a lot more aggressive with this dive style. Try to make a little bit more happen this time around.
Yeah, I mean, Alistar, Echo, even Kindred, you can utilize that ult to open up some possibilities. And it looks like Phoenix has changed his second summoner spell. It will be teleport to try and match Ninja here on the Kassadin rather than going for the Ignite, because Kassadin can play defensively in this matchup very easily. Just constantly you can spam out your Null Sphere, and then you just get mana back with Netherblade constantly. And if you can ever get that melee trade with LeBlanc, then you're sitting very pretty. Kassadin just likes to play in the minions because LeBlanc's going to try and use her range advantage. But if Kassadin plays the early levels well, and his jungler enables him to get to the level 6, this could be sitting in a very happy place.
Yeah, you can see Lorlo dancing around right now as he's ready for this match, but Lorlo is actually going to share his thoughts on facing Envy's solo laners.
I think Seraph and Ninja together just are pretty powerful duo because they make plays on the map together, and they both are really strong in lane, so they can impact other lanes as well. So those two things together make them pretty impactful players.
Definitely looking at early snowball here. They both have the teleports, and we saw the early reactions out of them before. last game, Ninja was the one teleporting to Seraph to turn that first blood for them and really determine the entire first stages of that game.
And we might be able to see that once again as they've got the aggressive aggressive fighters, I should say, with some crowd control, with Proxen once again on that Graves that he seems to be so comfortable on. Lane swap is initiated by Envy. This time it's not answered by Team Liquid. And this is going to be Laud coming into lane with all of his summoner spells.
Yay for him. That feels good. Both dual lanes taking Krugs, though. Pretty mirrored starts here for very standard lane swaps right out of the gate. Seraph on Lissandra. You are going to be able to explode her Q, try and get those minions. He's able to get 2 of them, both of them actually snagging 2 before running away. He might take some damage here, but Lorla should be able to just walk away fine. Yeah, no problem there. And both top laners now to go join their junglers in the... Oh,
Hey.
Matt takes 20.
Just a bit of experience there. And he's going to continue to turn around undaunted as the junglers invade. Matt's actually going to go pretty deep onto this.
Yeah, you don't have to be as worried because Lissandra's just going to sit there as level... Ooh, can Matt have the burst? No, Proxen's got his smite. No problem, and they will continue. Phoenix actually going really aggressive, trying to get those charges. In these trades, it's so important to start chugging your Corruption Potion as you start the trade so you can get the extra damage when you're firing back. Cassidy only has that one opportunity. You have to have it chugging while your Null Sphere goes out so that you can get the extra burn there. Otherwise, LeBlanc is going to continue that shove, get you under turret, and this is how she tries to get a CS lead early on. You know, the early levels is where she tries to take advantage of the range advantage. As long as Cassidy's able to CS decently in this stage, feels very, very good about transitioning to post-6 level.
Yeah, he's got a really big minion wave building up right now that he should be able to catch rather healthily. Moon is going to secure that Scuttle Crab before he catches up with the rest of his team to look for that tier 1 shove as the rest of Team Liquid in the bottom lane, Envy in the top, doing the same thing.
Yep, very standard here for both sides on the lane swap. Doesn't look like anybody's too far ahead either. Both going to kill it on the same minion wave, and Envy's actually not going to be able to bounce this. Look, is this going to go down very quickly? So Seraph's going to probably try and shove another wave. Let's see if he decides to go all the way into turret, because you really, if you go for this, you got to get it into the second turret to try and have those minions die. Piglet's going back to try and catch them now, whereas Lorlo does get the freeze for Team Liquid, so he's happy about that one. And there, it should be easy for Lissandra.
He's sitting on it.
Oh,
Hey, got the cannon.
Good enough.
He was waiting.
All right. Piglet got there in time for the experience, and actually 2 gold. Or 2 minions worth of gold. Mid lane gank.
Proxen.
Oh, got him.
The stereotypical, wow, LeBlanc gank actually pops her passive there.
Yeah, not too big of a deal, actually. You know, cooldown's pretty low on that early on, and don't see a lot of aggression coming out too early, so Phoenix should be just fine. Plus, he can collect all these minions. You know, he's got his minion lead in the cast-in matchups, as he should have it early from the extra range advantage. But Ninja's getting to that post-level 6 world pretty quickly.
Currently level 5 on this recall. He actually picks up the Dark Seal for more sustained boots and a Ruby Crystal, so looking to sustain in that lane. Not going to teleport back in. Decides to head back, and Envy once again looking for the quick turret trade. They send themselves bottom, and Team Liquid doing the same top. Lurlo's going to be a bit late.
Yeah, maybe a 2-second lead for Envy right now in the lane swap. Manifesting itself. But look at Zyra's plants, tanking tower shots, making sure that they can increase that 2-second lead to maybe 3 seconds.
Yeah.
Piglet, though, on the Ezreal. Essence Flux going to speed up pack speed for everybody as well. They're going to be actually more than a few seconds behind on this turret kill. So that means there probably won't be much of a move there. Let's see if Envy can actually get this one down into the second turret as well. And these minute little things where they have the pressure, yeah, they never try and bounce. They always just try and continue to shove into second turret. And it's going to open up an opportunity for Dragon. Looks like there's no counterplay here from Team Liquid. because Envy were so much quicker on that tower take. And 3 tower shots from the Zyra plants is actually fairly significant. Meanwhile, though, Lorlo does get his freeze on the top side.
That's going to be the first Dragon of the game now going down to Team Envy as Lurlo, as you mentioned, gets his freeze, so he should be able to catch some minions there. 4 tier 1 turrets down, 7 minutes into the game. Now everyone is going to head back towards their native environment. Lod and Hakuho heading bottom to catch up with Piglet and Matt.
All right, so let's touch on this a little bit more because it's so calm right now. Nobody's really getting excited about that dragon being taken, but the Ocean Drake is actually the best early game Drake. All right, Ninja post level 6 going in.
Yeah, Phoenix forced a flash as Proxen burns his own. And
All
suddenly
right.
there's 4 members of Envy in the mid lane.
So Infernal Drake, obviously you would always rather have that, but Ocean Drake is so good in the early game because of the amount of regeneration it gives. If you just look at what the old Chalice of Harmony used to give, 2% of your missing mana, people paid 700 gold for that passive if you take out the base stats of the item on there. And Ocean Drake gives that, yes, only 8 seconds out of combat, which is the big nerf that it got and why it's not as highly valued, but it switches back and forth between mana and health. Ninja's, yeah, he's casting, he can just jump out of that. Anyways, in the early game, it's huge, especially for junglers, because you don't come into combat with champions very often as a jungler, and enables you to sustain so well. Whoa, he's actually going down!
Oh my gosh,
Moon! Off screen! All right, we'll take another look at that, because he's casting in, he's not okay, had to use the flash, and he still goes down. Moon comes up huge. Whoa,
Wow.
yeah, we need to revisit that. What happened?
Yeah. Moon just says, hey, you guys thought Dardoch was aggressive. How about this?
All right, the Kindred pick getting the first blood is very big for them. Matt actually waiting around the
Oh,
corner.
the flash knock up. He's going to find Laud. Flashes back, doesn't make it over the wall.
Moon's
Laud's
low.
gone, but Phoenix misses the binding. And this is now Laud on top of the respite. Moon is in the front line. He goes down as Ninja gets revenge. And there goes a chase from Seraph. He snares 3, stuns another. Piglet's low. He's going to go down. The cleanup from Envy.
Revenge in a very big way. Team Liquid get a little bit overhyped there after that first blood kill. And they're not able to finish off Laud before Moon has to use his Lamb's Respite. He wanted to save himself, but they didn't get the kill on Laud first. And so he stays up. Kassadin still has teleport. Ninja gets to come back and gets a revenge for himself. And they actually take the lead off of this play. All right, so there it is. They go in. Moon actually uses the mark on Zyra instead of Pollution. He didn't get 3 hits off anyway, so it wouldn't have mattered. But man, yeah, Laud survives. Moon goes down anyway, so it's the worst of all worlds for Team Liquid. And a huge cleanup. Kassadin now going to be snowballing. This is great news for Envy fans, but heartbreaking for Team Liquid.
Yeah, a little overzealous there, and they ended up paying quite the price for it. 10 minutes in. It's only 1,000 gold in favor of Envy, but as you mentioned, they do have that early game stacking dragon, so.
And all of the kills went on their solo laners. The Kassadin gets snowballing early. Both these guys are building into Rod of Ages. That's going to boost the snowballing there. They're going to start stacking even quicker. And a lot of playmaking ability. Now, Team Envy just want to sort of wait and play a bit more cautiously while Phoenix has teleport advantage. They just have to worry about this LeBlanc, especially Zyra. For many seasons, Zyra has been a prime target for mid-lane LeBlanc players. Zyra does put out a lot of damage, but the defense is definitely not there for her.
And the worst was being that Zyra, and the best thing you could do was, oh, well, I have my passive.
Now you can't even do that!
Yeah, it's gone!
Rough.
We're making that matchup feel even better now. As Team Liquid try to reset and recuperate after that. Again, those tier 1 turrets are still gone, so this is opening up Ninja to get a lot of free time in a solo lane of his own, while Laud and Hakuho, relatively safe for now, just going to continue farming up and shoving in this mid lane. And Piglet's actually called over to help catch some of these minions.
Yep, they've already got deep pink wards in as well. Seraph actually going to get tagged here. The Kindred's coming in, but so are reinforcements, so he feels just fine to continue to shove it up. And Envy just hold on to their map control. 2 outer turrets down here. Actually, all 3. Oh, Hako, that's going to give away that you have a pink ward in there, but it's worth they're able to take down Next green as everybody circles around mid lane. They want to crack this last outer.
Ooh, Seraph was looking for one, but didn't find it. Piglet, once again, taking some harass under the turret. As now it's Envy running the game. Ping's now going down onto that Scuttle Crab.
Ooh, he's doomed!
Yeah, I thought it was going to be the Rift Herald. I was like, oh, they're going for... No, that's just the...
Did you know Rift Herald used to be a Scuttle Crab? He was corrupted by the evil powers emanating from Baron's Pit. It's the only bit of lore I've read in the last year. Scuttle Crab knowledge, boys. Oh, and it comes to effect here. Look at that. It's pertinent information. Current events right now going on. Scuttle Crab, evil Scuttle Crab, basically, is going down to Envy. And we actually see it taken so rarely. It's mostly by teams that are just so far ahead, they don't have a lot left to do, and so they're just going to take it because it is there. But it is a significant buff. All right, so Lorlo's actually going to try and make him pay for it. Seraph might be the one to actually pay that cost.
Oh, no claw, and he gets shut down by Moon.
All right, so they bought that buff with the life of their top laner. Seraph goes down. Proxen will enjoy some corruption bonus damage onto jungle minions because it does charge up when you're away from enemy champions or your own teammate champions, and that happens very often with junglers.
So Seraph has just purchased the GLP 800.
Big fan. Teleport actually available for him as well. He does use it, but Haku's already dead.
It's in a bit late. Seraph trying to get in there, locks down Moon. They killed him before he could drop the respite. Matt follows. It's a 1-for-2 trade, about to become 3 as, whoa, Lorlo makes it back to the far lane.
Yeah, the old Echo.
The panic button.
Oh, right back out. Yep, don't want to be there anymore as 2 people got annihilated. Plus, another kill on the Kassadin. Dream opening here for Ninja, except for that, wrinkle where he gave up first blood and died. We didn't even see how that happened, so everybody's starting to forget about that. Really what they're focused on, 3 kills for him. Rod's been stacking. He's got 7 stacks on his Dark Seal, by the way. I actually think he's going to turn that into the Medjai's, and it will be very potent. Anyways, Zyra, the most important thing you can do after you die, get your ultimate off first. He does get the delay, and Seraph, man, the confidence there to go for the flash ult and that they have the damage to finish him off before the Kindred can answer. They just barely got Moon before he got out of that CC and was going to try and spam Lamb's Respite, but doesn't get it off. Envy take a very decisive Dragon number 2 here. The second Ocean Drake, much less valuable because it does fall off as the game progresses because they're just going to try and fight champions a lot more often. And at this stage in the game, you really want those running from the mountains, obviously.
So Hakuho, you can see at half health. He did have to flash during that replay. Phoenix found him and said, oh, I remember this matchup, LeBlanc versus Zyra.
All right, well, half health and no flash now.
Oh, and Phoenix!
That's still got him
the corrupting!
Wait, what?
Oh, the corrupting potion on Phoenix didn't burn through Hakuho's health.
Hakuho uncorruptible. He survives. This tiny burn from the corruption potion isn't enough. Woo! Heartbreaker there again. Play after play here for Team Liquid. They just can't catch a break.
Yeah, so very close, but Envy continuing to stack up now as they've got Ninja getting bigger and bigger as this game goes on. Next dragon looks to be an air dragon as that spawns, so we'll see if Envy continue to prioritize this as Proxen cleans up his red buff. Gonna clear out some vision as well. Ninja now finally catches up with Lot in the mid lane just to get a bit of damage onto the tier 1. They're not quite able to drop it down just yet.
Once again, though, Team Liquid, they're playing on the back foot. They have to play defensively. Now they have to concentrate on defensive warding. They have to wait around for the other team to make mistakes again. This is not where they wanted to be. After last game, they really wanted to take a proactive approach, but all these kills early for Envy means they have complete control. Zone them off with the culling so you easily finish off that turret. And that's going to be Envy going back to purchase, refill their... oh wait, they don't even have a... yes, they do. Scuttle Crab control for them as well. Yeah, pretty much control of the entire map.
Yeah. Very slow game for Envy as they look to expand their advantage. I mean, in game number 1, they were really taking their time with it, but this time around, they're much more comfortable making aggressive plays.
Yeah, and I mean, Team Liquid, there's not a lot of opportunity for them to make a pick. You know, LeBlanc burst is something you can hope for to try and get back into the game, but there's so many wards here for Envy all across the map, through mid lane even. They're keeping track of Phoenix this entire time. We just saw before, even when he did get the repeat attempt on Hakuho without flash, still wasn't able to take it down. So there are very few options here. And at the moment, Team Liquid just trying to farm and hold on, you know, hope for an Envy poor dive. Phoenix there, showing you still have to respect the burst.
Yeah. That Abyssal Scepter doing some serious work for him. As Hakuho catches up in the mid lane for a few minions, and Ninja happily going to receive those. Once again, Piglet opening up with a CS lead over Laud, but if the game goes another 50 minutes, that CS lead isn't going to matter once again. So we'll see how Team Liquid decide to play that one out.
Yeah. It already almost doesn't even matter with the 4 extra. Ooh. Seraph starting something off by himself, and a very, very scared Lorlo flashes early. He doesn't have a lot of vision coverage, but playing it extremely safe there.
Yeah. Ninja did have his teleport.
It's actually a very big cooldown for Echo because people really underestimate the stuns that you can get with parallel convergence. Often they're super difficult to land. Flash makes it a lot better. Oh, Piglet taking fire, though.
Oh, the culling isn't quite enough to shred through.
They got to run, though. Everybody's converging. This Kassadin is on the way. He's stacking Riftwalk as well.
He's at about half health, but that's more than enough to kill that squishy Ezreal. Matt trying to catch it. Looks like this is where Team Liquid are going to make their stand.
Cornered.
Backs against the wall. Seraph, he has his flash. Let's see if he decides to go in. There he goes. He finally catches up. Immediately the respite gets dropped, and Seraph gets knocked out. It's 5 versus 5 right now as Envy set up the battle lines, force the summoners out. Seems like they decide to back off.
Huh. Okay. Well, Team Liquid, very early Lamb's Respite. They do back off. That's what they wanted. They wanted to disengage there, and they are able to escape with their lives. Plus, some of the ward coverage is timing out. The pink wards are still providing a very secure line here, though, as Phoenix was seen entering their jungle, so they know he's somewhere around there. There's only 2 brush that he could be waiting with.
19 minutes in, this dragon is about to spawn once again. This is about to become an air drake, cloud drake. So we'll see which team ends up taking that one.
Air.
Yeah. There is a lot of vision right now around the pit for Team Liquid, but once again, Envy are already in the area. And after a fresh recall, they've got pink stocked up.
Yeah, this is one of those classic drakes where everyone's like, okay, it's just an air drake. No way are we fighting over this for Team Liquid. And Envy are like, are you sure? Huh? You want to come fish around? Matt's actually coming around. Team Liquid are going to contest this air drake, or at least position accordingly.
Yeah, there's no Lamb's respite.
Smite fight, maybe?
Roxanne is going to secure it. Seraph zones away in the front as parallel convergence keeps Envy back, and looks like they're going to trade this mid-tier 1 turret for that 3rd Drake.
Well, I think they could have been pushing mid a lot earlier. So this turret's at full health, and Envy are very happy to collapse on it and try and take this fight, actually. So I don't think you even get the turret.
Oh, seems like they're set to collapse. Seraph goes in a bit too far. He's forced to ult himself. Ninja cleans up Matt, and Seraph backs away while Laud looks for Moon. There's no respite here as Laud chases him down. The rest of Liquid take a lot of damage. It's a 1-for-1 trade as the support goes down, shut down by Phoenix. And Laud, he's still chasing, but can't quite catch up.
Woohoo! Ninja there trying to keep the chase alive and actually does trade, but very risky move there from Kassadin because no one else could follow up with damage, so he was just going for the slow to hope that everyone else could get in range, but all flashes blown except for Hakuho to try and follow up on that, and they do end up getting their secondary turret.
Yeah. That ends up being a 1-for-1 trade when it's all said and done, but that tier 2 has been dropped only 20 minutes in.
Yeah, so let's look at this questionable re-engage on the Lissandra. This is kind of the same thing I talked about before, where Seraph made a very aggressive move to all in the Kindred and try and burst Kindred down within a CC combo so he can't get the ult off, the life-saving ult. Same thing here from Team Liquid. They tried to do that move on Lissandra, but Seraph got it off. They weren't able to finish him off. And if Lissandra gets that off, plus now she has the added healing with the ultimate, so everything goes poor for them there. It's a very risky turn to make on a Lissandra like that. but the costs, I mean, you're already so far behind. Maybe that's why they have increased acceptance for risk here from Team Liquid on their decision making for whether or not to make these plays.
Yeah, this really has been a game of inches for them, and every time it's coming up Envy. 3 Drakes now, 21.5 minutes in. They're up 5,000 gold by taking all of these turrets and just securing the outside of the map. The solo lanes for Envy looking so very strong.
Yeah, it started out pretty well for Team Liquid. They're so happy to get their first blood. But again, they got a little bit anxious. And this is another story where Envy, even after an early hiccup in the game, they strike back very quickly. They're able to stay calm, and man, have they taken over.
Yeah, Matt on that playmaking Alistar, not quite able to do as much as he'd like this time.
Now there are so many options. Envy, they can 1-3-1. They've got 2 of these playmaking teleport mages that they can send wherever they want. Team Liquid don't really have someone that's going to pick you off and solo you. Maybe if Phoenix has Fog of War and he's got someone with him, then you have to be really scary. A red buff on Ezreal is intimidating, but they don't pressure it. There's not a lot of extra vision for Team Liquid. They don't feel like going too hard on that bottom lane.
Seraph, Envy right now, clearing out vision around that Baron buff. Seraph was waiting over in the mid lane.
Yeah, I think they just need to keep up the 1-3-1 pressure. They could slowly move up these ward lines. You see there's a lot of pink wards actually standing for Team Liquid in contested area. Those are ones that Envy can try and move up to. They can press up to try and take that down. If you take down that line of comfort, then it becomes so much easier to bait the Baron. Right now they are doing the 3-1-1, basically same strategy, and trying to move in to clean this up. A lot of wards being spent around Baron, so they can try and transition over to bait that and use the Lissandra to set something up. It's also very scary to face check a Zyra team.
Oh, True Shot Barrage is going to find Hakuho. As once again, the vision game is the setup for the 2. Ninja splitting on the far side with teleport. He's going to be caught by Lurlo.
Lurlo's able to get the stun off, but
and he's actually going to chase this down. Who's stickier, a Kassadin or an Echo?
An Echo.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, definitely. Ninja can get away, but definitely takes a beating. He's actually happy to take that. All in all, Lurlo lost some minions on the turret. Ninja not really scared of dying to the chase of the Echo. And actually just takes that beating for some minions dying.
24 minutes in, Envy are allowed to play the game that they want, taking it slow, setting up vision, taking their time, and just waiting for Team Liquid to make a mistake. And time again.
Really, I think it's Team Liquid who are the ones waiting, because they're behind. They're the ones that have to play defensively. They don't really have options open to them, right? Envy do pretty much have the entire map, so they should be the ones looking for the proactive plays. Like we said, try and pressure. You've got the 2 mages, very powerful right now, plus they both have their teleports. So if you gain that map control and try and clear out some of these pink wards that are actually sticking really well for Team Liquid, then you can force more of these vision-oriented plays, these Fog of War plays where you try and pressure them, you try and collapse in with a Seraph teleport, Lissandra locks people down, and you get your fight. But that being said, Envy, they don't really have a true tank for the front line. They rely on this crowd control. They rely on these invulnerabilities from Lissandra to actually hold front line zone control. Team Liquid are going to force at the mid turret.
Clear out the minion wave, make sure that thing is safe for now. As Team Liquid back away, they've got vision. Dragon's up in 10 seconds. Moon's already on that side, but Envy are playing to the other side, feigning a Baron. If you guys take your first dragon, we'll take that Baron.
Yeah, and that dragon is just a wind Drake, by the way. So that's why Envy aren't putting a lot of stock into that side of the map. They don't really care too much about that Drake. Ooh, Seraph Claw down, so the initiation actually not there, and Team Liquid can take that opportunity, knowing Claw's down. Ooh. Oh, he flashed, and they still got him. Nice follow-up there from Piglet to get the snipe.
It's the 1-2 combo, and with it, they're able to take down Hakuho and that tier 1 turret. Now Ninja's looking for a flank. And instead, decides to group up with his team and clear out these minions. Lurlo, though, is still split pushing on that bottom side.
Yeah, so that should probably be the win, Drake. I don't even know if they want to spend time taking it, though, because Envy are actually threatening the Baron. Yeah, good scrying orb there from Team Liquid. They're so far behind, they have 4 scrying orbs, even after the nerfs. But they get collapsed under the turret. Matt has no ultimate too, by the way. They still have numbers advantage, though, because Lorlo's ready with teleport, and he's actually walking over.
Turret's still going to go down for Envy. That ties it up a bit. Still a 3,000 gold lead for Team Liquid. But Team Liquid are clawing their way back in.
Crucial push there from Team Liquid. They do have the tank front line. If they can just get some money funneled in there, try and get Lorlo to catch back up on this Echo, even up, or at least get some extra money to try and deal with this CS disadvantage. Because Envy right now, they were just waiting on, Zhonya's completions. Kassadin's already got Zhonya's completed, and Lissandra will have one soon, so there are a lot of opportunities for Envy to go for some of these deep plays with the double mages. Meanwhile, they do have the Locket of the Iron Solari already. Matt's rushed that correctly after the early start. It's a double AP plus a basically triple AP, with Zyra support being one of the most fearsome AP supports and sources of damage that are in the game at the moment. Definitely need your magic resist if you're on Team Liquid.
Team Liquid, once again, trying to contest Envy's vision. Lurlo down about 50 CS, but still keeping pace in this game as Phoenix is doing rather well for himself up in CS. Pretty moderate amount of kills as well. Solo lanes for Liquid are feeling strong, and in fact, the Baron now is going to be started out by Envy.
So while you can use invulnerabilities, okay, here come the teleports. Never mind, we got action.
Yeah, Seraph goes way too deep. He's caught out. Lorlo is going to pop back. Seraph is going to be knocked up. Let's see if he will be able to keep himself alive. They drop Matt before he gets a chance to do anything. Envy clean up one with the double teleport.
Oh, Seraph actually in the mid lane is going to have to back off. He's very low. He still does have his ultimate, though. He held on to that one. I believe he still has his Zhonya's active as well. So very calm in the face of a blinking red health bar for himself. They do get their pick, but it's just the support in the lowest level. Level 9, you get right back out onto the field really quickly. So Matt is upright, and that was the teleports used from both Seraph and Lorlo. Now it's just going to be Ninja to try and pressure side lanes now. I think you return to that strategy, though. You have Ninja pressure the side lane, go over to Baron, clear out that vision once again. Face checking into Zyra Lissandra is very scary. There's plenty of damage for them to follow up on that CC as well. The only thing for Envy is that they don't have that true tank, as we said. You can use these invulnerabilities of Lissandra to try and create zones in a team fight, similar to what a tank does, but you can't tank Baron with those.
Yeah.
Someone's going to get hit with acid.
Very important for Envy to play that out correctly, and so far Team Liquid have not let them. Constantly fight over the vision, constantly dropping those peak wards.
Oh! Matt constantly dying.
Yeah.
The cow is down. And he'll get back up, but it's going to be 25 seconds.
Ninja is going to dash forward. He looks for Moon. They're able to lock him down. He actually gets out and is able to pop his Lamb's Respite, but Flash is even going to be used. Not quite sure if that was some value, but 5v3 right now. Envy pulled the trigger on this Baron.
Yeah, this is all Envy. This is a very desperate play from Team Liquid. They're just going to go Hail Mary.
Lurlo hops in. Ninja and Seraph get out. Hakuho is going to drop on the far side as Phoenix goes a bit too far. He's going to drive. Lurlo's over the wall. He still has the relocation. Let's see if he can get back in. No, he decides to let it go. They get one kill at a cost of 1, but that's Baron to Team Envy.
Yeah, Team Liquid, basically, you could just smell the desperation on them there. They're like, you know what? We've been taking a beating all game long. We're going to go for this Miracle Baron steal. They don't quite get it. They did take down the support. Small moral victory for them there, I guess. But Matt, man, he just gets annihilated. His ultimate's not up because he just died so quickly in the last time. And then the second pick there, that's the teleport we talked about on Kassadin, still up with the home guard. So Ninja comes in, and as you know, the story ends with, yes, they kill Hakuo, but Envy happy to sacrifice him to Baron Nashor for his buff. Ninja actually had, I wish we would have kept the camera down there because that looked like a more interesting 1 versus 1 with Piglet and Ninja. The Cassid and Ezreal 1 versus 1 actually does involve a lot of skill shot dodging.
Yeah, flash out of the Zonias and Rift Walk onto Ezreal's face.
5-on-5 at this point is just not a fair fight, so one-on-one's maybe a little bit more interesting to watch.
A little more balanced. Dragon number 4 now going to be taken by Envy. This is another Cloud Drake. That's 30 bonus move speed to Envy on top of that regeneration.
Yeah. Unlucky though, all of these dragons that Envy have got only help you out of combat. And they want nothing more than to be in combat. Yes, that move speed out of combat will help them get into it maybe. Hopefully they can speed into some engagements, I guess. But yeah, really the hardest part of the game still left for them, I guess. Cracking inhibitor turret line. Many a team have failed before.
Well, they do have the Baron buff for now, and Seraph has teleport, so they're actually trying to see if they can sneak their way back and pick off a valuable target as Ninja's bottom. True Shot Barrage says, hey, I see you guys, Envy. We've got vision of the jungle.
Yeah, I would actually encourage Envy to split up more, to utilize these Baron buffs to push more sides. You know, especially since Seraph does have his teleport.
Yeah.
And he actually is going over there to do that. So they make the call, like, you know what, we're not getting anything done grouping up here. And Seraph does move over. Good job realizing that.
You might actually be able to get this. Here comes Moon. Clears out a couple of the minions. Actually, most of the members of Team Liquid. That's going to leave the tier 2 undefended down bottom and Envy collapse on.
Yeah, good push and pull here from Envy. There's actually a huge minion wave on top turret as well. If Seraph wanted to go buff up that minion wave, you get a lot of DPS out of buffing up a big wave like that, just letting them attack the turret. But mid is almost down already, and they are able to claim it everywhere. Team Liquid are losing structures.
Yeah, the turret drops once again. Envy putting some pressure onto the next inhibitor turret in that top lane. I feel like we saw a bit of this last game as Envy look to break it down. Seraph has got enough damage. Ooh. Oh, Phoenix actually hops in.
Lag. Yeah. Whoops. Yeah, I was about to talk about, oh yeah, Seraph, he's also got that elixir. Looks pretty, anyways, it's a full burst there on Phoenix, and nobody even gets excited for the kill.
Yeah, Team Liquid look like they're just giving this up as their entire map is falling apart. There goes the Stranglethorns, not going to quite separate the fight enough. That's 2 inhibitors down. Seraph is working on the 3rd. This is a huge Baron power play for Envy, and they found Piglet. He's dead too. They might just try to end the game right here. Moon gets caught and drops the respite. Envy are not satisfied with just the inhibs. They want the Nexus. That's another 2 kills. Lorlo is the only one alive, and Envy are looking to win the game right here and right now.
Dominating performance from Envy. They do lose a couple members at the end, but they should be able to finish it with the help of the minions. And they do claim their 2nd series victory here. Undefeated in week 1 of the North American LCS. This new team that was thrown together with pieces, and they have just come together in an incredibly strong way. Very, very good start for them. After yesterday, people were saying, oh, it was just energy, and energy were looking a little bit rocky, but no, this was a very, very convincing series from Envy. And they are setting up to have a very good split in the North American LCS, especially for a very new team.
Yeah, some very patient play, clean, crisp actions all across the map. These guys are looking so strong, and Envy. You know, we talked a little bit to Seraph yesterday about the best of 3s, and really his team seems to be thriving in them. Even in all of these different situations that they find themselves in, they take the time, they think it out, and they find the correct answer to whatever the enemy team is doing.
I really like how, you know, versatile their solo lanes are as well. You know, they talked about it in the video we had earlier, but Seraph, he's been in North America for a very long time. He's put in a lot of work over here, and I really enjoy watching the progression that we've seen for him throughout his career over here in North America. And him ending that last game, level 18, highest in the game, making big plays on Lissandra, even got the 100% there on Phoenix counter kill.
Some very good damage. Team Liquid played well with Moon. They show that they still are capable of competing. Unfortunately, they did go down 0-2 here, so we'll see if they can pull it back together because they had the right idea. They really put Moon on that Kindred. They gave him some damage. They tried to play a little bit more
He got
playmakers.
first blood.
Yeah, he did. He did get first blood as well. They put Matt on a playmaker as well, but just weren't quite able to.
0-6 there. That was a very rough game for Matt. You know, it's one of the things that they also always talked about how Matt and Dardoch came as a package, you know, from the challenger team, and those are the two guys that they moved up as a combination. You know, they both lended a hand with the shot calling. You know, they talked a lot. They were, you know, pretty close. But yeah, it looks like there are definitely a lot of problems for Team Liquid that they need to work through right now after the troublesome offseason that they had.
Yeah, and Team Envy on the other side, though, to go back to those solo lanes, you know, the fact that they're so confident in their communications, just buying so much time for Laud in, it seems like every engage. Seraph is so strong, Ninja is so confident, and Laud just has to not die, and he kills everyone.
That's a great job.
I mean, we did talk about it a little bit earlier. You've got the tank saying, hey, if I keep you alive, you kill everyone?
Yeah, and this game, you talked about, you know, them being a bit more flexible. This game running the two mages that rely on invulnerabilities rather than having a sure tank showed a little bit more, you know, flexibility from the team, which is great.
Well, now for the inside perspective on that Envy win, let's check in with Azael, who's standing by for an interview with Envy's AD carry.
Thanks, guys. I'm here with Laud, and you guys have had a hell of a start to this split. You talked about wanting to prove yourself. Obviously, there's a lot more games to play, but how does it feel to have this kind of a start in the LCS?
It feels great. I mean, we didn't get to boot camp in Korea or anything. We kind of got together as a team like a week or two before the split started, and we haven't had much time to like synergize and stuff, but I think we're doing really good so far, so I'm really happy.
Yeah, so Seraph has talked a lot about like how happy he is with this roster, how happy he is with the team. It seems like you guys are getting along really, really well. What do you think has been the biggest key to your success so far?
I think just everybody on the team is like mechanically extremely good, and we all just know exactly what we need to do. I feel like I can trust every single one of my teammates in every game. Even if I'm picking like a losing lane, I can trust the rest of the map to do well. So I think just everybody is really proficient.
Awesome. So talking a little bit about the mid-season changes, what do you think is the hardest thing to adapt to for pro teams with this change? Do you think it's the Dragon change? Do you think it's all the new champions, new items? What has it been for you and your team?
I think just the biggest thing was like the Dragon changes. You know, you have to choose whether you like prioritize Dragons or prioritize Herald. Herald kind of got changed a lot, so it's more of like a split pushing objective, and you have to sacrifice a lot to get it. Like we even died taking it that game, you know. And there's times where like, you know, normally you would just say like don't fight until second or third dragon, but if there's like 2 Infernal Dragons in a row, you kind of are forced to fight. So you really have to just be good at adapting in game, depending on which dragon spawn.
Do you think that leads you to wanting to draft more like early game team fighting type comps?
Yeah, I would say definitely. It's a lot more helpful to have like a strong early game comp because you want to be ready to contest like almost every single dragon. You know, it might be a wind dragon, it might be fire, like you just never know. So, yeah.
Awesome. Well, thank you very much, and congratulations once again. A great start here for Envy. Can't wait to see what they're going to do with the rest of the split. Back to you guys at the desk, Dash.
Thank you very much, Azael. I want to just jump on and piggyback onto that last question there about the toughest changes for the teams to adapt to, and for Envy specifically, they're looking at the Dragons. And we've had a lot of discussion around Dragons and dealing with kind of that RNG factor. How do we know, or how are we prepared to fight for whatever Dragon might show up? And earlier today, we had an example of a team gifted Infernal Drakes. Great, we're getting a ton of combat stats, a ton of combat stats. Here, though, we get the complete opposite. We've got a team that has a pretty solid lead in the beginning, and if they had gotten 3 Infernal Drakes in a row, probably would have had the easiest of times closing out that game. Instead, 2 Oceans followed by 2 Cloud Drakes, and all of a sudden they're like, where are our combat stats? Please, let us, even Mountains, we'll take Mountains. Let us push turns down.
They're running this extremely bursty comp with like Lysandra Graves cast, and they're trying to delete somebody, and it's like, oh man, that Cloud Drake.
But we got
topping me off.
Yeah, we can chase them down with this Cloud Drake with all of our gap closers.
As long as Ezreal doesn't Q us.
Yeah. No,
we got Ocean to sustain the Ezreal poke.
You know, it's a very interesting thing. I think we'll see how the discussion develops over the coming weeks as the teams themselves figure it out, because it does seem that there's still even a little bit of uncertainty around, like, how do we craft comps that will be able to compete for these dragons in the early and mid games, because we don't know which ones will show up.
Exactly. The way he said it there was like, you know, you kind of have to take something that's at least competent in the early mid game, because you can't afford to risk running into a situation where it's just Infernal, Earth, or something like that, and you're so far behind in terms of like the free stats. And it was kind of the case here where, like, you know, Envy's comp is ready to go probably by like that second dragon. Luckily, they got an advantage. Not luckily, they got an advantage in the early game, and so they were able to grab all of them. But they didn't get any help from the dragon. The dragon was not pulling its weight.
Right.
I think one of the most consistent things you can rely on is, regardless of if you get the worst dragons ever, the one thing you can rely on is when that Elder Drake comes around, regardless of how bad the buffs could be or how good they could be, if you can build up towards that Elder Drake, you can just mow down everything after that.
Yeah, that's a very good point. I mean, we can't forget the fact that they were holding on to 4 Drakes. And so if they did secure Elder Dragon to follow that, again, that's an insane amount of damage that they're afforded now in any poke opportunity, in any team fight opportunity.
And like we're kind of underplaying the value of some of these dragons. So like the Ocean one, if you're in they don't have a tank in that comp. If they're trying to do anything around Baron and they take some damage, it's going to be immensely useful there, because they get healed up, whereas normally you might have a tank who can just be like, it doesn't hurt me that bad. But here, squishier team, the heal will help.
Right. This is to say, dragons weren't the only way that Envy ended up taking this series 2-0 over Team Liquid. I do want to dive into this game a little bit specifically, though, and talk about the early kills that went over to Kassadin. We have a replay of that. We're going to dive right into it, but 2 kills going over to Kassadin, as well as 1 over onto that Lissandra for Seraph. I mean, this just kind of set Envy up to make any moves around the map they wanted to after this fight.
This is an instance where they had a really good engage by map, but they split targets. The Kindred went on the Zyra, and then Phoenix missed some of his damage on the Lucian, so he ends up living through the Kindred all, and then they get just chased down and killed. And I know this is something Dyrus wanted to talk about, because even if they got that initial kill, it wasn't going to turn out well.
Right, so even if you got that initial kill, it was a nice engage by Matt, but it was the timing of where the side waves are. The way I believe the game should be played is off of side lanes. For example, Lorlo was pushed in there. Even if they got something good off of that, they would still get chased down by Kassadin and Lissandra.
Right.
And the lane would be slowly pushing towards Lissandra, and once Lissandra's done fighting, he goes back to the top lane, gets all this farm. And it happened twice that game, where it's like, all right, I'm going to TP when all this farm is at my tower, try to fight, and if we lose, we're screwed. But if we win, we're still like kind of even.
Right, exactly. Yeah, even if you win, you're still losing a bunch of CS to the turret, so you're not necessarily giving yourselves too many opportunities to come out in the black, in the positive.
Yeah, I mean, it was not just that example too. It was over the course of both games, you saw these kind of questionable decisions where, you know, at one point they were contesting a dragon. It wasn't a very important dragon. They have no Kindred ult, and they have a wave pushed into them top. Just deal with your waves. It's another Cloud Drake. All right, you just have to worry about the Infernals now. And they tried to go to the dragon, then they tried to go up mid, and
they just decided on one decisive thing, and that's it. They could have went down mid, had Lorlo go top, maybe get the tower, and then get out. Because during that time, they didn't have Kindred ult.
Let's take a look at Team Liquid a little bit, because we did have some questions around how the roster move would affect them coming into today. I mean, you lose Dardoch, one of the best early game junglers in the league. Last split, you replace him with Moon. You know, not to say the Moon didn't make appearances around the map, but as a whole, the team seemed a lot more disjointed. Definitely didn't seem to be, as you mentioned, just in that replay, the fact that they split focus and realizing that has nothing to do with Moon necessarily. I mean, Matt making the initiation, but still disjointed, not really operating on the same page, whereas Envy looks a lot more like a well-oiled machine.
I think Moon performed fine in the laning phase. I think he picked up both, or was involved in both First Bloods, and they were off like, you know, pretty aggressive ganks, and they looked fine there. But once the team transitioned into this like group decision making, you could see that they were just not on the same page. And I wouldn't say, you know, Dardoch was like the main shot caller of that team, but he was very vocal in what he wanted to do, and I think they lost some direction with him.
Yeah, once it got to mid-game, I wasn't sure what they wanted to do. It was just not playing the map as well as Envy.
Yeah, so definitely going to have some work to do on that, at least makeshift roster for now. Back over to Envy, though, I want to close out our thoughts on them and this series. They now move to 2-0 in the split, given that they played Energy yesterday. I do think that we might have to temper expectation a little bit, given the fact that their wins come over Energy, a very clearly struggling Energy, and Team Liquid, who is hurting for their main starters. So your final thoughts on Envy as a team as they make their debut here in the LCS?
They definitely exceeded expectations, but the true test will be when they play against C9, Immortals, CLG, and finally TSM.
Yeah, raid boss TSM at this point.
Yeah, I think they are very clearly individually talented and they have good teamwork. The question is what happens when they match up against people who are also, in their element. So those, like you said, top teams, and if they'll get outclassed.
And the player leading the charge, who also receives our player of the game for the series yet again, Seraph, is going to take this one. I mean, that guy has just been an absolute monster for the team so far in the few games that we've seen on that Lysandra. Again, not afraid to make plays. He has those very unique champion picks as well that he can pull out at any time. So really, his pool has been expansive. His play style has been expansive. He's been a leader and a shot caller for the team. Just a well-rounded player to kind of head up this Envy roster.
Yeah, I think he's definitely been the most explosive player for them. He's usually the one who's kind of leading the charge in his engages. He's getting a lot of leads on his own in certain matchups. Yesterday against Kwasi he did very well. So he's definitely a player to keep your eye on. Pick him up in your fantasy leagues if you haven't.
Yeah, I'm extremely impressed with how Seraph is playing, because if you compare him to back then to now, he's just a complete monster.
Totally different player.
Yeah, he's just like, I wouldn't be able to tell you that that's the same person from today. Like, if I told you back then, it's like, in 3 years, this kid is going to be a monster. He's going to crush everyone. He's going to prove everyone wrong, and he's going to get in your face and maybe not shake your hand for DMing, but something like that.
But I'm very happy to see that he has grown to such a great degree. Well, with that, after 2 days of LCS action, the standings are starting to take shape. Leading the pack, we have Team Envy alone in first place, with Apex, Echo Fox, and TSM tied for second. Immortals is in 5th, with Cloud9 right behind in 6th. Counterlogic Gaming is tied for 7th, with Phoenix 1 and Liquid following behind. And Energy, with them all. And then Energy lands at the bottom with that 0-2 of the standings. Now, we still have one more day of LCS action headed your way, with 4 more series tomorrow afternoon. Be sure to tune in to NALCS1 to see Apex face off against Counterlogic Gaming, followed by Echo Fox versus Cloud9. Over on NALCS2, TSM will get a shot against Liquid just before Phoenix 1 takes on Immortal. So, gentlemen, with these games in mind, what are we looking forward to tomorrow? We've got plenty of fun ones on the docket.
I want to see CLG play again. I think they didn't look that great versus TSM. I don't think that's, very indicative of their skill level overall. They might be having a little bit of a, post-MSI hangover where a lot of teams took some time off and then hit the ground running. They kind of did it reverse, where they worked really hard, kept working, and then had a break. So I think seeing them, hopefully they get a win at some point, because I think they're a lot better than they showed.
Particular team that you're looking forward to looking?
Personally, I'm looking forward to every single team, because best of 3 format just seems so fun. And as for CLG, it did show that it felt like that they were less hungry because they've already got second at MSI. They beat TSM, and all the other teams went to Korean boot camp, so giving them the benefit of the doubt there.
Yeah, well, perhaps the loss yesterday will kind of reignite that fire, and they'll come back swinging tomorrow. I'm kind of with you. I'm excited to see all of the games, mostly because I want to see how the standings begin to shake out and we get more like relative strength of teams, because it's very hard to tell right now when you've got Cloud9 playing Immortals, and then you've got some of the newer teams playing makeshift rosters, and so where does everyone actually stand? We'll be excited to see how all that plays out. That's going to wrap up our show today. I'd like to extend let me start over. That's going to wrap up our show today. I'd like to extend a special thank you to our guests, analysts, Mark and Dyrus. And on behalf of myself, the casters, and the entire live broadcast crew, thank you for tuning in, and we'll see you mañana.
Teams are getting ready to lock in their champion selection.
As we get into game, the battle arena is on fire, and we're ready to get in. Hey, with his distortion, that's the quadra kill for Jensen.
Nice.
Brought you back.
Oh, yes, awesome. Good job. KFO goes off in the back end of that game.
If you're still one of the top at what you do, you should just keep doing it.
Too far is Dunzo, maybe. Oh, gets a stun. Oh my gosh, you're kidding me. He lives.
They give him so much respect. Meteos with the spike down on Elder. The Chaos Storm coming out of Pole Belter gives him the double kill, looking for Meteos on the triple. And Immortals will take down Cloud9 for their first series of the summer split.
Whether it's Kiwi Kid or
Three-step process, and knockups there as well. OQ's going to die. Apex in their first series of the LCS come out with a 2-0 win.
Orlo, it goes too deep. He's going to pay the price, and Matt drops.
No one flaws down. Oh, he flashed, and they still got him.
Bottom. Finish it. Nice.
I get injury. Yeah,
Nice.
injury. We got Baron. Nice.
Dominating performance from Envy, undefeated in week 1 of the North American LCS.